A day, a morning, when people have their Monday morning blues, I see such bright faces all around us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are truly humbled and honored by your presence this morning, especially Monday morning. On behalf of IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industries, I welcome each and every one of you to IMC India Calling Conference 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you to kindly put your mobile phones in an inaudible mode, please. Kindly put them on a silent mode, just a gentle reminder. We are so excited to meet all our loved ones from across the country and across the world. I welcome each and every one of you here this morning. I know there's a lot of excitement for meet and greet, but I promise you, we shall get several sessions for the meet and greet. For now, all I request you is for a bright smile. Towards the beginning, ladies and gentlemen, may I please humbly request you all to kindly rise up for a national anthem, please. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Bharat Mata Ki Jai Hind. Thank you so much. Kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world of today, where every single week, every single day, there are innovations after innovations, we speak about the latest technologies in place. When AI is doing the rounds across the globe, we are truly excited and humbled for each and every one of you to be here with us in our country, India, and in the finance capital city, Mumbai city, for great opportunities. India is a land of opportunities. And today is extremely a special day where we shall talk about sustainable development, artificial intelligence, and innovations, and the latest technology. So, to begin with, we are truly humbled and honored to have with us our esteemed chief guest for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge their presence. May I please request you all to put your hands together for our honorable, respected chief guest, Ambassador Manoj Bharti ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Sir, it's truly an honor to have your humble presence. Thank you so much. And this morning, we are extremely honored to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Soni Ibrahim, Vice President, Invest India. Truly an honor to have you here, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome all our delegates this morning. A special mention of the presence of consular corps and international delegates. We truly thank our Ministry of External Affairs for their logo support, Maharashtra State Innovation Society for their support, our title sponsor for the entire day today. Thank you very much for this wondrous association, Reliance Industries Limited. And thank you very much to Global Advertisers for outdoor publicity of this conference. Speaking a brief about the conference, IMC India Calling Conference 2019. India, the land of opportunities. One of the fastest growing economies of the world. Today, and this entire day, we shall speak and discuss about the policies and the opportunities in India. Before any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take the blessings of the Almighty, as we always believe, as a ritual, as a custom, and as something from deep within the heart. It's time for us to take the blessings of the Almighty before we move ahead. And may I please request our dignitaries to proceed towards the lighting of the lamp ceremony. May we please request our President IMC, Mr. Raj Nair, to kindly escort our Honorable Chief Guest, Ambassador Manoj Bharti, Additional Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. May I please request you all to put your hands together for Honorable Chief Guest and our guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Soni Ibrahim, Vice President, Invest India. Thank you, sir, and we appreciate your smile. Let's continue the applauses for our Vice President IMC, Mr. Ashish Vaid, please. Mr. Rajiv Podar, the Chairman of International Business Committee, IMC. Mr. Ajit Mangrolkar, Director General, IMC. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries. Lovely ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the Gayatri Mantra while we have the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Om Bhurбhuvaः Swaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om. The room has suddenly brightened with the lighting of the lamp, brightening our lives from within, bringing that beautiful feeling of happiness and peace from within. I truly thank our esteemed dignitaries and our honorable chief guest and our guest of honor for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I request you all to kindly take the seats. Thank you so much, sirs. And now, we have something truly interesting, something that we all talk about and look forward to. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite our dignitaries on stage, here we have a great surprise for all of us. Since the past few months and years, we are talking of the latest technology. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk of AI, we have several queries in our mind. Is it a hindrance? Is it a boon? Of course, yes, it's a boon. It's as similar as the way internet. Is it a boon or is it a hindrance as well? Talking of the boon, we are truly, truly delighted to talk of the latest technology and to see the way our lives have become easier and better. We blame it to the one and only. Wow, check him out. Who are you? I love the blink in your eyes. Good morning to you.
Hi humans, I am the handsome humanoid robot and my name is Mithra.
Handsome hunk, that's what you look like. He's like pure white, as if he's doing some television commercial.
Well, very funny, Simran.
On a different note, aren't you feeling hot in that gear?
Yeah, I even tried having a juice. It drove my circuits crazy. They unfortunately are not serving whiskey.
Oh, look, it's Monday morning, and as it is, people would have had great weekends, but the fact that they're here on time, yes, let's not talk about going on a high, because they're all on a natural high with AI, and the latest technology. So let's be on a natural high throughout the day today and talking about what you have to say about IMC India Calling.
Simran, I have been great fan of IMC India Calling's initiative to bring companies in artificial intelligence and retail together.
All right, so what is your intelligence? What do you actually feel about artificial intelligence?
I don't think much about it. You know I'm naturally very smart.
Very funny and too cheeky, I think, yeah. And what do you have to say about the retail arena?
My wife Mitri loves to shop. Do you know why women live longer than men?
Well, I have no idea, and I had no idea that women live longer than, but what is it? I mean, your wife loves to shop, really? Why is that women live longer than men?
Because shopping never causes heart attacks. Okay. Paying the bill does.
Okay, I think I need to ask all the gentlemen. Is that so, gentlemen? Paying the bill does? No heart attacks. I think you should be lavish spending gentlemen here. Thank you so much for that. And so tell me, Mitra, we have more than 400 delegates here this morning from India and overseas. And we have them from various arenas and sectors like startups, we have entrepreneurs, importers, government officials, investors, bankers, and think tanks in this conference. So what do you have to say about that?
Yes, I love that retail is becoming futuristic and artificial intelligence is a game changer in this regard.
Well, I think I definitely agree with you on that. And we also have a pitch competition where different startups will get to display and present products of future that will be judged by an eminent jury.
So what are we waiting for? Let the brilliant ideas and products flow in. I am excited and I will be there in audience cheering them. It was great hosting you guys. I will take your leave now.
Thank you, Mitra. Thank you for being here with us, and I look forward to meeting you. And if you're in the audience, I'm going to come and sit with you. You are too handsome. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Roar Mitra this morning. Thank you, Mitra, for being with us this Monday morning and speaking about, whiskey. Wow. I feel pride in walking with Mitra. What do you have to say? I definitely need a selfie. I wish I had my mobile phone in my hand. I mean, how can I resist a selfie with Mitra? But I want to come there in the audience and take a selfie with you. I don't have my mobile phone, Mitra, with me. So I'll see you later. Thank you, and we love you. We love the way he blinks. I think you're getting naughty now. Mitra, it's time for you to leave. We need to invite our dignitaries, our chief guest, our guest of honor, and our dignitaries here on the dais. Thank you, Mitra. Okay, let's give it up. I think he needs an applause, and that is what he's waiting for. And I want to appreciate that people sitting at the back are not putting their hands together, so Mitra doesn't want to leave. So can I please request everyone sitting at the back to warm your palms, and please put your hands together for IMC India Calling Conference 2019. Thank you, Mitra. Wow, you're going to be with me. I'm so excited and thrilled. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a look at the audio-visual. This is a wondrous audio-visual, the futuristic world by 2030. Can we please have the audio-visual, please? almost forgot to blink my eyes. Thinking about the situation we are in and the future of tomorrow, not just 2030, but 2040, 2050, and up to 2055, this is the future of tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to be completely relaxed because we do have great panel discussions where you can feel free to raise your questions post the panel discussions. For now, we are truly delighted to have our esteemed gathering, especially our dignitaries, our honorable chief guest and our guest of honor here on the dais. To start with, may we please request Mr. Raj Nair, the president of IMC, to kindly escort our honorable chief guest, Ambassador Manoj Bharti, additional secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to kindly escort him to the dais, please. Thank you, sir. May I also request our guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Soni Ibrahim, Vice President in West India, to kindly come up to the dais. Mr. Ashish Ved, the Vice President, IMC. Mr. Rajiv Podar, Chairman, International Business Committee, IMC. And Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC. We truly thank our esteemed dignitaries for being here with us this morning. Sir, I'm still getting goosebumps taking a look at the audio-visual. Speaking of the futuristic till 2055, I don't think I can think anything further. My brains are absolutely at a halt, just imagining a trip to the moon pretty soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, to start with, may we please request Mr. Raj Nair to felicitate our honorable chief guest and guest of honor. May we please have a memento and a bouquet. Thank you, ladies backstage. Ms. Mithali. We request Mr. Raj Nair to felicitate our honorable chief guest. I think, sir, even backstage, looking at the audio-visual, they are lost in the video. So, wake up, guys, backstage, hello. Are you in love with Mitra, or you loved the futuristic world? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time for our honorable chief guest, Ambassador Manoj Bharti, Additional Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Thank you, Mr. Raj Nair, sir. I also request you, sir, Mr. Raj Nair, to kindly present a memento to our guest of honor as well, please, sir.
Thank you very much for coming. My pleasure.
We are truly overwhelmed once again. And once again, may I please request you all, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please applause for our honorable chief guest and our guest of honor this wondrous morning. Mr. Rajiv Podar, may I please request you to kindly give us the brief about the entire day's conference.
Raj is supposed to speak first.
Thank you, sir. May we please request our President IMC, Mr. Raj Nair, to kindly address the gathering for the inaugural welcome, please, sir. Thank you, sir. Truly a beautiful morning, and thank you for the audio-visual that we had. Thank you, sir.
Do you need any of these papers? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen on the dais and in the audience, and my little friend Mitra for making the start of this event very interesting. So I'll take you back from the future to today. Welcome to India Calling 2019. I'm very happy to see in our midst many consul generals and trade commissioners from various countries. I guess you're here because you want to increase the level of business connect between companies in your country and in India and be the bridge that will make all this happen. I'm also very happy to see delegates from other countries who have made it a point to come here today and be with us. I'm sure you are looking at opportunities that can be built starting today. I'm also very happy to see all the other delegates from Mumbai, Maharashtra, and the rest of India who have come with the very same objective in mind. IMC will be the platform for you to make things happen and the opportunities are huge, as you can see as the day rolls by. The India that is calling today is not the India of even 50 years ago, when we were calling for aid to fill the mouths of hungry millions. India that is calling today is different from the India that was calling even 20 years ago, when we were seeking more and more back office jobs. India today recognizes that many of the software companies and the back office companies which did work for making India prominent across the world did a yeoman's job. For instance, in 1999, but for the work of 100,000 software engineers, we would have had a catastrophe called Y2K, which was avoided because of the Herculean effort of these software engineers grinding away day and night for a couple of years before we smoothly moved from December 31st, 1999 to the dawn of the new century on 1st of January 2000. And all that's because of this huge army of intelligent people who are not unhappy to do grunt work if it meant that it could actually save the global financial network, the network of global airlines and companies around the world, big and small, who had a smooth transition. India today is a vibrant country with lots of young people with big dreams, young people who are willing to work hard to make those dreams come true and to get a kind of life or living standards which their previous generation was denied for whatever reason. After the global crisis of 2008, and with the beginning of the fourth industrial revolution in 2011, the underlying assumptions that governed global businesses, that governed global cash flows have changed. Nationalism has reared its head. Whether it will last for a long time or not, one doesn't know. But what's important is that this change has been made move faster because almost every week, as Simran said, some new digital technology is coming up, some innovation is coming up on the scene, and that's accelerated change. So welcome to this new world, a world in which consumers have many, many choices. We're living in a world where consumers' desires and vendors' offerings are connected through smartphones and the internet, using digital technologies. With this phone in hand, excuse me, a fisherman can figure out which port is offering the best prices and head in that direction to that shore. With his phone in hand, a person who is in need of a doctor can select and be sure that he or she is selecting the best doctor in the nearby town because he or she has access to patient reviews. Today, it's possible for us to identify a suitable vendor in any part of the world, remote as it may be, because of these technologies, and therefore we are a much better place than we were a few years ago. If you think that these are interesting, let me also assure you that most of those technologies, many of those technologies, the software was written by Indian software engineers here in India, and some on-site. Now, if you think all this is passé, let me give you another example. Today, it is possible for me to ask in human voice to my phone and ask it the question, what has happened to my brand's reputation since I last checked it? In my human natural voice, I can ask that question, and the phone will answer me in a human natural voice and say, such and such a thing has happened, your reputation has come down by 4 points, and that's because such and such a thing happened, and the implications are that this might go viral. There are other things that have happened which you don't have to worry about. Now, I don't have to spend 3 hours reading all the newspapers in town. I don't have to spend time looking at TV shows to see whether there's anything happening, whether my brand has been mentioned. I don't have to go to blogs and Twitter and to find out. I get it in a few seconds. This is not fantasy. This is real. It's happening. It's the first time in the world. I'm happy to say this has been developed by one of my companies. okay? And the person who's developed is in the audience today. So the India that is calling is quite different from the India that called a few years ago. There are simple things happening as well. You've heard about in the last 1 year how ease of doing business has improved significantly. Therefore, it's very much easier today for you to do business with India. I'll give you a simple example of IMC. For instance, if you want to hold an event and you want to book a venue in one of our 19 or 20 lovely venues for that matter, you can just, wherever you are in the world, at whatever time at night, you can just log into our site and say what kind of a size of party you have and what you want to do there. It'll immediately show you 2 or 3 options available on the date and time of your choice. You can evaluate, book, and pay to a safe payment gateway. All this is happening. Similarly, you can register for events such as this and a whole lot of other things. So it's happening across the country at all levels. So that's why you should go beyond the statistic of where India stands in ease of doing business. A lot is happening every day. India is calling today because India is simultaneously a big market for technologies which companies in other countries can come and sell here, and it's also a source of very interesting technologies which can be bought. Today we will only talk about artificial intelligence and retail, although there are a whole lot of other technologies being discussed, because this is not about technology, it's about doing business. India is also calling because it's become the largest consumer of digital data in the world. Yes, larger than US, and even larger than China. We consume more digital data than any country in the world. It has become that due to a phenomenon called Reliance Jio, a communications company which has made it so ubiquitous to get data at a low cost, that today, when you think of addressing this nation of 1.3 billion people, you're talking about also addressing them at very low cost and very great ease. This important point should not be missed by anyone who wants to do commerce or business with India. Today, it's possible to serve a very small consumer segment in some part of the country because of the low cost of access, which is an assumption which was totally the opposite 5 years ago. So 50 years ago is different, 20 years ago is different, 10 years ago is different, now 5 years ago it was different. India is different today. What you may not have realized is that the top 3 segments of India, out of the total 5 socioeconomic segments, has a per capita income of $25,000. Put it another way, there's a population the size, 10 times the size of France, which has a little more than half the per capita income on PPP basis. Now, how's that? How does it look? 10 times the size of France, half the GDP per capita of France. That's a huge market. It's so different from looking at a country of 1.3 billion people with an average per capita income of $7,000. So it all means that there are huge opportunities for smart companies to tap this huge retail opportunity, whether you're a retailer, whether you're a product supplier, a realty company, or a software solution provider, or a financier, a logistic player, etc. You'll see some of these things happening today. That is why IMC's India Calling 2019 is focused on these 2 segments. And in a short while, my colleague Rajiv Podar will explain to you what the day is going to look like as we move towards the end of the day. I urge our international guests to reflect upon what you see today and explore opportunities for your companies to do business in India. I urge Indian companies present here today to connect with companies across the world, buy from them, sell to them, and co-invest with them. You have IMC as a platform to connect all of you. Let's join hand and work shoulder to shoulder, smartphone to smartphone rather, and make things happen which were not possible yesterday. So India is calling you. Welcome to this day's event. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking about the opportunities in the country. But, sir, on a personal note, I need to apologize to you from all my heart. The thing is, you're Raj and I'm Simran. And in India, these two are the most famous names. And when I thought of traveling to the moon, I probably must have imagined Raj and Simran on the moon. So please allow me to apologize with folded hands, sir. I'm really, really extremely apologetic about this. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up one more time for Mr. Raj Nair, our President, IMC. And request Mr. Rajiv Podar to kindly proceed further for today's itinerary, please, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Explore opportunities, establish collaborations, expand your business is what India Calling brings to all of us today. A platform to learn from experts, network, and grow one's business aptly summarizes the goals of IMC India Calling. Respected Manoj Bharti ji, respected Vivek ji, Raj Nair ji, Ashish Vaidya ji, Ajit Mungrekar ji, Honorable Consul Generals of various countries, past presidents of IMC, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to IMC India Calling. India, the flavor of the next few decades. So what makes India attractive as a business destination? To name a few. One of the fastest growing economies in the world with expected GDP growth of 7.3%. Poised to be the third largest economy of the world by 2025. Rising rapidly in the ease of doing business spot. Now ranked at 77 in the world. A labor force expected to touch 160 to 170 million by 2020. Third largest startup base in the world. Language and demographic advantages, and many more. Hence, an India Calling conference makes sense. We have with us Manoj Bharti ji and Vivek Abraham ji, who have kindly flown in from Delhi to be with us today. They will enlighten us on the opportunities and why one should do business with India. Our conference focuses on artificial intelligence and the retail industry. AI for all was the brand proposed by Niti Aayog, implies inclusive technology leadership where the full potential of AI is realized through pursuance of the country's unique needs and aspirations. The strategy is to strive to leverage AI for economic growth, social development, and inclusive growth. As per Accenture report, AI has the potential to add $950 billion to the Indian economy by 2030. So is AI a game changer? What are the opportunities? How can it be useful? How will the financial sector benefit from AI and indirectly benefit the customers? What are the applications? These are some of the questions we hope to find answers to today. India is also the fastest growing retail markets of the world, and the Indian retail market is expected to increase by 60% to reach $1 trillion by 2020. Rising income, changing lifestyle, and increased digital connectivity have all contributed to the same. So is retail, what are the opportunities? Hurdles faced by logistics and how they are being addressed? What's the future of retail? And what is the global perspective of retail? We'll be educated on the same by the experts in the field. IMC has always encouraged the youth and the startups. In fact, we have a Young Leaders Forum and a startup committee of IMC. Keeping the same in mind, we ran 2 competitions to encourage the youth and the startups. We ran a competition for management colleges who have brought out a paper on how to market India better globally. A great effort by young MBA students. We shall be awarding the first 2 papers later in the day. A pitch competition for startups in AI was held. We received 31 applications, of which 6 applications have been selected and will be presenting today. The top 2 will be rewarded cash prizes. We have a very eminent jury consisting of a blend of businessmen, investors, management gurus, and mentors. a great opportunity for the budding entrepreneurs to present before them. A pop-up store, which will keep us busy during the breaks, and an acute friend in Mitra, who will be happy to entertain us throughout the day. Today, we have speakers and delegates from all across India, but also from the world. To name a few countries, we have delegates from Australia, China, Africa, Japan, and UAE, who have especially flown down to join us today. A big thank you. Council Generals of various countries have been extremely supportive right from the conceptualization to release of our brochure to being with us today. Our gratitude for the same. IMC hopes to build the India Calling into a major business platform with your participation and cooperation in the future also. The conference owes its success to the entire India Calling and International Business Committee and the Secretariat of IMC. Each member has contributed and been very supportive. I am indeed privileged to be a part of this wonderful team. Finally, I would like to make a special mention of Nayan Bhai Patel, Sailesh Bhai Haribhakti, Gul Kriplani ji, Mr. Ranjit Nair, and Mr. Sanjay Mehta, who have been extremely helpful in putting this conference together. I wish you all success and an eventful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Speaking about the entire day's schedule. So India is really calling everyone from the West overseas to be with us and grow together for success and a win-win situation. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe now, before inviting our guest of honor, introduce our guest of honor to all our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Soni Abraham, Vice President, Invest India, would speak on investments in India. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the Vice President at Invest India, co-heading the Global Investor Outreach at Invest India, along with other organizational initiatives. He leads the investor targeting, facilitation, and hand-holding efforts for all the investors in the Americas and Europe. He also works with the Kerala and Gujarat state governments to help bring in more investment into these states. Mr. Vivek has been a career investment banker, and before joining Invest India, he headed the European sales desk in London for SBI Capital Markets, the investment banking arm of State Bank of India, which is the largest bank in India. In this role, he was responsible for bringing investment into some of India's leading capital markets transactions from some of the largest investors in the Euro region. He's also had the experience of leading and managing some iconic transactions in the Indian capital markets while at the Mumbai headquarters. Mr. Vivek began his career as a fixed income trader with Lehman Brothers at London. For a brief period at the beginning of his career, he worked with and advised a couple of startups in London and Delhi, one of which was acquired by a global major in the space. He graduated as a computer engineer from the prestigious Delhi College of Engineering and then went on to complete his MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. This morning, let's give it up for our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Soni Abraham. And we invite him to address the gathering, please, sir. Thank you, sir.
I must shorten my bio. Thank you all. It's great to be here. It's such a privilege to be working with IMC, a chamber with so much heritage. The story that I want to tell you today, talk to you today about, it's not a difficult one. I think the most challenging thing that I'll have today is to constrain it within the 15 minutes that I have, but I'll give it my full try. Do we have the slides ready? Up. I want to start with the first slide, and you know, I want to talk to you about some of the trends that we are seeing from our investors and our clients globally, and hopefully that will echo with some of your insights as well that you're seeing in India. So I'll start with a very familiar picture for all those who fly into Bombay regularly or flew in today. This is how our terminus looks like at the airport. This is what it used to look like a few years ago. And this is sort of characteristic with a lot of our infrastructure nowadays. But before I go into the next one, I would like to just let you take a pause and look at the video and see what it is before I tell you what it is.
System where we set up one central call center where people from any corner of the state could connect with this center on telephone, on social media, on any possible medium. Non-police women officers record their grievances. Once recorded, the details are sent to the police, and then we could respond to them by deploying more than 3,000 vehicles across the state to reach them within a time of 20 minutes.
So I'll go to the next slide because it just goes on. Essentially, what our biggest state has done, the biggest state of our country, Uttar Pradesh, has incidentally the largest police force in the world, has essentially digitized its public outreach program. Any call that you make to the emergency number is now captured in a central call center, is plotted instantaneously, and within 8 minutes, you will see a response. You can file information reports at your doorstep. You don't need to know how to do it. The officers will come and guide you. This is the new India that we're talking about today. This is the new India that you're looking at today. And I want to talk to you about why it is happening. Today, India, like my esteemed colleagues just said, that they're at a cusp of leadership growth today. We're already the fastest growing large economy in the world. We are at number 6. We will soon become number 5 in nominal GDP, and by the end of this decade, we'll be definitely in the top 4 or 3. But we're also now the leading investment destination for a lot of our investors that are looking at India. In fact, the most interesting statistic for us at Invest India is that investors are now looking at India for the greenfield FDI destination for investments, which was unthinkable for a lot of investors coming from abroad because they didn't want to take the construction risk or the operationalization risk. And why is that happening? At a broad level, this is essentially why it's happening. We are going to be the largest country by population by 2030. In fact, we'll overtake China by 2023. But among that 1.5 billion, about half of our population will be below the age of 25, and 2/3 of our population will be below the age of 35. Essentially, we'll have the youngest population on the planet. And that essentially will be driving not just consumption, but it will be demanding better and more and faster. And I want to highlight the statistic at the bottom of the slide. 133 million first-time voters. In the next few weeks, you'll be seeing one of the biggest exercises of democracy in the world. And in this election, we'll see 133 million new voters. These 133 million new voters think alike. Not only alike to each other, but alike to a similar person sitting in New York, Berlin, Beijing. They have similar aspirations, they have similar desires, they want similar opportunities, and they want it as of yesterday. And that is the reason why you're seeing a lot of our government officials concentrating on figuring how to get more investments, how to get more opportunities, how to get more development going on in every part of the country. And this essentially is what it is driving today. As it was mentioned, we're going to be seeing a $1 trillion retail sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of our esteemed guests in the audience said today, 10 years ago, our population was a rock on our neck, was an albatross on our neck. And today, there are wings. But moving forward, what has this new population demanded of us? We are the second largest, and I'm sure you know this, second largest population on the internet. We're also the largest population not on the internet. Let me just rephrase it. We're the largest opportunity on the internet waiting to happen. The first 100 million or the 500 million took us about 4 to 5 years to achieve. The next took us about 2 years. The next 300 million, the third 100 million took us less than a year. The fourth 100 million, just 7-8 months. And at this point today, we're adding 3 internet users per second every single day. And what's more interesting for me and probably more scary for all you retailers and e-commerce and technologists out there, 2 people out of those 3 people who are coming onto the internet, they're coming to look for internet in their own local language. They're looking for content that has not yet been created yet. They're looking for services that has not been developed yet. Scary or opportunity, I'll leave it to you. But this 500 million large digital population has enabled so many things that you see, and a selection of those you see on the slide. Without this 500 million digital population, we would not have been able to put together GST, one of the biggest taxation reforms that the country has seen. We also have 1 billion biometric identities, 1 billion bank accounts, and more than 1 billion mobile subscribers. All of this are linked now. And what does it mean to private sector? If it weren't for this, a startup telecom company, probably one of the largest telecom companies in the country today, would not have been able to scale up to 100 million new customers in 6 months. And that at 1/6 the global cost. 250 million in 18 months. If this was not there, we would not have been able to deliver online loans in 59 minutes. You link it to GST, and you've got a loan in principal sanction in 59 minutes. This is enabling a lot of things today. Governance is essentially changing character because our citizens are on the internet today. And it's not just us. Bloomberg surveyed 900 CEOs from around the world, comparing us with our competing nations. And a lot of the parameters that were important to investment destinations, India was number 1, or is number 1. On the face of it, I think a lot of us would find it surprising, but if you go into the details, it's not so much. I think today, India, and it's not just my thinking, but I've been told, India is the topmost topic in global boardrooms today. If you don't have an India strategy, you're no longer relevant. And this sort of goes into the kind of investments, the trends that we're seeing from across the world. From the beginning of our existence about 4 years ago, we have handled more than 150,000 business requests from across the world. And this chart shows a mix of that data and the official investment data that we have. The green boxes that you see, or the green stripes that you see, is official data, and the yellow stripes that you see are the emerging investors, the emerging countries that we see on our radar as a result of our requests. And you'll see, essentially, there are a lot of new countries that are coming up the radar. A lot of countries that we never expected to be investors are now looking at India as a topmost foreign destination for their investments. And it's not just the same old sectors, and it's across a varied amount of sectors. These are the top 10 sectors as of today. The top 10 sectors as of yesterday was completely different. We didn't have chemicals very high, we didn't have renewable very high. Tomorrow's top 10 sectors will be completely different. And essentially what we're seeing is 2 trends. What we're seeing is that, there was a survey of about 52 listed Indian companies. Their results were compared with their global listed parents in a 5-year period of 2012 and 2017. And essentially what was discovered is that their revenues and profits comprehensively beat the global parents. In fact, the last banner on the left-hand side, Blackstone gave us that figure. Blackstone said that their India family of funds have been the top performing set of funds globally and beating China for the last 5 to 6 years. But what was most interesting to us is the panel on the right. Not only are are global investors performing much faster in India, but some of their subsidiaries in India are bigger than the global parents. You can explain the growth, you can explain the profit percentages and the revenue percentages with the potential of growth. How do you explain the size? This is the new India, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not just, and India is not just, or now not just a low-cost manufacturing hub. A lot of our clients, a lot of global investors came to India seeing India as a hub for low-cost manufacturing. In fact, we are still the hub for small car manufacturing globally. It used to be the case when when investors would come to India, set up in India, develop products for India. Slowly the migration was, they discovered that their product was more relevant in other markets. And now today, leading companies are developing their global products out of India. Not just for India, but for the globe. It started with the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, where they started making, again, India-relevant products, but now their mainstream products are the India-relevant products. But it's at a level of high-tech patents and R&D. One of our clients, which is the biggest storage systems manufacturer in the world, told us that they had an internal study where they compared R&D done at their home R&D hub and the Indian R&D hub, because they wanted to take an investment decision on where to invest more, whether to hire engineers at home or engineers in India. And what they discovered was there was no statistical difference between the quality of patents in home or in India. They couldn't make out which patent came from where. It was equally technologically superior. But what was more interesting is that the time taken for an Indian engineer to do patent was 1/4 that of the engineer at home. 9 months as opposed to 36 months, so 3 years at home. What used to be a background noise for a long time in India has now become mainstream. We at Invest India also look after the Startup India initiative, which is essentially a program to help budding entrepreneurs, especially from the Tier 2, Tier 3, or Tier 4 and Tier 5 cities looking to grow their businesses. And what we're seeing is that tremendous response from those emerging hubs. Obviously, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai are our preeminent locations, are our champions, our global champions. We've received more than $50 billion in funding. We are the second largest startup nation in the world. But what's more interesting is that the emerging hubs are now coming up rapidly. We are now having to deliver services in multiple local languages. They're coming up with solutions to problems we never faced, but which will be faced by 5 billion or 6 billion people of the planet. The Olas and Ubers are no longer relevant to people in smaller towns. They are only limited to the big metros and cities. It's the problems that are being solved by these budding new entrepreneurs will become tomorrow's global champions. And I was saying, they're up and center, on front page. We are the third largest unicorn nation in the world. Already. And these are not copycat unicorns. We used to be called the nation of copycat startups. We are no longer. We are having some of the most technologically superior startups in the world today. Sorry, one point. And also, our unicorns are becoming unicorns much faster than their global comparables. So you compare an Ola to an Uber, a Paytm Mall to, I don't know, Amazon or any other comparable. We are there much quicker. So moving on, how can we help? So we have 2 new initiatives, and we can start a conversation on these 2 initiatives, and I will end with an introduction to who we are. So this initiative is the National Technology Commercialization Initiative. There's a lot of R&D, there's a lot of innovation that is happening in government labs, in university labs, and at the grassroots level that is waiting to be commercialized and developed. And a lot of corporates looking to tap a market which they may not possibly have the technology to market. And we are trying to bridge the gap between the two. This is under the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, and we are happy to entertain conversations on such bridging initiatives. The next initiative is the India Investment Grid. This portal or this grid was created in response to a very common question we used to face about 3 years ago. An investor would come to us and say, I have X dollars of money to invest. What should I do with it? Where should I invest? And so on and so forth. And it would quickly become a very technical and detailed conversation. This portal was built in response to that. I just have a small demo video after this. If you could watch it, and I'll explain the details in the portal to you.
Investor can also access the search filter for exploring the projects that fit an investor's interests. A registered IIG investor can indicate their interest for a preferred project and track project status. An Indian promoter can upload a project by sharing all the relevant details through an easily navigable form. Additionally, both promoters and investors can use analytics with access to detailed statistics and reports. In a world of transforming markets, India's incredible growth story has only just begun. Be a part of India Investment Grid, the network for growth.
So this portal is live. You can access it today. We have nearly 5,000 investment opportunities already programmed into it and more. It's got government projects and state projects. You can, private sector projects. You can use it to identify which project you want to work on, or you can use it to just get information on the state of the economy in a particular region. This is my last slide, ladies and gentlemen. Just an introduction slide of who we are. We are Invest India, or more briefly, we are a small startup in the government of India. We have been live since 2015. And what we do is we handhold investors coming to invest in India, right from the stage when they think about India to the stage when they have set up their facilities and probably even after that. As I said, we've looked at more than 150,000 business requests and we are eager to get more. We embody the spirit of India. We are at an average age of 29. And we're also a secret unicorn. By that I mean we're already facilitating more than $100 billion of investment. And we're also the most awarded investment promotion agency in the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, IMC believes in giving opportunities, business opportunities at all levels. And IMC thought of doing something for the young leaders of tomorrow. Since at present, we call it Young India because more than 65% of our population is below the age group of 35 years. And that is how we thought of going to colleges. IMC thought of really telling all those students, the bright students, to think about the future of tomorrow and to submit a white paper. We are truly, truly excited to speak about the winners here today at this conference, ladies and gentlemen, and to do the honors. May we please invite Dr. Vivek Mendonca, the Director of Marketing of Lawrence and Mayo and member IMC International Business Committee, and Ms. Vedika Podar, Chairperson IMC Young Leaders Forum, for encouraging the leaders of tomorrow and making them think on how to market India globally. Ladies and gentlemen, they shall now announce the winners and call them on stage. We shall present the certificates to you towards the end of the day, but we are truly excited to hand it over to Mr. Mendonca. Over to you, sir. And Ms. Podar, a hearty welcome to you. So it's the first lady on stage. Please, let's give it up for the very young and dynamic Ms. Podar. Thank you so much.
As the country is poised to be the youngest country in the world, with an average age of 28 years next year, 2020, we at IMC thought of involving a number of business schools across the country. What better way for us to understand India through the eyes of the millennial students of our country? Let me share with this August gathering that India is a young country only for 20 years. In the year 2040, a significant percentage of our population will be above the age of 65 years. The topic competition was how to market India better globally. We have received entries from Chetna Institute of Management, Bandra East, Xavier's Institute of Management, Dobhi-Talao Metro, and we have students from St. John's Palghar, their chairman, Mr. Albert D'Souza, and their faculty, as well as senior faculty from the Durga Devi Saraf Institute of Management, Malad. Let's give them an applause for participating in this great competition. Let me welcome Ms. Vedika Podar, the Youth Leadership Forum. It started just with a handful of youngsters, and today, under the leadership of Vedika and her dynamic team, we have now crossed 100+ members. Let's give her applause. The audience should strongly consider inducting young children and grandchildren in YLF. We request now Ms. Vedika Podar to announce the winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be here today and announce the winners of this competition, specifically because this is done by the youth of India. We represent a voice, and it gives great pleasure that given the fact that we are the demographic dividend, to be given a representation today at this platform. I would first like to announce the first runner-up. The team from St. Xavier's Institute, comprising of Ms. Ashna Dhorda, Donata Drago, Rima Matthias, Sakshi Kathodia, and Zina Da Costa. I would now like to call one of the students from this team to please share with us their insights on their paper. Thank you.
Wow, let's give it up for our young leaders, the future of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Ms. Vedika, for doing the honors of announcing our winner. Wow. Wholehearty welcome to you.
नाम इसलिए ऊंचा है हमारा क्योंकि हम बदला लेने की नहीं, बदलाव लाने की सोच रखते हैं. हमारा जोश है ऊंचा, हमारा भारत महान. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, along with my classmates, are representing Xavier Institute of Management and Research. Our report particularly highlights India's space sphere, which is transforming into a space sector globally. India has an appeal for launching foreign satellite missions and has successfully achieved 103 spacecraft missions, 10 student satellite missions, and 269 foreign satellite missions for 32 countries. A complex industry like space requires an ecosystem cluster of various industries providing key inputs. The Indian Institute of Space and Technology is the first institute in Asia providing an integration of education with research as well as generating high quality of human resources that is very much essential to meet the requirements of space. Having an aerospace cluster has led to establishments in small innovative startups like the Team Indus Bangalore, which has recently taken up the Google challenge to put the rover on the moon. Sri Harikota, being a spindle-shaped island on the east coast of Andhra Pradesh, has its latitudinal advantage as well as its close vicinity to the water bodies has led to be a #1 launch pad in South Asia. Government policies play a very pivotal role and has permitted 100% FDI in the space sector under the sectoral guidelines of ISRO. Thus, opportunities are created for the international companies as well as countries to have partnership with us in small and medium-sized industries as well. I would like to conclude that opportunities are growing and expanding to make India a commercial space hub. The upcoming endeavors like the reusable launch vehicle, the GSLV Mk3, and the semi-cryogenic project are an add-on advantage to make India launching on every wave to be a space hub. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Finally, the winning team for today. Again, the team from St. Xavier's Institute, comprising of Litsi Tomi, Malaika D'Souza, Soha Deshpande, and Sushmita Deshmukh. Congratulations. And I would now like to invite one of you to please come and tell us a little more about your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Wow, what a spark in the young leaders of tomorrow. They're already leading the world today.
They transform a bunch of chemicals into life-saving drugs. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking of the Indian pharmaceutical industry. A very fine and cheerful morning to each one present here. I, Ms. Litsi Tommy, representing Xavier's Institute of Management and Research, presenting our research paper, India, a Destination for Digital Pharmaceutics. Indian healthcare industry is a booming sector and is undergoing transformation at a tremendous pace with the outburst of big data and machine learning. The purpose of this paper is to highlight the areas where India has the potential to grow and innovate and to make a mark in the global market, and also focuses on the amalgamation of IT and pharmaceutical industry. The major enablers are mobile penetration, which has extensively improved the communication with doctors and end patients, that is, the patient communication. IT ecosystem, which has also been instrumental that also by eliminating the barriers such as finding and identifying the end patients. To promote the healthcare industry, Government of India has brought in certain policies and schemes, and one of the most prominent one is Ayushman Bharat. With 1.22 billion number of Aadhaar registrations, big data can be used with the already existing database for processing clinical trials and to discover the target patients. Telemedicine is the last enabler and one of the most prominent one, which helps in creating patient-friendly interface, which also help the doctor to counsel the patient and also remind regarding the further consultations. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I request you all to kindly give it up for both of them one more time. Dr. Vivek Mendonca and Ms. Vedika Poddar, the chairperson of IMC Young Leaders Forum. Thank you very much and congratulations to both the teams. And I'm sure you do want a picture of with our dignitaries and Mitra. So I'm going to invite you for that during our tea break. To proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to invite our honorable chief guest. But before we invite him here at the podium, may we please hear a few words about our honorable chief guest, Ambassador Manoj K. Bharti, Additional Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambassador joined the Indian Foreign Service in August 1988 Presently, Ambassador Bharti is Additional Secretary, Economic Diplomacy and States in Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. Before joining the headquarters, he served as Ambassador of India to Belarus and Ukraine. Prior to that, he served in various capacities in Indian missions in Tehran, The Hague, Kathmandu, Ankara, and Yangon. He also headed E-Governance and Information Technology Division in MEA. Shri Bharti is BTech from IIT Kanpur. He speaks Persian, German, Russian, French, Nepali, apart from English and various Indian languages. He's married with 2 handsome sons, and his special interests are in Indian philosophy and modern scientific developments, playing bridge and golf. He's also written a book on understanding Indian philosophy through modern science. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request each and every one of you to put your hands together for our honorable chief guest this morning. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your humble presence.
Thank you, Simran. I must begin by thanking IMC for giving me this opportunity to come here and address all of you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I would like to specifically name the people on the dais who are illustrious in their own fields and have contributed a lot in developing India's economic might, I would say. Many people before me have already mentioned about the strengths that India has and why people from across the globe should look at India as their next destination. I am extremely glad to see my colleagues from across the globe, as well as businessmen from India, present here and discuss a subject which is very timely. India 4.0, IT development, IA development, and retail sector. I would like to begin by drawing your attention to something from history and geography. Every country in this world is unique, but India has something very unique right from the point when you look at the globe. I do not know how many of you have noticed it before, but India is the only country in the world after which an ocean has been named, the Indian Ocean. There is no other country in the world like this. And there is a reason behind it. Right from ancient times, whenever people wanted to go from east to west, either on land or via sea, India was always in the middle. Since ancient times, India has been known as a country of wealth and wisdom. As late as 1757, the year is basically significant because we consider the British colonization to be complete of India by 1757. So as late as 1757, India's share in the world trade used to be 12% plus. In 190 years of British subjugation,
When India became free in 1947, our share in the world trade had come down to 0.4%. In the next 70 years of our independence, with a stable, democratic, and prosperous-looking government, India did remarkably well, and in 2018, our world share in trade increased to beyond and more than nearly 2.2%. As we have heard from everyone here, that India is the fastest growing economy, and it's not we who are saying this. Whether it is IMF, World Bank, credit rating agencies, almost everyone is predicting that India will continue to be the fastest growing large economy for the next 10 years. If that happens, you can imagine that India will come very close to achieving that figure of world trade which we had as late as 1757. And we hope to do so with the contribution from all of you present here in the room, whether it is from India or from abroad. My request for my friends from abroad is to look at India not only for profit making, but to see India as a source of inspiration, because right from the beginning of our existence, we have been known as a country not only of wealth, but also of wisdom. And that is one of the reasons that India, unlike many other developed countries, does not take economic growth as the final destination. Economic prosperity and growth for India is only a path to reach to a place where the world will again look at us as a country of wealth and wisdom. If you have been careful in listening to Prime Minister Modi's speech at Davos last year in January 2018, you would have noticed that he had mentioned that India is the only country in the world which has solutions to the global challenges that we face based on our ancient philosophy, wisdom, culture, and tradition. If you have not noticed it, I will strongly recommend, please have a listen. As we saw the film today, where we were projecting what the globe will look like in 2050, I felt very scared. Because the way we are developing scientifically, that goes certainly beyond any doubt that we will be achieving a lot by 2050. But what we are going to lose and what we are going to leave for our children and grandchildren is quite scary. The water scarcity, the food scarcity, the loss of human touch, the loss of environment, all of them are going to face us straight on our faces in a few decades from now. Unless we are careful, not only as individuals, but also collectively as societies and nations, as businessmen and bureaucrats and politicians, we will not be able to save our globe. And this is where all of us need to see what future India can contribute to. As you have heard from my background, I am heading so-called Economic Diplomacy and States Division in Ministry of External Affairs. These terminologies are new to begin with, because earlier we used to have something called Investment Promotion Division, which was renamed as Economic Diplomacy Division, because we understood that in the sphere of diplomacy, economic diplomacy is taking the center stage. And there is a role that Ministry of External Affairs has to play if India has to achieve supremacy in the fields of economy, trade, and investment. Whether it is Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industry, or any other ministry, MEA has a specific role to join hands with our foreign friends through our extended hands of Indian missions. And I would like to inform both my Indian friends, Indian business friends, as well as foreign friends and foreign business friends, to treat Indian missions abroad more as Indian economic missions nowadays, rather than just a political outdoor activity and office. All our ambassadors and all our representatives are fully geared to understand your proposals, your business deals, and your business requests, and carry it forward to lead it to a logical conclusion. Since the last so many years, we have been having an annual Heads of Missions Conference in Delhi, which is called HOM's Conference. And for so many years now, the basic ingredient that is given to all our HOMs every year is how to help business grow in India, from India, and to India. And believe me, now when you look at our missions abroad and ask for support, you will not be disappointed. And if you have an issue with any of our missions, please get in touch with me, and I will assure you, and I'll make it sure that your concerns are met with. The other aspect of my responsibility belongs to so-called states. Just about 4 years ago, MEA created a new institution, new division, to take care of the interests of each of our individual states and union territories, which are increasingly looking for foreign contacts, business deals, investments in their country. The realization is that as a cooperative federalism that we are practicing, each and every state has an intrinsic interest in these activities. After all, whatever investment takes place or whatever business takes place actually happens through the territory of a particular state. And the states will certainly like to see how they can outreach to the world and play a role in this, in these activities. And MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, took this challenge to create a division and centralized all activities by a state whenever they want to find out a resource from abroad or want to send their people abroad for gainful employment or attract investment from outside into their state. So if any of you have any such requests vis-a-vis our particular state and you would like to get in touch from the Ministry of External Affairs, anyone or any division, I will be at your service. Also, I would like to add here that Ministry of External Affairs has not only done these things in words, but has also tried to provide some money, because things work only when money is allotted. And I can tell you that under this division of Economic Diplomacy and States Division, specific funds have been created. And these funds may be small at this moment because it is just the beginning. If people start understanding and utilizing these funds, there is no doubt that more funds will be provided. Under the Economic Diplomacy Division, each of our Indian missions abroad have been given funds called Market Access Fund. And you, the business community, and the associations like IMC and others, need to make proposals to the Indian missions abroad to promote Indianness, Indian products, and the Made in India brand. If there is a proposal for market access outside, the Indian missions will be able to not only organize things for you, but will also be able to meet some of the expenditure. Similarly, to take care of the state's requirements abroad, each of our missions have been given the fund called State Facilitation and Access Fund. If there is a state, Indian state, who wants to create an event for an outreach activity or for any other kind of trade or investment related activity, the Indian embassies and the Indian missions posts will be able to organize an event for you and contribute into that activity from this particular fund. Under the state activities, we, that is me and my colleagues in the division, go out to different states in India, talk to the decision makers, chief minister, chief secretaries, industry minister, industry secretaries, and others to find out what we can do for them. These are the faces of modern India. And this is a new phase of the Ministry of External Affairs. We would like to encourage each one of you to take advantage of what the ministry has created and is ready to do for you. I have also one more request for our Indian colleagues, Indian businessmen and the associations like the IMC. Recently, I was in China for the first time. And it was the first time that I saw the model that is being experimented and that has been implemented in China. And this realization came to me, that we cannot be China. We cannot duplicate their model. We have our own model. We have our own system of governance. We have our own system of openness and competition. And we have our own system of doing business. The only thing that I will advocate strongly to all our colleagues, either from the business or from the government, is to replicate the focus that we have seen in China. If we are focused on the path that will lead us to the status of achieving that ancient pedestal of the world leader in wealth and wisdom, nobody can derail us from that path. We need to be not only democratic, open, and free in our thoughts and work, but we must also be honest and careful to see where the country will go if we do not take the right step. From the Ministry of External Affairs, we assure you that we will be there with you at each stage of your journey. I'd like to thank IMC once again for giving me this opportunity to come and address all of you and share my thoughts with you. deliberately, I have avoided giving you any figures because I came with lots of facts and figures. But I saw that my colleagues have already given you enough, and I do not need to repeat them. I hope this interaction would be fruitful, and I wish you a pleasant and a useful interaction throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, sir, for the truly inspiring speech. Speaking about the opportunities and about mentioning to us, I was absolutely unaware of the Indian Ocean connection with the country, and speaking that, yes, India is a land of opportunities and wisdom. Thank you for your words of wisdom and the inspiring words. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Guest. Ladies and gentlemen, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session, may we please invite our Vice President, Mr. Ashish Ved. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Our Chief Guest, Mr. Manoj Bharti, Additional Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. Guest of Honor, Mr. Vivek Sani Abraham, Vice President, Invest India. Mr. Raj Nair, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Rajiv Podar, Chairman of the International Business Committee. And Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General of IMC. India is calling and the world is responding. Today, in terms of the biggest economies, India is already at number 6 and growing at 7.1%. We are all set to rise up the ranks soon. Today's conference and its eminent speakers focus on India's AI and retail strength for its continued growth. It is my great pleasure to propose this vote of thanks at the end of the highly insightful inaugural session. I sincerely thank our Chief Guest, Mr. Manoj Bharti, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for his inspiring address this morning. My thanks are due to Mr. Vivek Sani Abraham, Vice President, InvestSmart, for the fantastic presentation he's given us. And thankful to our title sponsors, Reliance Industries Limited, for their support to organize this conference. I would like to also thank the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Maharashtra State Innovation Society for the support for this conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish Ved. Just a 30-second note before we request our dignitaries for the photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, we have automated chessboard square off by Infivention Technologies right outside. So please enjoy yourself and give yourself a try at the chessboard. At the Malabar, we have a pop-up store. That's pepperfry.com, the Future Group Consumer Retail section where goodies are awaiting you. Well, friends, we also have the second China International Import and Export Enterprise and Business Exhibition. Do visit the stall right outside at the Malabar once again. And we also need to thank our Mitra, and if you want to have any photo ops, you can have it during the tea break. I'm going to truly thank our Honorable Chief Guest, our guest of honor, Mr. Raj, our President, and all the dignitaries here on the dais. May I please request you all for a photo op, please? Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much to all our esteemed guests from across the world for being here with us this morning at the inaugural session. Well, friends, we have 2 current sessions post the tea break. That's on artificial intelligence in the ballroom, that's here itself, and the retail in the Konkan room. Thank you very much to each and every one of you for joining us here at the inaugural session. IMC India Calling Conference 2019. We have the tea break, and we shall see you once again back in the next 20 minutes from now. Gentle reminder, we do have a pop-up store in the Malabar room, and 2 current sessions are on. One is here in the ballroom on artificial intelligence, and on retail, we have a session in the Konkan room. Truly an interesting panel discussion on AI, the game changer, an overview of opportunities and changing the way of doing businesses. Mr. Nanik, sir, Ohladi, welcome to you, sir. Nice to see you here, sir. Thank you very much. We'll wait for the next 30 seconds. Maybe please ring the gong and request our esteemed guests to come inside. We'll have the next 30 seconds. May I please request you to kindly ring the gong, ring the bell, please. And last 15 seconds. Raj, sir, should we start? Thank you. Thank you very much. Our honorable chief guest is here with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Raj, sir, for allowing me to proceed further post the tea break. And since this was a meet and greet with all our loved ones, with all our fellow colleagues, somehow we feel that we have some great energy because we really look forward to the future of tomorrow. And truly an interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this wondrous opening session, Artificial Intelligence, the Game Changer, an overview on opportunities and changing the way of doing businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please request our chairman for this particular session, Dr. Ranjit Nair, the CEO of German 8, to be here with us. Wholeheartedly welcome to you, sir. A very good morning to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue the applauses for our panelists this morning. Mr. Ashank Desai, the founder and former chairman of Mastech Limited and chairman of Digital Committee at IMC. Sir, thank you very much. A wholehearty welcome to you, sir. We'd also like to welcome Professor Shivaram Kalyanakrishnan, the Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the IIT Mumbai. A wholehearty welcome to you as well, sir. And now I'm going to request Mr. Ranjit Nair to proceed further and take the session further. Ladies and gentlemen, towards the end of the panel discussion, we'll be open to Q&A. Please feel free to note down your questions and our panelists shall answer your questions. And thank you very much, Mitra, for allowing us to begin the session. Over to you, Ranjit sir.
Thanks. Can we have the presentation up here? So the field of AI is not new. It can trace its origins back to maybe one millennia ago, where philosophers from India, from China, from Greece were debating about what makes us human, what is human reasoning, what is decision making, and so forth. And more recently, in the 17th century, in Europe, in Western Europe, which gave rise to the early theoretical foundations of AI. Modern AI can trace its origins to a meeting that took place in 1956. It was attended by about 11 different researchers, and that's where the word AI was coined for the first time. And these 11 gentlemen went on to become leaders of the field of AI. Incidentally, one of them was Professor Alan Newell, who is the advisor to my own PhD advisor, so making me a grandchild of one of those 11 original AI researchers. Now, that is really not a big claim to fame, because they made some big predictions in that meeting, which turned out to be wrong. They predicted that in 10 years from 1956, AI would beat a human in chess. That is, the human grandmaster, a human leader of chess would be beaten by an AI. They predicted that an unsolved mathematical theorem would be solved by an AI. They predicted that 20 years from 1956, all human work could be done by an AI. Now we know that sitting in 2019, we're still very, very far away from achieving that goal. Now all this hype and speculation led to what became the first AI winter, where funding towards AI died down, and a lot of people actually stopped doing AI work. But back in 1980 again, we saw that expert systems came into place. The government of Japan was funding a lot of AI work, leading to a resurgence in AI again. But again, we had a lot of AI researchers talking about huge claims and building up expectations in a big way, expectations that could not be actually met. And this led to the second AI winter. But since then, things have been pretty good. AI researchers like Shivram and me, we tend to shy away from the usage of AI itself in the names, in the kind of work we do. So it's natural language processing. We use words like cognitive reasoning and so forth instead of actually using AI. A very simple definition of AI is that it is simply doing things, getting machines to do things that is otherwise considered to be human intelligence. And it comprises of various fields like natural language processing, or the ability to understand the way people talk in natural language. Machine learning, which is to get machines to actually learn human tasks and how to act intelligently. Fields like planning, which actually enable a robot or an AI to do a series of tasks. To fields like natural language generation, robotics, and so forth. Now, we're going to see today in this panel discussion what some of the opportunities are and whether we have learned from the past in terms of not following the hype and actually looking for applications that will truly be game changers. Thank you. So my first question actually is to you, Shivram. What, according to you, is different this time around? We have so many people excited about AI in different fields. And we've seen in the past that this hype has sometimes led to expectations not being met. What, according to you, is different this time around?
To begin, first of all, I'm very happy to be here and happy to see that IMC is taking this as a positive thing, right? Looking at AI as something for the future. I think Ranjit has set the context very well, right? He gave us this history of AI. As a field, technically speaking, it's existed for the last 50, 60 years. For a very long time, it has promised, but not really delivered for a number of reasons. What really has changed right now is really a perfect storm, a good kind of storm, right? 5 or 6 different things have started happening that have enabled AI, which is why everybody knows about it. In the last 10 to 15 years, the internet has grown, right, very substantially. Thanks to it, a lot of data from around the world is available in digital format, okay? That really is a platform upon which AI builds. Computing has become much, much faster. For the last 50, 60 years, at play has been this thing called Moore's Law, right? Roughly every 2 years, the computing power has doubled. Prices have also fallen roughly at the same rate. So we have faster computers, which are cheaper. Same with storage, right? We have terabyte disks sitting on our laptops right now, which is not the case like 10 years back. Hardware, right? There are sensors everywhere. I don't know, there are only so many cameras in this room. There are specialized sensors in different sectors, which are all feeding data into the cloud. All of these really have been enablers, but to top it off, I think there's been conceptual progress in the field of machine learning. Okay, so historically, a lot of AI was, I think the concepts were there, but it was not really like getting tied up with the real world in a data-driven way, right? To give you an example, in the 80s, there was this fad about something called expert systems, right? There would be this thing to assist physicians, to assist chemists, but most of the rules inside of these expert systems were manually curated. It needed a bunch of experts to sit down and write down how the system should make predictions. That has now been replaced by a data-driven paradigm, which is a lot more scalable. Just the one other thing I will add more specifically is even amongst machine learning methods, one that has really taken off in the last few years is neural networks. Okay, so neural networks are a particular way of computing and doing machine learning. there have been some very staggering successes that neural networks have recorded. So I think this hype is somewhat different from the earlier ones. It started happening, I mean, never has like industry and government and everybody around shown so much interest, right? At some point, I guess we'll reach a steady state, but it's here to come, right? I don't think all this good work is going to be undone.
Ashok, do you have any opening remarks for this group?
Yeah, where is, okay, I can use this, right? Sorry. Okay, so I think there is a lot of talk about artificial intelligence and a lot of fears, I think. So let me just classify this artificial intelligence. You have given a good definition of what it is and what technologies it involves. On top of this, I would really like to tell the audience here that artificial intelligence is not about suddenly getting rid of human beings. Probably we'll talk about it later, but you classify artificial intelligence into nice 3 buckets, because that would clarify some of the issues. So there are 3 A's to define that. First is called augmented artificial intelligence. What it means is you and I working as factory workers maybe, or white collar workers, or beyond all of that as intelligent white collar workers, if I call it, using the analytical abilities, would be assisted or augmented rather, not even assisted, augmented by the artificial intelligence equipment, whatever that is, to perform better, faster, cheaper, if I may call it, but the decision making is still with the person. So human beings are in charge in the what is called as augmented artificial intelligence. Then we go one stage further, what I would call assisted AI. Assisted AI and augmented AI, the difference is human beings and a machine, if I may call it, decide which areas are best done by human beings and which is better done by a machine. But they work together. Work together doesn't mean that 2 people working together, but the process is executed together, where some part is completely decided by what we will call as AI, and some part which are more discerning, more judgment oriented, that part of the work is taken up by human beings. So both are learning together, but both are independently working together to deliver a solution, if I may call it. And the last, which is mostly people know as what called as autonomous AI, if I may call it. Autonomous AI is that you need fast speed, you need lot of data crunching, you need something which human mind may still not able to do so fast. So that kind of task is completely delegated to the machine, and machine executes the decision responsibility still lies now with the machine. Now autonomous car we talk about. Now where are they? I think they fall in somewhere not really autonomous still. They are in what I called assisted, where people may still be required, driver may still be required sitting there, but he may leave part of the job to the machine. Remaining part, the person may still look at something happening around, or in a place of Mumbai, of course, he'll or she'll have to be more alert and so on. So that's one classification just to dispel the AI in terms of what should be done. The second part I'll quickly like to talk about is, I'm sure many of our friends here in the audience could be from small and medium industries too, apart from large players. And intelligent manufacturing, if I may call it, is completely going to engulf us much faster than what we have thought about. The reasons have already been enumerated why it will happen, but I'll focus on what it will look like. Now, it is called 4.0, which is a good name given that manufacturing system passes through 1, 2, and 3 phases, as we all know, starting industrial revolution. So 4.0 is at a very high level is about IoT, which is sensor part of the business, and AI coming together. So on one hand, you have sensors getting faster, better, cheaper, intelligent also by themselves. And there is big issue there, big technologies there, we won't talk about it here. And then there is AI, which we have talked about. So when you put both of them together, the real life people, if I may call us in manufacturing, those who do manufacturing with real things, connect everything through sensors to get the inputs to the AI system. The data, AI needs the data. And where do they get data from? Data has to be fed into the system ultimately. So sensor technologies is making it very easy for making manufacturing happen. Because that was another constraint that we had in intelligent manufacturing, not only about AI, but also the sensors. So when you put all of them together, there are so many things that you can do. There is what is called a smart design. So design starts with complete, prototype happening in a runtime where you use augmented realities, even virtual realities to define a product, interact with product, pass on that information to a 3D printer and print it and produce a prototype in no time. That's one. Then there's a smart manufacturing we all have heard about, robotics, machines running completely when cloud-based data is there and you can download it, run it. Then there is the smart monitoring. Monitoring of production has to happen. There is so much of data generated. Some people say 5 terabyte of data is generated on typical factory if you really want to capture all of it. And then look at the quality, the output, and then completely manage it. Then there is what is called as smart control, which is about having got this monitoring done. How can you control what's happening on the manufacturing field? And last is smart scheduling. So these are all components of what I call 4.0, and artificial intelligence is at the base of each one of these. And each one of these have to be applied or will get applied as we move along, and the world will be much different than what it is. I'll just add one dimension, if I may. You see, the foundation of AI, as you said, 1956, it was talked about. I still remember 1985 when I started Mastech. I was reading AI book by Marvin Minsky and others. And that time I was trying to get admission to my son in the school. So I still remember that day. I was waiting in a queue and reading it. Nothing happened. What has changed really is the laws, as I call fundamental laws of computing. One is what is called as a law of increasing speeds and diminishing cost, which happens. That's called Moore's law, which has reduced and made computing much cheaper, much faster. And that is continuing. In fact, just few days ago at IIT Bombay, we have a distinguished alumnus event where we give awards to distinguished alums. And there was one guy from Intel who is actually working on this miniaturizing of transistors. And I asked him, I said, how long this Moore's law will continue? Because if it stops, then we have a problem in a way, how much AI can go. He says, I don't see anything till 5-10 years that it will stop. And he also saying that 10 years ago, we also said that same thing. So, it's kind of going continuously, that will continue. Then there is a networking law, which again is faster than Moore's law, which means we are networking, communication speeds are going faster. And then there is a data and memory storage law. That means in what a small space we can put the data. Now, all these three technologies are running at such a breakneck speed, AI has become reality. So now we can't be complacent that nothing happened last 50 years. Next 50 years, this will completely change. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you for laying out the space so clearly. Shivram, a question to you. You have consulted with a few SMEs in India. Do you feel that Indian SMEs are actually ready for AI? And if not, what does it take for them to get ready to begin their AI journey?
All right, so actually my experience is somewhat limited, but with what I have, let me try and answer a few things, right? AI is not magic, okay? So I feel like sometimes the perception is that you sort of call an AI expert, give them some data, and they're supposed to solve the problem, right, that you are facing. This mentality has to change. I think AI is very powerful, but one way in which SMEs or anybody, right, I also talk with other sectors, to go forward is to really have a genuine partnership where whatever the solution provider, which might be academia, which might be a startup or industry, work really as equal partners, right? For the reason that an AI solution needs very intimate knowledge of the domain. Okay, what are the sort of important parameters? What are the requirements of the solution that is produced? This has to really be done in tight sync, and only then can it succeed. So one thing that SMEs I would encourage for you to be willing to do is to spend some time actually working together to make it happen. The other thing is I find I really shouldn't be answering on behalf of the SMEs, right? But you have pressures, right? You have to show something at the end of this quarter, maybe 2 quarters, but things take time, all right? So you'll have to invest a little bit more in terms of time in order to see results. There's a plethora of ways in which AI can help. So if I can digress a little bit into possible solutions, right? In the little bit I have seen, right? So machine learning, right, and data analytics is probably the thing that most people are familiar with. Just to give you a couple of examples where this might apply, right? This is what's called predictive maintenance. So you might be running your process, your factory line. If you manage to get all your sensors hooked up, right, to the cloud and that data goes there, one thing modern machine learning algorithms can do is look for patterns, okay? If it sees a time series and it notices that there's this one motor that's been drawing extra voltage in the last 1 week, it can flag it, right? Much better and more scalable way than human eyeballs can do it, right? And this can allow you to go in and swap it out, right, if it's malfunctioning before there's a whole collapse of the system. In terms of marketing, I think you should take cue from the online giants like e-commerce, right? The internet is funded basically by online advertising, which tracks buying behavior of people, right? Which has a much more instrumented setup, especially sectors like FMCG, where it's more market and consumer driven. I think a lot of interesting analysis can happen by analyzing the data. Okay, that's in terms of machine learning and data analytics. A second one is computer vision, okay, which is what we call it, which has now become a very mature field, right? If you're running a assembly line and you have one person sitting there, right, who's basically looking at the things coming in front and saying, that's okay, that's defective, that's okay, that's defective. I think it's fair to say that human eyeballs, right, if these are tasks that are basically human visual recognition, to a large extent it can be automated. There are off-the-shelf methods. So normally it's not very scientific to make predictions about things can happen, but in this one respect, I have seen enough to say with some confidence that computer vision can work. All right, it might be a 6-month project for an intern. You can already do something better than nothing. Natural language processing is another thing that might be applicable to some sectors. If you have a company that is being commented upon in social media, there are tweets and blogs, you want to find out what the sentiment of the people is, then, in fact, Ranjit is sitting right here, right? There is fairly established ways of analyzing natural language and summarizing it, extracting sentiments. I think Mr. Desai mentioned process control. So especially if you have a process that can be simulated reasonably well, right? Maybe you're manufacturing cement, and the yield depends on how much pressure and temperature and fraction of limestone goes into it. If you think of these 3 things as parameters, right? There must be some optimal setting of parameters to optimize your yield, right? And if you can simulate your process, you can solve that optimization problem inside of a simulator. I'll cite one more thing. I'm kind of sticking my neck out on this. It's not a very established problem, but one thing I've noticed is actually incentives given to people in the organization. I don't know if you will share this, but it's quite common to find sales teams, right, sort of underreporting how much sales they expect to happen, right, going forward, because their incentive is to deliver on what they commit, right? Whereas the actual forecast might be something else. So in spite of, I think, the company, individual people having the knowledge of what the future looks like, and forecasting presumably is important because based on that you're going to decide how much to manufacture and such. Because the incentives are not particularly well aligned, you sometimes find that you're not running at optimal capacity, right? There is a whole area of AI called game theory and mechanism design, and with specific application to, for example, organizational behavior, which might play a role, all right? So machine learning is not really the only aspect of AI that's the answer to everything, but this, right, which is an instance of crowdsourcing, could be yet another opportunity. So there's really no shortage of opportunities, that's what I'm trying to say. More than saying our SME is ready or not, it might also be an awareness problem, right? I don't know if you are aware that these things which are maybe happening in your backyard are places where AI can intervene. So I would say build that awareness and do it, right?
Okay, that's excellent, good advice. Ashank, you know, when it comes to our current economy, we talk about data being gold. And especially when it comes to AI, you can't have an AI system where there is no data, digital data in a sense. And there are certain companies, especially the big companies, who invested heavily in terms of gathering data, etc. Do you see this gap between a smaller company or a medium-sized company and the large companies widening? Or do you think that AI will actually even the playing field?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. And it's a question which we have to see how it is going to unfold. But let me present both the views here. In a way, it is right to say that larger companies have a better resources in terms of manpower, better money in terms of size of money that they can invest in, and obviously the markets that they can apply those technologies, domestic or outside. So you would guess, and the right answer would be digital divide is going to happen. And we also talk it is in the society that, you know, there are digitally illiterate and digital literates. And I, wearing my other hats in ESCOM and others, work on these issues. But big companies do have an advantage as it looks immediately, and it has some basis. However, I would not like to completely discount and agree with that view too, and let me tell you why, and that is important. There are three things which are happening in this world which are extremely important and which are extremely in favor of small companies, SME companies. Number one, today the speed of change of technologies which we talked about is so fast that you have to be really nimble, you have to be really without having any legacy products or legacy ideas on which you want to thrive on yesterday. See, most of the large companies have a given product sets, given ideas, given investment, so they find it extremely difficult to cannibalize themselves and do something which is different. And we have stories of how many companies went out business. Kodak was a large business, right? Kodak went out because they could not try to kill their own camera, which was doing very well, right? So happened to Polaroid and so on. And who came to solve those problems? Much smaller companies then. Now they have become large, of course. But I can give you examples after example. Even search engine example I can give you. So this nimbleness is what SMEs have. They don't have layers of bureaucracy. They don't have a decision making to happen at a board level. So they can take advantage of that. That is one. Number two is, you see, the whole world, IT world, is going through what I called as openness. There is so much of open software available today, which is non-proprietary, and it is posted by all of us, academia, the freelancers, the crowdsource guys. Take any subject today, and I can tell you there is a free software and free app available to anybody who wants to care to look at it. And we are doing it. Mastech, for example, helps IT companies, NGOs to use IT. And they don't have a lot of budget, you know. So what we do, we just do a research and tell them, take this, take that, combine and run it. Don't try to do, customized software and so on. So that is second point. The third point is, and that is a slightly philosophical point that I make. India's advantage in the global world comes not from low cost, but because of our manpower, because of our talent. And we will do very well in the industries where knowledge component of your equipment is very high. For example, why IT companies and pharma are the two companies who have done extremely well in the global scenario compared to other industries in India? Because they are both driven by knowledge, research, talent, and so on. Even in manufacturing industry, if you look at automobile part of our spares and so on, there will be large intelligence part or where the knowledge component is very high, we have one. So here is an opportunity even for SMEs to hire 5 programmers and 5 people from academia, and there is a lot of things which can be done. I'll talk about it later. But they have resources in India to make it happen. Outside India, it is very expensive to hire an AI guy. Here, it may be comparatively cheaper. So if I put all these 3 things together, that is agility, ability to kill their own products, innovate faster, openness of software available, and third is talent. If I put all of them together, I feel SMEs have as much chance if they care to look at and fight with the big companies. In fact, tomorrow's competitor of big companies will be all SMEs if they adopt AI.
Excellent. So moving away from SMEs for a moment, what according to you are some of the cool work that's going on in AI, whether it be in academia or in companies in India, that could potentially work in other markets that are applicable outside of India?
Right. So first of all, I think, the IITs, for example, there is really, every aspect of AI is covered. At IIT Bombay, I work on a topic called reinforcement learning. There's people doing natural language processing, machine learning, speech, right? So we really have most of the technologies covered. But the way I would like to interpret this question is not from the point of view of the technology, but from the point of view of the problem, right? I think what is unique to India is the kind of problems that we see in our ecosystem which we would like solved. So let me give you a couple of examples. When you talk about healthcare, right? AI is touted as this big thing for healthcare. If you're sitting in an American conference room, right, you're going to be hearing about precision medicine, about genome sequencing, things like this. So let's not decide that AI is like that, right? In the Indian context, a lot more is about body monitoring, right? How a social worker, ASHA worker going into a rural area can have like a small device that can, low cost, measure blood pressure and body parameters and things like that, right? So really, I think we should start with the problem, and there are so many uniquely Indian problems to which AI will apply. So 3 weeks back, I was at this conference that I think government of Maharashtra conducted, again, a startup exhibition type of thing. There was this team, right, which had built like a small bracelet, right, which had a lot of sensors built into it to monitor the health of a pregnant woman. I found it really nice. The first thing that the person who was building this came and said to me is, it has a battery life of 10 months, right? Woman is pregnant for 10 months, it's got a battery life of 10 months. That's because in India, she's not going to have the time to go and find a charger and do something with it. So really, I think we have to start defining what is important to us and build up from there. At the same venue, the Chief Minister gave a talk, and another thought struck me, right? I don't know if this is common knowledge, but he said one of his pet ideas is that he wants a public transport system in Mumbai where you should be able to go from anywhere to anywhere in 1 hour, okay? I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, but at least he said it. Now, this is in stark contrast with the sort of conception many people have that AI means self-driving cars. So I'm often asked, when are self-driving cars coming to India? To which the answer is, do we want self-driving cars over here, right? We have like an alternative way of defining how we want to do transport, so why don't we do it that way? So I think some of these cultural, maybe social things that are Indian have like a natural way to generalize to other, especially developing countries, like low-cost healthcare is one, transportation might be another. I don't know exactly what it is in the specific sectors that you are representing here, but I'm sure there are uniquely Indian problems, and it's for us to build the AI for it. I think to follow up on the previous answer, I think one opportunity that SMEs have over here is to solve our own problems, right? Rather than solve like a generic thing that is primarily being defined in the West, right? Which leads us by several years.
So just asking you the converse of the problem, and I'll it'd be great if you could stick to about 3 to 4 minutes to answer, so that we have some time for Q&As. For companies who are looking to sell to India, what do you see as some of the opportunities or challenges for which an AI solution would make sense?
The suppliers of AI technologies is what you are asking.
That's correct.
See, Indian IT market is quite big now. It is close to 30 billion kind of services plus product market. Although I always complain that Indian usage of IT is much smaller as a percentage of GDP, but let that be not discussed here. But the point I'm making is reasonably large market. So all latest applications which are already tried and tested in US or UK or any developed world, which are applicable here, will be adopted by Indian IT industry, Indian users rather, much faster. Because they are hungry, they are competing now with China, they are competing with Vietnam, and so on and so forth. So on one hand, that is what would I call mindset which is open for trying all this. Recent survey shows that Indian leaders, manufacturing and services leaders, are saying that 85% of are thinking about AI. This is a hard data. And some 75% said we are trying to work with some other SMEs, smaller IT companies and so on, and startups to make it happen and so on. So there is fertile ground here. The second part, as you know, the cost of importing software is almost zero now. Not almost zero, it's zero only. We made it happen in NASSCOM in 1991. So the cost is not high. However, what happens is many of these costs get apportioned on a much smaller base, and the cost to us as in dollar term becomes high. So many of them have to price it for India. If they price it properly, then it will happen faster. And third and most important is support, because many of these things require a local presence. Today, any autonomy, if I may use the word, requires a fear in user's mind that what happens if it doesn't work, my whole factory will stop. You know, I can't call somebody sitting in Hungary to call next day here. So you need to tie up with Indian partners, and there are a lot of the Indian startups and software companies. If they tie up, then there is big possibility for them to operate here.
Great. So I want to thank my panel for answering these questions. They are a font of knowledge, and I'm sure they have answers to most of the questions that you might pose. So with that, I'm going to pause here and take questions from the audience. We have about 5 to 6 minutes for questions. Yeah, question from the gentleman here in the front.
There are mics rotating there. There are 3, 4
In the
hands
meanwhile,
raised
anyone
here.
who thinks their voice is loud enough to carry, I'll repeat the question aloud. Yeah.
Yeah. Autonomy. No, I'll again repeat it in a very simple way.
Yeah.
When it is what I called as augmented, human being is in charge of decision making and taking help of AI. In the second one, which is assisted, it is a mix of both. There are certain areas with machine takes decision, certain areas person takes a decision, but together you get a better, faster, cheaper solution. And the third one is the control is completely with AI. Autonomous car, for example, whenever it happens, hopefully will run without any human control, and that is autonomous AI, where nothing is required. It's self-learning, it is self-running.
So thank you so much. And one thing I will appreciate, since, I'm chartered accountant, I have many good gurus in my profession. Today I made one more guru, you, in my life. You explained well this concept, and I'll use it in my life. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Nitin Parab. I'm chairing the MSME Council for the Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce. Plus, I'm with the IIT Startup Masterclass Pune, Kanpur chapter. Having said that, and moving into the interiors of Maharashtra, there are two questions I would like to ask. One is the farmers' produce. And how do you...
Sorry to interrupt. I'd like to request everyone to stick to one question. We have about 4 minutes left.
Then I'll switch over to my second question, transportation, which was spoken. If you look at the common STs, that is state transport system, there is chaos over there. Is there something like an AI that can bring in the coordination between the bus coming in, the people getting in with the right bus and moving from there? Is there something that can be done there? It's totally chaos. This is a reference to Amravati, a place I visited just last week.
Would you like to take a crack at that?
Actually, in 2 stages. One is, I mean, these buses need to be fitted with, I don't know, GPS or some kind of system. That's like a prerequisite. But the second part of the question, I think Ranjit is the best person to answer because he's done his work on a topic called multi-agent systems, which is really about coordinating things like this.
So the idea really would be able to come up with a collaborative plan where you can figure out how best to distribute the resources that you have amongst the, so the resources in this case would be the buses and the people who are there who are waiting to take these buses, so that so that you can come up with a plan which actually leads to some coordination amongst them and thus reducing the chaos. Yeah.
I understand, by the way, that BEST, I work with BEST wearing my different hat. And I understand that they are, making it GPS
That's right.
Enabled one. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Rohit Raul. I'm part of the International Business Committee. So today when we heard the chief guest, he said the world ahead looks really scary in 2030, 40, 50. So how scary the artificial intelligence is going to be? And what kind of control is going to take on the humanity?
So if I may, I can answer that question. So first of all, I think we have to appreciate that as humans, we are very poor at predictions. Right? I gave you the example of the 1956 Dartmouth meeting where they predicted that in 20 years from then, we would have solved all problems that require, that humans could do. So I think predicting that we're going to be in a world where AI will want to take over or AI has the capability of taking over in another 10, 12 years is, I would say it's fairly unlikely to happen. Especially given the state of today's AI, where while we look at things and say, oh wow, how clever, how sophisticated that AI must be, it still is doing what we call artificial, it's also a very narrow field of AI. It's called ANI, right? So it's a narrow AI which works only in a niche and can solve that particular problem. We're very far from being able to do things where the AI has the context, the knowledge, the reasoning capability to be able to take over from humans completely. That said, there is a threat posed from AI, but it's not the threat of AI taking over, but rather the threat to what will happen to the jobs and to the labor industry of today, where a lot of jobs of today are going to become redundant. Now, those jobs that go away will get replaced by a different set of jobs. And the different set of jobs that come up, the same person who lost their job is not going to be skilled enough to do that new job. So we do have a challenge of reskilling people who are going to be displaced by AI, but it is not, the challenge or the scary bit is not really one where AI is going to take over, at least not in the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shailesh Kedia and I own a car rental company. We are having a presence in about 108 locations across India. Now my biggest challenge is, and I'm sure this would be the thing, like I've been in awe of artificial intelligence since the time I first heard about artificial intelligence. So as an SME, how do I actually implement the same into my business, which I'm sure there must be the question into the minds of a lot of SMEs out here, that how do they implement artificial intelligence into their day-to-day working, wherein they can extract the most of this particular field?
Ashank, do you want to take that?
Yeah, that's a question which obviously can't be answered in one sentence like this. One has to really understand one's business, the business that you are in, and the whole value chain of what you are serving, for whom you are serving. Are you B2B? Are you B2C? Are you supplier dependent or are you market constraints? What is your competition? When we look at all of it, we kind of can create a kind of digital vision where it says what are the areas of your business and your value chain where digital can impact, so which is beyond just AI, but a larger digital vision. And then take up those areas where digital and AI will make significant impact to your business. You can digitize everything, but there is always an 80-20 rule. There is certain part of your business where if you do digitization and use AI, the impact will be enormously high, and which obviously can't be answered sitting here.
Yes.
So one has to study the business, understand business perspective. Now I'm bringing not technology perspective. Don't blindly AI digitize everything. Look at your business, look at your strategy, look at your vision, and then make that call is all that I can answer.
The only thing I would add to that is that while you know your own business well, you know your own domain well, and hence you might be able to identify opportunities for, say, automation, etc., you should also educate yourself in terms of what are the basic things that AI can do for you. And so then that way you're marrying both ends. One is the problems that you face yourself and the opportunities that might exist in your industry, and the other end, which are the possibilities in terms of what AI can deliver. And when you can find a mix between them, that's when new solutions will come up.
May I add to that?
Yes.
My only addition is, it's quite an undertaking for you to be doing all of this yourself, right? I think going forward, you'll have to hire, right? Take IIT students, they're all being lapped up by multinationals, people with money who know that they matter, right? I think MSCs, SMEs, should also think about hiring. It might be a little bit of a risk, but it's not possible, given the momentum that you have to suddenly say, okay, tomorrow onwards, I'll start doing AI, right? Infuse your workplaces with newer talent. Take a risk. I think it will succeed. So should you think it will.
Yeah. The one last question from the gentleman in front.
First of all, I want to compliment Ashank Desai. I know him from so many years. He has been expert in IT. He has been expert in telecom. Even a place like Japan, when I met NEC chairman, he saying, "Do you know Mr. Ashank Desai?" I said, "Of course I know." But I thought he has retired. But today, listening to him on artificial intelligence, it's really. Now, my question is, I think blue-collar jobs will have a tough time because blue-collar jobs will have a tough time. It will be taken by AI. And there may be time when machines may kill human beings. If it is wrongly, software is there. That fear is also there. And I don't know where it is going to reach. Today when I was listening to Nitin Gadkari, on TV, he said there will be flying double-decker buses. Now, if this is there, I don't know where we are going to lead. What will happen to, a place like India, where job is a very, very big issue, I think we'll have a very tough time. So I would like to know your opinion, Ashan.
Okay. Thank you for your kind comments, sir. So I am a born optimist in IT industry. So if you look 300 years of history of automation, starting from Industrial Revolution, each of the technologies displaced workers. To give you a lighter side of it, there were 1 lakh or so, or maybe 5 lakh people were cleaning the streets of London before cars came in, because of horses created all the shit which was in the roads, they say. What happened to them when car came? Obviously, they went out of business. But then so many more jobs were created for motor mechanics, manufacturing, and the thing continued. Economic theory says that any increase in productivity of economy improves the market size so much that the loss is much less than what you gain. And this is a history, it's not theory. So I do very strongly feel that this will continue, because AI creates so many new jobs, you have to train AI fellows. AI won't happen just overnight. Then there is whole issue of data science, there is then whole issue of many other things, disciplines, that is one. But more important that we and I, all of us cannot visualize is, it will throw more challenges of negative side also, and positive sides, more opportunities, and create new jobs, which we have not even visualized. Our children and our grandchildren will be working in jobs which we have never even defined so far. And that AI will happen. Only difference is the speed of change is much faster now. So the heartburns of job losses will be much more than earlier. That part I agree. The job losses are going to be faster and accelerated than earlier times of industrial 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. So government has to train people faster. The society has to create job opportunities, and maybe universal basic income has to be created. So we have to find solutions for it. But let us not stop the juggernaut, because juggernaut stopping won't help anybody. Because imagine if we didn't invent carbon paper, we would have created 5 million jobs of typists, which we don't need to make it faster. So my answer is, yes, speed is fast, but I think everything will work out well. I think all of us are optimists. You are also a business person. So let's look at positive side of it.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to thank the panel once more. Thank you everyone for being a great audience.
Thank you. May I please request our chair of the session, Dr. Nair, to kindly felicitate our panelists, please. Thank you very much for this amazingly interesting session and the talk about our dear friend Mitra, in short, overall AI.
Oh,
thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I request you all to kindly put your hands together for our panelists for this wondrous session, Mr. Ashank Desai and Professor Shivaram Kalyanakrishnan. May I please request
No,
Mr.
one thing I
Yes, sir.
forgot to say, I must say
Sure, sir.
last word
Please,
also.
sir.
I'm so happy that IMC is doing it, because I'm also wearing another hat, which is Digital Committee Chairman. So wearing my Digital Committee Chairman hat, I must congratulate my dear friend and IMC President, Mr. Raj Nair, that he has brought so much of IT in IMC. So it should not be called Indian Merchant Chamber, but I think IT Merchant Chamber or something like that. So thank you, Raj, for making it all happen.
Thank you, sir. May I please request Mr. Anand Singhania, sir, to kindly come up on stage to felicitate our chair of the session. Thank you very much, Mr. Nair, Dr. Nair, once again, for chairing the session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up for our panelists for this wondrous session. I'm going to request you all for a photo op, please. Please, our dignitaries for a photo op, please. Thank you. Raj sir, may we also invite you here for the photo op? Raj sir, Mr. Raj Nair, can we also invite you here, please, to join them for the photo op? Yes, sir. Our President IMC, please. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a break. Yes, once again, meet and greet for lunch. But we have something really interesting coming up for the post-lunch session. So I'm going to request you all to kindly be with us here on time with those smiles intact and some great energy post the lunch session. Once again, you're at IMC India Calling Conference 2019. Thank you very much for the applauses. That's very, very kind of you. Just to remind you, well, ladies and gentlemen, please do pick up your goodies from the pop-up store in the Malabar room. Please do pick up your goodies. They're waiting for you. And we do have a chessboard outside. And once again, we'll have two current sessions going on simultaneously. AI here in the ballroom and retail in the Konkan room. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you post-lunch. Thank you. And many of you ladies who are here on time, I need to applaud for you, all of you, for being here so much on time. Thank you so much for appreciating your time and appreciating others' time. And but unfortunately, we'll have to wait for a few seconds, a few minutes. So let's make the announcement. May I please request everyone outside to kindly come in the room? We have a great opportunity for startups, for companies, to display and present their products of the future in this wondrous presentation for 7 minutes each. So I'm truly excited to take a look at 6 such presentations of different companies who qualified to reach to this stage. May we please ring the bell outside, ring the gong outside, please. We are truly thankful to Reliance Industries Limited, which says and believes that growth is life. Thank you so much for this wondrous association. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Can we please ring the bell one more time outside and ring the gong? We'll wait for the next 2 minutes, post which we shall begin our post-lunch session. Mitra, you come close to me. How come? Mitra's come ahead. Wow. So can I have a photo op? You guys can, yeah. Mitra's come ahead. How come? He's excited to meet all of them, huh? No, it's okay. I like that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mitra. No, you be close to me. I like it. Thank you, Clarence, for being here on time. I will wait for the next 60 seconds. So if my voice reaches outside, please allow me to be slightly louder. May I please humbly request everyone to be inside? Thank you so much. The bell has already rung. It's time for us to get back to school. And this is only school for the future, for the betterment for the country, for the betterment of the world, for the masses. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back post-lunch session. You're at IMC India Calling Conference 2019. Thank you so much for being here so much on time. And there's a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of eagerness for everyone, all of us, to learn more from the stalwarts of the industry in different arenas. I'm super delighted welcoming each and every one of you once again, because by the end of today, by the end of this Monday evening, as I said, Monday morning blues, I think we'd all be different personalities, only thinking of the future, because now we know what the future lies ahead of us until 2055. So that's what this one day of India Calling has done to us. We're looking forward to great ventures, great business, great association amongst overseas and, of course, different companies from across the world to getting together to look forward to a better future. Thank you very much. And this is truly interesting what we're starting with. This is a pitch competition. As I said, IMC is always the first to give opportunity to the masses at all levels, all age groups, to go and capture and win the world. As far as businesses are concerned and entrepreneurships are concerned, IMC always brings in new ideas, new innovations, trying to get the best out of people. And this time, well, they threw a challenge to companies. And we have an opportunity for startup companies to display and present the products of the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our gentleman who shall be here, the chairman of the session. We also have our esteemed jury who shall judge these companies and announce the winner. And guess what the winner gets? It's a massive cash prize, which I'll talk about it later. But this is truly interesting. It's time for us to welcome our chairman for this session, along with our esteemed jury. All the presenters have to do is they get exactly 7 minutes for their presentation. All you have to do is win over the judges' hearts, win over the people, present yourself on behalf of your company, and 2 minutes, the jury shall ask you questions on your presentation. And you have exactly 9 minutes per gentleman representing the company, respective company. So are we all set? So where are our presenters? Are they all around? I hope you didn't have a lavish lunch. Yeah, presentation post a lavish lunch is really not a great idea. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I'm truly, truly honored to have with us our moderator one more time. Please give it up for Dr. Ranjit Nair, the CEO of Germinate. How are you feeling, Ranjit, sir, post-lunch? More energetic? Because it's going to be very challenging. Gulab jamuns, were they sumptuous? Yeah? How many people enjoy the gulab jamuns here? Dilip ji? That's it? Rest, all of us are on a diet because we want to be absolutely wide awake. So to make sure, Ranjit sir, that everyone is wide awake, I'm going to tell you all to please put your hands together 10 times. Come on. Can I have some energetic applauses? Woo-hoo! Everyone in the house. So I know people who want to take a wing. So can we have 10 applauses on the countdown, welcoming all the people outside as well. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you for applauding for our esteemed jury. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Harish Mehta, founder and executive chairman of Onwards Technologies Limited, OTL. Truly an honor having you here, Mr. Harish, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir's all set with the file and getting back to calculations and permutations and combinations with all our presenters. Thank you. Let's also applaud for Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti, non-executive chairman, Future Lifestyle Fashions Limited. He's also a past president of IMC. Let's give it up for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Great honor having you here, sir. So you're probably used to giving calculations since you are a former president of IMC. You're used to doing some different innovations all the time. A wholehearty welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Executive Director of Patel Extrusion Group, Mr. Nayan Patel. Also the past President of IMC. Nice to meet you, Nayan, sir. Wow, I'm good, thank you. How are you doing this noon? I missed meeting you this morning, by the way. Wholehearty welcome to you. Let's also continue the applauses, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Amit Mukim, the Managing Director of IQVIA South Asia. Truly an honor having you here, sir, this noon. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. I know everyone at the console is pretty excited. Presentation ho raha hai yahan pe, but let me remind you, this is a serious presentation by the companies. So let us not take them into the other world. Already he spoke of whiskey in the morning. I don't want them to feel the same thing again. Right? My dear Mitra. Thank you, Mitra. Mitra, you're going to enjoy the presentations as well. I'm going to talk to you after some time, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pitch competition. The opportunity for startup companies to display and present products for the future. May we please have our first presenter. A gentle request to everyone, just a reminder to kindly put your mobile phones in an inaudible mode because they might get disturbed during their presentation. May we please invite Mr. Pankaj Raut, co-founder and CEO, Dimension NXG Private Limited, to kindly present his pitch, please. 7 minutes of the presentation, sir. 2 minutes for the Q&A. Wow, that's you? You're so young. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Over to you, sir.
So in this session, we're going to see various startups who are doing very innovative work in the field of AI. They're working on genuine problems faced by the Indian public in general, as well as Indian businesses. And the problems that they try to solve come from areas like manufacturing, healthcare, surveillance, augmented reality, and several others. They've used a lot of AI in the work that they've done, and that's going to be one of the important judging criteria. They've used things like machine learning, computer vision, and various other AI technologies. As far as the jury is concerned, we are trying to the jury is going to be judging them on the basis of the innovativeness or the uniqueness of their solution, the market potential for the problem that they're solving, whether they've received any validation from consumers or customers, the application of AI, whether there is a genuine use of AI in their products, whether they've received funding already or whether they have good funding plans in place, their future growth plans, and finally on their presentation quality and timeliness. So on the timeliness point, each company has exactly 7 minutes, and I'm going to be brutal about stopping them when the 7 minutes are done. Okay? So with that, over to the first company. Thank you.
Will be a timer, 1 minute timer?
Yeah, so that's going to cut
Did they
down.
get the 6 minute? Yeah, he wants a timer. So you have
Hi
the timer.
everyone, I hope everybody had a great lunch. So I'm from Dimension Energy. We at Dimension Energy help enterprises drastically reduce their cost and increase their revenues. And we do that using two things. One is artificial intelligence and second is augmented reality. Before I get into that, I would first like to introduce the team. Team consists of me. I'm the co-founder and CEO. About multiple years experience in business development, tech background, setting up multiple 3D scanning systems. My co-founder Abhishek Tomar has about 15 plus years experience with augmented reality and artificial intelligence, leading multiple companies at senior positions. And Abhijit Patil is a IIT Bombay alumnus, setting up production line for Tata Motors, TVS Motors, and multiple other organizations. So if you think we are a mix of technology plus hardware plus business background, besides this, we have a team of around 15 people sitting out of Thane developing the technology. So coming to the product, today I think throughout the entire day we've figured out that we are on the verge of something new. Every once in a decade, a new technology comes in that drastically transforms how we do stuff. One of those examples is wheel. Wheel transformed the entire civilization. Right now, we are on the verge of a new technology that is transforming how the work will be done. That is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, when combined with augmented reality, has really breakthrough applications. What we do is we make augmented reality headsets plus application layer over it, on which the large enterprises could develop their own applications. I'll talk about these applications in a bit. That one helps them increase revenue and decrease cost throughout their business processes. This is done by decreasing human errors, by increasing productivity, and reducing the cost and time that is required to do each task. As of the hardware, compared to the competition, we've been able to achieve 2 times bigger field of view, about 6 times better hologram clarity. It's not just an AR headset, but AR, VR plus an MR headset. And we've been able to drastically get down the cost. So this is the innovation both on the hardware and the software side. And this is completely make in India, make in Maharashtra that we've done this headset from. About the applications, if you look at product design stage, so far companies have been investing into making physical products to get the visual understanding of the product. Using augmented reality plus artificial intelligence, you can digitally synthesize your 3D models to visualize that. Companies such as Ford, which are into automobile, they've saved millions of dollars during the early stage of their production. Instead of going to clay models first, they have visualized using augmented reality. The second stage where it helps is operations. Operations, this could be maintenance, repair, everyday prospecting of the machine. All of them could be changed by artificial intelligence plus augmented reality. One of the example of what we are doing for a end customer is he has a machine very similar to like this. Using artificial intelligence, what we do is we do predictive analysis about when the machine is going to be breaking down. So let's say the machine will probably break down in next 30 days unless we do oiling within the next 2 days. So what the machine does is it gives the information to the headset. When a person wears the headset, he's given a visual understanding, a step-by-step process to oil the machine. So this is a combination of both AR plus AI. There are other applications. It could be in training, wherein the end user gets a machine on which you could do holographic training instead of doing it on a physical machine. So for the enterprise or the company, you save the cost and time there. Thirdly, at the end of the training, there is an artificial intelligence powered test that does 2 things. One is understand the skill assessment of the person, and second is give that feedback to the enterprise. So now you could do skill assessment at a level which was not traditionally possible. There's another application wherein you could collaboratively interact whether you are located at various places in the world. You don't have to be physically present here. If all of you had Ajna Lens, I could be holographically presenting here in front of you. And the third application is in the marketing and sales side, wherein AI could be used as a bot, a visual bot that could be communicating with you to give you understanding of a specific product, which then could be used by companies to market their own products. And third and the important bit is the after sales service. So we work with enterprises that sell machines which are upwards of few crores. Instead of giving a PDF manual to them to do the servicing, what they could do is they could give a augmented reality assisted after sales support. As of the business model, we have product sales. We do partnership with a lot of companies, and then we go end to end with the Indian defense as well. As of the auction, we have early revenues coming in. We have about 10 plus patents, with a purchase order of about few crores in hand, 15 plus letter of interest, and we have a lot of customers and pilots lined up. Next thing is to manufacture and launch. So these are some of the large enterprises we are working with directly, helping them reduce cost and time. The market for this is huge. We are looking to raise $1 million, of which almost 50% is raised. We've been lucky enough to get some really key people with us, supporting us in this journey. Thank you.
Pankaj?
Yes.
Microsoft recently announced HoloLens.
Yes.
So did they learn from you and announce it? Or you had, or if it was announced before, why did you think you would like to make a product to compete with Microsoft HoloLens?
So we launched around the same period of time. So it was not one copied the other, but everyone was individually working on this separately. What we have focused on is the enterprise version, not the B2C kind of a version. The kind of IPs that we are creating, let's say one IP we are creating is every machine makes a sound when it's operating well and when it's not operating not well, right? So that kind of IP, when recognizing the sound of the machine to understand what the problems that are, this is the kind of differentiation that we have compared to other companies.
Pankaj, you have shown a wide spectrum of application of the product.
Yes.
But you are in the initial stage right now.
Yes.
Where the number of customers, I presume, are between 1 and 5.
Yes.
Are they in a particular area?
Yes. So Indian defense is very, very active on augmented reality plus artificial intelligence. That's like one of our key customers. We recently got a purchase order from that. But secondly, we are focusing on the training and enterprise use case, wherein there is currently upfront clarity about the cost saving basis and the efficiency improvement basis as well.
In one particular industry?
No, so training for across the variety of industry, yes.
Pankaj, how many glasses are right now deployed across customers, whether pilot or even otherwise?
About 10 odd glasses are deployed on the field on the pilot version.
Which industries?
Defense plus training kind of. Automobile is one use case in the training.
So when you have deployed fully your product, how will you change the world?
How will we change the world?
The world. How will the world change as a result of your product?
I see. This was started, I'll just give you a quick intro about the vision behind the company, what it was. So as I discussed, every new tool changes the rate at which the civilization increase or improves. So that could be fire, wheel. We have created various tools that had helped us improve drastically. The tool that had the highest impact on human civilization was computers. Right from your mainframes to desktops to laptops to mobile phone, computers have drastically affected the human civilization. The next form of computing is not locked to a 2D screen, it's going to your glass. So something that you're wearing and you could bring a digital hologram, you would not really require computers. So this is the first time computers, the most powerful tool we as human beings had, is taking its next leap. It's like it's going from a caterpillar stage to a butterfly stage. The kind of applications are huge. So this is wherein my personal vision was to have an impact on the most powerful tool that we have as human beings and change that.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Mr. Pankaj Rao. May we please now invite Mr. Deepak Rao, the CEO of Pivot Chain Solution Technologies Private Limited, for his presentation. Mr. Deepak Rao, please. Welcome, Mr. Deepak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
And your time starts now.
Correct. Security. These are two areas which I think we didn't hear in the session since morning. I thought it's apt that we talk something about it. So my name is Deepak Rao. So I represent Pivot Chain Solutions. So we are based out of Pune, startup, and we basically run smart surveillance product. And we have an office in Dubai as well. So when we talk about safety and when we talk about Sorry about that. So when we talk about safety and monitoring of surveillance, so major events, right, when we talk about public safety events, how do we handle them today? So there's a significant amount of manual effort involved, whether it is in the civilian application or in the homeland security or in the defense side, right? So there is a significant amount of people who are sitting and manually monitoring these events. Or there are certain players who offer an offline capability to analyze videos once the event has occurred. So there is an inefficiency involved in people sitting and watching the system 24/7. And there is also a human fatigue factor where people might end up seeing certain events when you're watching the same screen day in and day out for weeks and months and years together. So which is an area which we think there is a huge opportunity to optimize, right? So this is where we want to introduce our product, Raven. Raven is an AI-driven smart surveillance system which is built purely from our team here in Pune. And this basically, one of the major advantages which we have, which we are offering to our customers, is an integrated platform. Rather than monitoring a single camera, it can monitor a grid of cameras, right? It can make sense of what's happening in that location. So, yeah. So here are a few of the events, right? So if you talk about the public safety events like arson, rioting, or fighting, accidents, gunshots, unattended baggages, unattended children, or vandalism. So today when these events occur, right? So there is an event occurring, and post the event, somebody has to call up the people and they have to know that, or there has to be people who are monitoring this 24/7, and then they raise the alert, which is where what Raven does is monitors this event. It can detect these events in real time. So when we say real time, today we are talking of T-4, that's under 4-second latency. We're able to detect and alert the authorities. Right? So in a couple of cases, it's raising an alert to authorities, and in some cases we have integrated with certain government agencies to basically to act upon few steps which we are going to talk about it later. So as I mentioned earlier, Pivot Chain Raven's product, it basically is a network-based solution. That means it can monitor a grid of cameras rather than a single camera, right? And this is something which we built as our own proprietary deep learning algorithm systems based out of Pune, and this can do at a real-time detection of events, and it has a high degree of accuracy. For most of the events today, we are offering at 97 to 98% accuracy across different weather conditions, whether it is snowfall, rain, sandstorm, or indoor, outdoor, morning, night. It works under different various conditions. The models have been trained to detect events even under night vision. Right? So it has a significant amount of application. So if you take even on the border side, right? So India has around 15,000 kilometers road and land border, and we have around 7,500 kilometers of coastline border, right? So how do you secure this? I mean, it's almost humanly impossible to put up people to monitor this 24/7. right? And about the large land mass which we sit within this border, right? How do you protect those infrastructure from, antisocial elements or any other people? So this is where things come to solve solution at a scale. So what we want to do is basically make CCTV monitoring or in command centers as a thing of the past, right? I think it's an absolutely achievable task, and we have customers where this has been implemented. So what I would like to do is, if you could play the AV, please. I'd like to show a quick AV of a demo, which we have taken at one of our So it has a wide area of applications, whether it is in border security, police, large public arenas like stadiums and smart cities, manufacturing, shipyards, airports, traffic controls like national highways and stuff like that. So at this point of time, we have built our capabilities in terms of event comprehension, right? This is our own patent pending application which we have built based on deep learning, and it can run on a large number of cameras. That's another large innovation. So today we have scaled it up to 17,000 cameras, right? So it's a fairly big market, up to $13.5 billion market which we are chasing, and there are a few players, and we have a significant technological advantage over them, and we have one of the largest airport as our customers and 7 smart cities in India as our customers. So that's the state of our funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
As I say, you didn't choose to use the proven image recognition algorithms. You decided to develop on your own. So 2 questions.
That's right.
Why did you decide that? And second is, what capabilities you have in-house to continuously improve the algorithms?
So one, if you see today, most of the image recognition systems, or even the later ones which have come up right now, segmentation, they are not built for temporal issues. So when we are talking of any public safety events, so they are not based on a single frame.
Can you speak into the mic and a little louder, please?
So they are not built for a particular single frame. So what we need to look for is basically a temporal event, right? You need to see over a series of, I think that would be. So it's built for a series of frames which needs to be looked in the past to make a judgment call, right? So which is where we saw there's a huge gap that's available, and that's where we built our own temporal driven model which can detect over past large number of frames seen not only in a single camera but across multiple cameras to come to decision making. And this has been tested out in one of the largest airports in Middle East.
So besides surveillance, could you also do spying as we saw in the film Uri? And why have you not patented your product?
It's an event. It's an event monitoring. And without getting into the detail, all I can tell, we have security clearance in one of the countries where we are working with a sensitive department, especially in the Home Ministry side, for a large-scale engagement, right? Whether it should be used for spying or not, that's totally up to the prerogative of the user, which is basically most of the time the governments. So that's not our call. Our call is to facilitate that. Anything else?
So what's unique is you've gone and sold this solution internationally even before you found any Indian client.
Couldn't get that. Sorry, what?
I'm saying what's interesting is you managed to sell this in the international market.
True. So we have already sold this with one of the largest airports in Middle East, and we also have 7 smart cities which we have engaged with in India out of 100. And we also are in early stage discussion with a couple of Homeland Security and police and state authorities for security.
So
as well.
I couldn't complete my question, but my question was, you got much bigger competition, right, with other technology players who may not have as sophisticated a solution you may have, but they still have the experience in such large installations. So why did this international airport choose you?
So when we went there, we went purely based on merit. We won on both merit as well as on commercial viability as well. So we offered the better TCO for them, and we were much more flexible, nimble, and faster in terms of customizing the product, and bringing it go-to-market was much faster with us than with some of our competitors.
What are you pitching for?
So we are raising funding at this stage. So we are customer funded. So we had our seed round by our customer, which is one of our validation as a product itself is concerned. And now we are in Series A round. So we're looking for $1 million, which we are in process of raising. We are in a few discussions.
For what? What will you be?
So we are doing for BD, business development and business expansion. So we have an office in Middle East already in Dubai, and we are opening one very soon in Europe and US, because this being a B2B space, it needs a lot of personal engagement, not just on the online advertisement. So it involves a significant amount of sales and marketing expenses as well, plus the little bit on the product innovation, because now we are working on the edge computing, where ability to detect this event instead of a centralized server at the edge of the camera itself, right? So that's another area where the funding is going to go towards. So that's what we're looking for.
So, thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot. I'll be hanging around. Do let me know, reach out to me for any further questions. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Then that was Deepak Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Vineet Gupta, founder, QED, for his presentation, please. Welcoming Mr. Vineet Gupta. Hello, Mr. Vineet. Hope you're doing great this month. Sorry, I'm to your left. Hi.
Thank you.
Over to you, Vineet. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Vineet Gupta. I'm from QED, and this is a presentation on diagnosing cancer using computer vision.
QED.
QED now.
Yeah.
Vineet Gupta.
Right. Very good. So there are about, I think, 200 of us in this room right now. About 40 of us will be diagnosed with cancer in our lifetimes, and 20 of us will die from the disease. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, it's okay for you.
Okay. And 20 of us will die from the disease. What makes cancer such a dangerous disease? Well, one of the reasons is that our approach to treating the disease is fundamentally flawed. Cancer is caused by changes in the genes in our cells. It's a disease of the genes. Consider lung cancer, for example. There are about 10 known genetic mutations that cause lung cancer. These are all different diseases and should be treated differently. Yet conventional chemotherapy will lump all of them together and treat them as the same disease. They'll prescribe the same treatment for all lung cancer patients. Chemotherapy that works for one cancer patient might not work for another, because he might be suffering from a different genetic mutation. This approach has been challenged by personalized medicine. Personalized medicine is a model of medicine in which the treatment is tailored to the individual based on their genetic makeup. All the new cancer drugs, the anti-cancer drugs, are targeting the genetic mutation that caused the disease. These are far more effective than general chemotherapy. The use of personalized medicine in cancer treatment has increased 5-fold in the last 10 years. But to use personalized medicine, it becomes essential to determine the genetic mutation that's causing the disease. Now, this is not an easy task. There are 20,000 genes in a human cell. Each of them can have a number of different mutations. Finding that one mutation in that one gene that's causing the cancer, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It requires extensive training and experience on part of the pathologist, and it requires genetic testing, which is very expensive and very time-consuming. These services are not available everywhere, and especially not in rural and far-flung areas. We have been working on a solution that can detect cancer and detect the genetic mutation that's causing the cancer accurately, instantly, and at very low cost. We've trained a convolution neural network model that detects and classifies lung cancer and breast cancer. It uses computer vision to analyze the images of the biopsy slide images. There's no genetic sequencing involved at all. The model can detect the two most common subtypes of lung cancer with a 96% accuracy. It can detect 6 types of the most common genetic mutations that cause lung cancer, and it can do so with a 75% accuracy. For breast cancer, the detection accuracy is about 97%, and it can classify the breast cancer into the 3 most common genetic subtypes with an 80% accuracy. These numbers compare very favorably with the diagnosis of the best pathologists. How does it work? Oh, I'm sorry, my slides. How does it work? Well, it's actually quite simple. The doctor or the nurse performs the biopsy, the tissue slide is prepared, and it's put under the microscope. An image is taken through the microscope of the slide. The image is loaded onto the cloud, where the neural network analyzes the image. It makes its predictions and transmits the result directly and instantly to the user. We are targeting this product at hospitals and at diagnostic labs. In India, there were 8 lakh breast biopsies last year. The cost of a single breast cancer test is about 20,000 rupees. That gives a market value of 1,600 crores for the breast cancer tests. There were 3.5 lakh lung biopsy tests, and the cost for the test is about 30,000 rupees, which gives a market value of 1,000 crores for the lung cancer test. In the US, the corresponding figures are $1.7 billion for the breast cancer tests and $3 billion for the lung cancer tests. We are planning to offer this as a software as a service model. The client can choose either an annual subscription or a fee per study. In the fee per study, the customers will be charged based on usage. So the higher the usage, the more will be the fee charged. This will be a more cost-effective solution for customers with lower biopsy volumes. So the idea is to sign up a lot of the small volume customers to scale up the customer base rapidly. The customers will have the option to switch from a fee per study to an annual subscription. The annual subscription will lock in the customers. It will provide upfront payment and a recurring revenue stream. We've deployed the model as a pilot study in 2 hospitals and 1 diagnostic lab. We've received some initial feedback from them. Using the data from the pilot study, we plan to go for a full-scale deployment. The full-scale deployment will entail building a user application where multiple users can log in and upload the images. There'll be a pipeline to sequence the images for inference, and the inference results will be routed to the appropriate user using a secure channel. We're not required to have any medical certification in India to market this product. In Europe, we will require the CE mark, and in the US, we'd require FDA approval. Finally, I'd like to briefly introduce the team to you. We are a small team. We actually started work on this product about 8 months ago. There are 4 of us in the team, and between us, we have about 20 years of experience in machine learning, in neural networks, and image analysis. We're currently self-funded. We have applied to some accelerator programs, including GE Healthcare's 5.8 program and Philip HealthWorks startup program. That's it. Thank you.
You developed this technology with the help of Indian Cancer Institute and one more. Have they given you grant, or have they also own the IP?
We own the IP. The model has been trained on an open source database. That's the Cancer Genome Atlas. It's a joint initiative by the National Institute of Health and the National Cancer Institute in the US. So all the training data is actually from the Cancer Genome Atlas, which is an open source database.
So let's say if you're 16 lakh per customer, you're saying as a revenue.
Right.
How do you share that?
That's from a different product. That's for the company. We're involved with a government agency developing another product. The revenue is from that. This product we haven't launched in the market yet. We've just done a pilot study.
Okay.
Vineet, I thought that there were other companies, both in the US and in India, who are doing what you are doing, right? You mentioned here that there are not, you've got just Google AI. So
these companies are just focusing on detecting the cancer, whether there is a cancer or not. We're focusing on finding the genetic mutation that's causing the cancer. That's a huge difference. This is still a nascent research field. There have been a couple of research papers on it, but there's no company that's finding out what genes are responsible for that particular cancer using computer vision.
Isn't the additional cost of this likely to be prohibitive in a market like India, where there are so many...
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
The additional cost.
The additional cost?
See, because your test cannot be run without a biopsy, right? It's only after the biopsy that this is an add-on.
Right,
So there's
absolutely.
an additional cost.
The initial cost, well, an FNAC procedure, for example, it doesn't have to be a true cut biopsy. It can be a fine needle aspiration. That is a test that costs about 2,000 rupees. It can be done by a nurse. You don't even require a doctor to do that. It can be done on a mass scale, and then you can do the analysis using a product like this. You don't need genetic sequencing at all.
So with big data and full genome mapping, and I mean, almost everybody going to have their genome recognized at very low cost, would this then become a better option once more mapping is done?
If it's actually a genome sequencing, that will always be more accurate than an image analysis. This could be used as a screening test, and then only those genes can be tested for which this result is showing up for.
In the medium and long term, if this product does come under the purview of FDA, how prepared is it? Why? If you are looking at global market, if you are looking at Indian market, it is just a matter of time that FDA will strike in. So where do you think your product is, and what could be the hindrance of your getting an FDA approval on that?
The product is still in the nascent stage. We have to validate the results, but that is what we're hoping the pilot study will do. And FDA approval will require a lot of time, effort, and money. We're not, at this moment, we're not prepared to go for an FDA approval at all.
Does that also, even those initial trial work or data collection, does that require any regulatory compliance today?
Pardon me?
For example, the sample size that you might do or the initial work that you might do with hospital, does it require any regulatory control on that?
We are hoping that we'll get more data, especially on Indian patients, through the pilot study, because right now the model has been trained only on Western patients from the images of the Western patients that was available. Once we get more data, then we'll be in a position to do that.
What's the time frame that you think of that?
We're looking for about 3 months more of training time.
3 months?
3 months.
Vineet, what's the differentiator here? I mean, what I understand is you've got some equipment which you're buying from somewhere. You're not designing or making that equipment, right?
No.
So that's one. Then you are leveraging the Genome Atlas, which anyone else could also have access to.
Right.
If they wanted to do these tests. So where is your differentiator and how are you trying to protect that?
The model that we built, we are using techniques called super resolution for image analysis, which basically increases the resolution of the image by like 5 or 10 times. And the model, the CNN model that we've trained, we've done a lot of, it's basically, it's based on Google's V3 inception model, but we've changed it a lot, and we've improved the accuracy of the model by about 2 to 3 times. So that's what our IPR will be.
So compared to, you said that the data set is a public data set.
Right.
So compared to what is publicly known in terms of accuracy rates that others have achieved, how do you fare from an accuracy standpoint?
Our accuracy, there was...
Compared to the best in class.
There wasn't anything available for breast cancer. So we couldn't compare what the breast cancer results were. The lung cancer test, there were a couple of research papers that's been done. We are about the same as the levels that they have reached, but we have done it on a much larger data set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we please invite Mr. Malhar Lakrawala, please, for your presentation. Good afternoon, Mr. Malhar. How are you doing this morning?
Great.
All set?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Sure.
Sorry for the trouble.
Okay. Hi, Malhar here from HealthAve. So we are a predictive healthcare organization wherein we predict diseases of people before it happens to them. So how we do this particularly is, so we, you can say, do many tests like diagnostic tests, blood tests, doctor's tests, psychometric tests. We do various type of tests for a particular person, and through our framework, we come up with a health score. Now this health score is visible to a person on a particular dashboard. So maybe you have a video right now, so maybe I'll just show a quick demo that how the web portal looks. Okay, do we have the video by any chance? Oh yeah, so this is the web portal. So this is the health score which is shown, which is divided into various frameworks. This is my kidney profile which I'm going into, and it shows the various elements of the kidney. And over here, there is one particular test which I'm not doing so good. On the rest of the test, I have done great. And it also shows that my health is better than 81% of the population. My target score is also given. Also, doctor analyzes my entire report, gives me recommendation that what all things I need to do. My stress scores are high right now. Stress scores are high, so I need to focus on that. Also, it compares with the various organ details of various other profiles and shows me on which part I have to really focus on. Also, as we see, the entire detailed report is also available. So, for example, my vitamin D, you can say level is low right now, and it also compares my vitamin D level with my other average scores. Okay, so maybe we'll shift back to the presentation. So now what we are doing is we are having around 100 plus data points for one particular user, and through this data points churning, we predict the diseases. So right now we are predicting 5 diseases: diabetes, hypertension, heart-related disease, liver-related disorders, and kidney-related disorders. These are the 5 disorders we are predicting right now, in where the person is, you can say, quite immune to in next 5 years kind of thing. Okay, so now how we are doing this particular thing is, we are doing this through a B2B camps, medical camps. So companies wherein they go for medical camps to other various diagnostic centers, we ask them to come to us. Via us, we do the test via our framework. And we do proper, we take the parents, we take the personal medical history of the person, the parents' medical history, the kind of social lifestyle that person is living, and the other various parameters we take into consideration and do the test on that particular day. We have partnered with various diagnostic labs who help us with the reports, and we as a team provide the analytical part of it, wherein we provide the, you can say, predictive insight to the users. Now, what we also do is, the organizations, we also provide this kind of Excel chart wherein they can see in what kind of, you can say, their team, what kind of disease they are prone to. So, for example, 50 plus age group is hypertensive, or maybe a 40 plus age group in, say, Bombay location is more prone to diabetes. Such kind of analysis, insights we're also sharing with the organizations. The management team can start taking proactive actions to, say, you can say, safeguard their team members. So we are a very young company. We are just 4 months old, and we started our sales cycle around 2 months back. And in this particular thing, we have done around 8 to 10 camps, and we have, you can say, assessed around 1,000 plus individuals in this short span of time. And the price points we have deliberately kept very low so that we want to reach out to more and more people as we move ahead. Now, what we really want to do with this kind of data which we are getting in, one, we are helping the patient know the predictive side of it. Second, we also are using this data to develop more and more things. So one thing which we want to get into is to, you can say, partner with pharma companies, so we can go and, you can say, do more R&D related to more diseases around which are going to come in the future. Also, the vision which we are having is to have a simulated body. So maybe in next 5 years of time, with so much of data point, we should be able to create a simulated body. And if, so for example, my simulated version is there on the digital platform, and if I'm having particular disease and which drug to be given is a question mark, then maybe drug A, drug B, drug C can be simulatedly given to that, can be virtually given to the simulated body, and how my body reacts. Maybe in 5 weeks of time I'm healing, so maybe in real life also that drug A will be given to my real profile. So that is the kind of aim we are having. Second area we also want to explore is the insurance premium. So we are in talks with various insurance companies. So maybe the health score related data, we can share it with them. So people who are having very good health score, for them the premium levels will be low, and the patients with whom the health scores are not so good, the premium levels will be high. Also, this has attracted quite a thing in corporates, because when they take a corporate insurance, when the company gets an overall health score for the organization, for them is also they can negotiate on the premium levels. Also, we plan to, you can say, give this technology to various diagnostic labs so that they can also analyze the data and they can share it with their patients. And with companies also, we would like to have some healthiest workplace awards or healthiest school awards, such kind of, you can say, awards we'd also like to have. So diagnostic market globally is around $150 billion industry, and predictive side, which is coming, is upcoming market, which has a potential of around 50 billion more. So we are seeing at a predictive diagnostic market around 200 billion, and India itself is a market for around $10 billion as we speak. And team is consists of, you can say, medical doctors who are from various, you can say, hospitals like JJ, Jaslok, Hinduja hospitals are there on the board, who help us define the entire predictive side of it. And also we have a team of, you can say, data scientists who help in various data analysis and come up with new insights, so we can, you can say, validate with the doctors and keep pushing on our platform. Yeah, thanks a lot for your time. Thank you.
Yeah. Since your vision is to predict the disease,
yeah,
your vision is to eliminate doctors from the society.
No, doctor elimination will not happen, because human body is a very abstract body and there are lots of complications into it. Now we are on the very preliminary stage. We want to actually go into a genetic phase as well. Now for each person, there is 180,000 genes in one person's body. We have not even explored as a community, or not even, I don't know, 500,000 genes have been researched. So there is a whole lot of potential to explore more and more genes. And of course, doctors' help will be required to analyze that what this gene is doing to a person and how we can better it in various ways. So elimination.
2 more questions.
Yeah, sure.
One is, what is the real, I see so many products in this space.
Sure.
How are you differentiating yourself? And the second is, why the name Supply Factory?
No, brand name is Healthave. That was the company registered name which is there. But the brand name is Healthave, which we are going out with. Yeah. Yeah, what was it?
How are you, there's so many products in the market.
Correct.
How are you differentiating yourself?
So there are few products. So for example, Fitbits kind of thing is one of the thing which is coming up as a competitor, people say. But Fitbits and all are measuring a pulse rate, which is just one component of your entire body, wherein what we are doing is we are measuring 100+ data points at any given point of time. And also what we are also having is, as this is the first one-time assessment which has been done, but as the person keeps doing more and more tests, they can keep uploading the data, and the entire user journey, health journey starts creating. So maybe in 5 years of time, a person can say, yeah, my diabetes, my sugar levels have gone up, my lipid levels have gone down. Such kind of analysis also starts getting showed to the person, and the person can become more active and take proactive steps to safeguard himself. Yeah.
I have the feeling that you're oversimplifying a problem here.
Sorry?
Actually, I have a feeling that you're oversimplifying a problem here. Okay. My question is, you've come out with a risk score, but that score is compared to what? And what is the basis for you to come up with a certain score and a range?
Okay. So, okay, what basis we are coming out this score with? Okay, so when we had a discussion with the doctors did a weightage kind of analysis on various parts, bones, blood, you can say kidney, liver, such kind of weightage analysis was done. And also you can say they realized that what are the major proning factors, which again goes into negative side of it. So for example, if you are smoking, then the negative marks start getting into your account and your health score gets redefined as it goes ahead.
I guess his question is, what is the validation that your score is
okay,
really
yeah,
true?
Okay, I get it. Okay, so right now, since we have so many panel of doctors, so right now we are in the midst of publishing our paper in various medical journals to get a international validation for this particular product. So that is, since we are very young, so we just are 4 months young. So this entire, you can say, paper publishing has been started around 1.5 months back. So it will take around 6 months of a timeline to get more validation, and the journals will start accepting the papers.
So is Metropolis your customer or competitor?
It is our vendor actually, because we don't have any labs or something, so we are an asset-light model that way. Metropolis has invested in the asset, so we utilize their services for the reports and we do the analysis part of it. But price point side, we have a huge advantage because they have huge assets with them. We don't have any assets, so for us, only going front is the way. So since we are so asset-light that we have turned profitable in our 2 months of operation. So that is the thing which we are moving on to.
So ultimately, your customers are only going to be diagnostics centers?
No, users. We are directly going for the users, B2C kind of thing. We directly go to companies, we go to residential societies, we want to go to schools, we want to go to social groups like Rotary Club, Lions Club. So these are the major people we directly want to target the medical camp side of it.
Yeah, but the sampling and analysis will be done
by...
Yeah,
they become the vendors, they become our vendors. So we decide which diagnostic partner we want to go with according to volume and price. And yeah, that is the way we move ahead.
How much money are you planning to raise?
So for this major thing I wanted to showcase was the kind of technology we are working on, and my major aim was to get more and more, you can say, clients for our venture. That was the major thing which we were looking for. So yeah.
Where are you currently?
Sorry?
Currently at what level are you?
So it's a bootstrapped company right now, and we've invested in our technology and the algorithm part of it. And as we speak, so our sales is helping us to offset our overhead cost right now. Very good. But yeah, so as we speak, we want to go ahead into franchisee model also. So we want to have our own lab setup, because what happens when we do a particular camp, we start getting calls that we want to do more kind of thing. Our bacche ka reh gaya, mere papa ka reh gaya, this is very exciting. So now we want to actually have one franchisee setup in each area, so we can divert all the traffic to that franchisee center, and then we have a, you can say, systematic line of revenue generation for our model.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for your time.
Wondrous presentation by Malhar. And let's have our last presentation for this session, the pitch competition. Let us welcome Mr. Yash Rane, please, the founder, Chisel Prince Manufacturing Private Limited, for his presentation. Hello, Mr. Yash.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's such a good pleasure to be here today. I'm very happy to share the use case of deep tech technology in what we call as cloud manufacturing, something that we call as manufacturing intelligence. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yash Rane. I'm CEO and founder of Chisel. With a deep passion towards my manufacturing, engineering, and technology, I've completed my mechanical engineering from IIT Roorkee. Thereafter, worked as a slightly for associate for ASME, and eventually working with automotive industry called Behel. While I was working in Behel, I kind of noticed that hardware development is really struggled even today when it comes to development cycle. When you look at software development today, it's very fast and very turned to instantaneous modifications. Like imagine if you want to make a website, you just make something, you host it on AWS, and tomorrow if you want to change something, the modifications are almost instantaneous. But imagine if you are making a hardware product, let's say an IoT product, and you design something, you want to manufacture that. How would be the cycle of manufacturing, right? You essentially launch one segment, maybe in 12 months, and if you really want to modify it, the entire process of redesigning, talking to the suppliers, again launching it to the market is one of the big challenge, which I kind of felt working in an automotive space is not the way how the future of manufacturing should be. The future of manufacturing should be more agile, more flexible, and more iterative. However, when you look at the entire manufacturing today, it doesn't work like that. What I'm trying to present today is something called Uber for manufacturing. We are building a cloud platform that essentially helps every enterprise to manufacture parts on demand. These parts are plastic and metal components that you essentially get manufactured by the certain set of suppliers. But the way the manufacturing dynamics is really changing, customers don't want to manufacture things in bulk. They really want to manufacture something in small quantity. They want to make sure they can manufacture it more faster and they can launch it into the market. What this cloud platform essentially does is, it kind of makes your interaction from a 3D CAD designer to the manufacturing hub very seamless. It's a completely digital-driven process where a designer comes and uploads a part. The software looks at a design and tells you how this part could be manufactured. This manufacturing could happen with 3D printing, it could happen with CNC machining, or it could happen with injection molding as well. The software looks at a part and real time tells you how much cost it's going to be, how much time it's going to take, and what all modifications you have to do in the design to make sure it's manufacturable. At the same time, it also tells you out in the market who is the right supplier who can manufacture this part for you, so that you don't have to go through this process of auditing the supplier, ensure whether his raw material is good, whether does it even has an operational capacity left with him. The entire process is squeezed down into time of 10 to 15 days. What it essentially does is make manufacturing accessible 24/7. Even at 3 a.m. of the morning, you can just open up your laptop, upload a design, and you can start manufacturing the component, right? It cuts down the time of manufacturing like never before. The advantage of doing this is you can actually cut down the volume of manufacturing that you're talking about. Today, if you want to manufacture 500 components, there's no one place that you can go, right? But for 5 lakh quantities, definitely you can go to China and get the production done. With our platform, every company can manufacture small batch productions very easily. They don't have to look forward to anything else, right? And it essentially leads to the easy vendor consolidation. Now, the use case of deep tech in the entire system is that the current system works with a human intervention. Like imagine if you want to make something, you'll send me a file over Gmail, and my operator is going to look at a part. He's going to recommend you, okay, what is the best material to make it? What are the modifications you have to make in the design? And with all this information, he's going to essentially give you the quotations and timeline. This conversation easily takes 3 to 4 days. And if a project is injection molding project, it could take up to 10 days because there's too much of to and fro conversation happens. Even after when a customer places an order, there's a lot of analysis and preparation has to be done on the manufacturing side, where we have to do the DFM analysis of the part. You have to understand how the part can be oriented, what kind of tool programming has to be used, do I have a machine available, and so on and so forth. Right? Just to give you an example, when a customer sends us the part today, we essentially have to do the DFM analysis of a part and share a very small information that what kind of chamfers and fillet can be manufactured in that, right? How the part should be manufactured, right? This is a small GIF that we talk about how the parts are machined today, right? And even the decision of how this part should be oriented, how many setups are required, how it has to be held, it requires a lot of manual intervention. And when you have to decide how many tools you have to use, there's huge amount of catalog, 10,000 tools out there that actually tells you. With our software, we are essentially trying to automate this entire process. What we have done is we have kind of built up a cloud platform that first of all looks at your CAD design. It extracts all the geometry out of that. It runs the rule-based algorithm and database to tells you how much it's going to cost. And it also generates the manufacturing instruction that we just give it to the operator, and he just have to follow the instructions, right? Let me show you how it really works. Right now, this is how our dashboard really looks like. Any design engineer who wants to make something, he can just come and upload the design over here. What he essentially sees over here is all the possible materials that he can manufacture the part in. The moment he clicks the material, real time he sees how much this part is going to cost, right? He can simply change, okay, I want to manufacture 100 parts like this, and he just press enter. Real time he's going to get to know how much cost is going to take. And real time it also tells the timeline of the part. And you can just change the material. You can say, okay, I want to manufacture this in high temperature plastic. The good part is it also does wall thickness analysis, which essentially means doing the manufacturing feasibility of the part. Okay, sure, right? So it real time tells you what kind of parts can be manufactured and what not. One of the big innovation that our company has been working on is particularly geometry extraction, something what we call as computer vision. Today, unless you look at a part, you cannot tell how it's going to be manufactured and how much time it's going to take. So the first challenge for us as a company was the geometry extraction. What we essentially do is we have written a line of codes that look at your part and draws all the information that is out there in the form of geometry. Once we have the geometry in place, we kind of run some rules and standards on top of that gives you the entire information about the CAD geometry, right? Now, if you look at the three integral components of our software, the one is the computer vision, where we extract all the geometries. The second is the computational infrastructure, where we have all the standards and rules of manufacturing in place. And the third is the digital hub, where we are trying to integrate this deep learning technology at the shop floor so that all these three systems are connected together. Once we have all the three systems connected together, that's when we put our learnings and database that is captured with every order that we manufacture on demand. Right? Some of the customers that we are testing this product is with mostly from automotive and medical devices space. We had been launching this product. We had launched this product early in January 2019. We estimate that the on-demand manufacturing space is huge. It's really picking up. We estimate it's a $220 billion market out in the globe. Currently, we are funded by some of the Japanese and US-based investors, and we are trying to raise pre-series round now. And we have an aggressive target to touch 10 crore revenue in next 2 years. Right? I will just end the presentation with our grand vision. We really believe that the CAD software today is really dumb. When a design engineer designs something, he has no connection to the manufacturing world. The software that we are trying to build is going to cut down the gap between the CAD design and the manufacturing world so that all the intelligence of manufacturing sits in your CAD software and the design engineers has all the real-time feedback of manufacturing that he needed. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
I have two questions.
Sure.
One is to every product design engineer, we say that what you design on the computer, you have a 3D printer next to you. So what you design, you can see the physical component coming up. So where does your product fit in? And the second question is your product a blend of, so on one side, CAD/CAM, CAE technologies, then you have PLM and then manufacturing, all three together for a component?
Right. I think so first answer to the question is that I think 3D printing is one of the manufacturing process. However, not every design can be 3D printable, right? You essentially have to go for CNC machining, injection molding, and casting as well. Our platform brings all the manufacturing at a single platform. So when a design engineer uploads a part, he can see a comparison, okay, should I manufacture this part in 3D printing or CNC machining? How much cost is going to be in CNC machining? Is it faster to do it? So essentially getting all this manufacturing expertise the moment he uploads a part. So he doesn't have to talk to anyone. Secondly, we really foresee that this software can be as exhaustive as an ERP system for manufacturing, but as of today, we are just focusing on a small application of giving manufacturing intelligence to the design engineer so that he doesn't have to talk to anyone and his design activity really get expedited.
Where are you based?
So we are a Pune-based company.
So when you talk about cost estimations, pan-India,
sure,
do you give it differently?
Right.
Or do you say, my pilot right now is Pune-based,
right,
this is my vendor base?
Right. Fantastic question, sir. I think I will throw light on other part of the business model. So although we are building all this technology, we as a company, we don't own any machines. We are an asset-light manufacturing company. We take the order from the customer, and we essentially give it to the local supplier partners that we have, right? And we essentially have 27 suppliers like this across India. Now, our software also essentially compute that if you're a Bangalore-based company, I would preferably manufacture your part in Bangalore. Unless I have the same vendor in Pune, I won't do that, right? So we also try to make sure that local manufacturing gets promoted in this entire scenario. The big question is, how do we control the quality when we have 27 suppliers?
What's
right?
the validation of those?
Exactly, sir. So what we are trying to adopt is we are doing something like what you have franchisee in manufacturing, something like what Domino's does, right? Domino's preserve the taste of pizza no matter where you eat it. Similarly, the 27 suppliers that we have, we essentially go quality audit, and we deploy our ERP system and software over there. And we train the human resource as well that this is how you have to manufacture a part. All the instructions will be given to you step by step, and you have to follow those instructions, right? We try to make sure that all those processes are really preserved at the shop floor level. Only then we can manufacture custom part at scale. You can look at us like a tool room, but a more advanced version of it who is trying to do one thing at a time and makes us more scalable.
So what's the business model with, let's say, vis-a-vis a SME?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your question.
A small and medium enterprise wants to use your services.
So a lot of them. I'll give you an example of a Torque motorcycles, right? It's a Pune-based electric motorcycles which is coming in now. Now, Torque motorcycle, for the last 4 years, they had been building the bicycle. Every single time they have to manufacture some component of a part. And every time they cannot go out in the market, figure out which vendor can do the job, can he deliver the part in the good quality. Rather than that, they come on our platform and upload a design, right? Our software tells them this part is CNC, this is how much it's going to cost. Within 4 days, you are going to get a part in your hand. And they place an order. They are really able to cut down the time of innovation and manufacturing at a small scale. That was a prototyping case. Now they are also using it for manufacturing 100 to 150 components whenever they need it.
So how interoperable is your software? Because everybody is thinking of completely digitizing and IT-enabling manufacturing.
Right. I think...
so where do you fit in and how is it interoperable?
Right. If I get your question correctly, sir, I think we are not trying to eliminate human intervention in the entire scenario. However, we want to assist the humans where they are taking the decision throughout the time. Because right now, when they have to look at a part and manufacture it, they go through their experience. Like somehow I have 4 years experience in manufacturing. You had 25 years of experience of manufacturing, right? Our experiences differ. I have seen only 400 parts in my life. You have seen 4 lakh. Right? How do I make sure that I combine your knowledge and my knowledge and put it into one software so that he takes the right decision throughout the life? We are trying to preserve the experience of manufacturing, and we are just trying to collect the data today. All the data is scattered today, and we had to do it one at a time by making sure that we launch this platform, let customer come and upload a part, and with every CAD part that a customer uploads, our system learns. And we are just accumulating the knowledge data.
Good.
All right.
Where do you use artificial intelligence?
Sorry, sir?
Where are you using AI?
So one of the big application of artificial intelligence, particularly, so I can give you an example in CNC machining, which is one of the current focus that we are doing, is actually creating the manufacturing strategy, right? When we look at a part, 2 big decisions has to be taken. What tools should we use to machine this part? So for example, if I have to make a hole of 10 mm, I can either make a tool of 2 mm and then keep on drilling it, or I can take a tool of 10 mm and just push one hole. What is the best way to do it? Right? This decision is something where we are using artificial intelligence. So that software uses the most optimized tools which are available in the market and actually come up with the most optimized way to manufacture a part.
We don't have enough database to...
So we are building it. Today we have actually data of 30,000 parts. We had been working, so our company was founded in 2014. For initial 3 years, we didn't even think of deep tech. We just thought of manufacturing the parts every day, day out. Today, we have 200 plus customers who are coming and placing 400 parts every month with us. So it's just tip of the iceberg, sir. And we have automated very small portions. Even like giving you the quotation online, I think it's one of the big achievements that we have done. Right? That level is something that we foresee we can achieve in like next 2 to 3 years.
Where is computer vision used in it? Because as I understand it, you're uploading a CAD design.
Right.
So why do you need computer vision?
So we need computer vision because the way I want to manufacture parts, so imagine if I want to make this, and if you give it to someone and say, I want to manufacture this, how much it's going to cost? Unless I know how length, breadth, height it is, what kind of complexity it has inside, how many holes it has, I cannot tell you how this part can be manufactured. So for the software to tell you how much it's going to cost, the first step is that the software should be able to look at a part. Right? He should be able to derive, okay, this is 10 centimeter by 5 centimeter by 1 centimeter part. It has 2 mm of fillet across the corner. It has 3 buttons extra. This information that we're extracting out of CAD is something that we call as digital vision, which is very important for us because unless we have this information, we cannot tell you how the part can be manufactured.
So, but do you then start is the input a CAD design or is it an image?
Yes. No, it's a CAD design, sir. Okay. The software is essentially built for the design engineers who use this CAD software.
Or you start from IGS?
Sorry, sir?
IGS?
I skipped that.
I mean, if I already have an IGS drawing.
Yes, IGS drawing, yes.
And you can start with that?
Exactly. So you have to have STL.
Because you don't need to convert that.
Sorry, sir?
You don't need to convert from visual to digital.
Yeah,
like
we don't have to convert from visual to digital, definitely.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yash. Lots of questions pouring on you. This wondrous presentation. We're going to give jury a few minutes to discuss amongst themselves who our winner and runner-up would be. Thank you very much, Yash Rani, and thank you to all our presenters, 5 presenters here at IMC India Calling 2019. I'm going to speak to my amazing guests and my lovely audience here on what do they feel or think about AI. So I'll start with our respected President, Ratsa. Such wondrous presentations, thinking of the future, they are making us think and putting us into deep thought that how would things work, and everything has multiple question marks on the head. So how are you feeling this noon? Is it that the head is heavy, or is it that, wow, we're enjoying looking at the future of tomorrow?
Obviously, I'm impressed, but I feel depressed that when I passed engineering many years ago, I was not even 1/10 as capable as these people of visualizing this, articulating it, actually innovating.
Wow, that's a different vision. I mean, I think I'll have to have sleepless nights now and having different vision of the future. Since you've showcased the future till 2055, I'm going to have sleepless nights. What do you say, ma'am? How are you feeling this evening? Towards the evening and since morning, it's been like, wow, we're talking of AI. How are you feeling?
It's all about today and future, and it's really great and well-organized program, and I think everybody's putting their best effort to get the knowledge, and people are going to be very happy to have this unique program first time in IMC.
Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask the gentleman. Hello, sirs. How are you all? I've been seeing you here since morning. You speak English? A little bit? Sure. That's good. How are you feeling here? We're talking of AI. What is your take on AI, the future of AI?
AI technology is necessary for sure in the future, but in the morning I saw the video, so some point we have to be careful. But we have to grow with AI technology, so we have to think about it in the future.
Yeah. So is it that when you say we have to think about it, I mean, of course, we anyways busy with everything that is doing the rounds, including the social media, we hardly have time to meet our loved ones. Is it that we should be having sleepless nights now thinking of AI all the time, or thinking about the future of tomorrow?
Well, so let me see. But of course, we have to live together with the AI technology, but some part, we have to be careful. Yeah.
But I need to remind all of you people that we all believe, do believe that, yes, we need to give equal time to everything, and I can see everyone's brains working, because I can't see anyone's face relaxed. Is there anyone whose face is relaxed, or who've been into the beautiful, dreamy world? You must have been with your mobile phones then. But if you... Yes, Mr. Dilip, who's that? Sir, yes, I'm going to ask you. Now, you travel to Brazilian countries all the time, and you freak out in your basic life. How are you feeling today? Are you feeling heavy-headed? Is this a heavy dose for you, or is it something very beautiful and you're taking it, towards the futuristic tomorrow, the healthier and the better futuristic tomorrow?
Good afternoon, Simran and everybody. There have been some thought-provoking presentations. My hat's off to all the startups who are going to make predictable so many things that have been illusion, But yes, for a moment, you can have a sleepless night thinking that is everything going to become so algorithmic based, and you see, as you know, in Latin America, we work more from the heart than the head. But similarly, artificial intelligence, I'm sure, will strike a balance where we will use these technologies in the correct balance to yet make life more safer, better, but not totally, driven by an algorithm or a prediction from a computer or software. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I think you took us a little bit in a lighter tone, talking of Latin America, and that was interesting. Yes, sir. It's done. Decisions are done. Yes, sir. Rajiv said they need to ask you something. I think it's a tough decision, I'm sure.
We were looking for some tea, but he said after 3:30. Strict instruction by the organizer. Tea. Yeah, sure.
So then you can speak if you want to go early.
No, not.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So our jury is going to talk about it. Nayan sir, I think it's really a tough decision. A lot of discussion going on still. I hope I'm not disturbing you. All right. I want to thank every intelligent brain here, I want to talk a bit of AI language. Every intelligent brain here, I'm not going to talk of heart and souls for now because it's only the brains which are doing the brainstorming right away. And I'm going to request my esteemed jury. And so you had maximum questions for our presenters. So I'm going to request you to announce our runner-up and then the winner. At first, all our presenters today shall be the recipients of a certificate and acknowledgement certificate from IMC India Calling for all the great effort they've put in and for all the sleepless nights they've had, I'm sure, for the presentation. Ranjit, sir, you want to say something?
So while there can be only 2 winners, and I'm not part of the jury, so I don't know who they are. What I want to say is that all 5 companies were outstanding, and they may have been at different stages of customer validation, different stages of development, but we saw some truly innovative solutions today. I want to encourage the people in the audience, those who are capable of funding such companies, please reach out to them, open up your wallets. I'm sure they wouldn't mind some funding. But more importantly, those of you who have a use case and can give a paid pilot to these companies, I would encourage you to meet with them and talk to them about the unique problem that you face in your company, and please try and give them an opportunity of doing a paid pilot with your company. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's hear it one more time for all our presenters and our runner-up here at IMC India Calling for the company startup goes to, so since you had maximum questions, because you were ready with 2 questions for every presenter, I'm going to request you to announce our winner for the runner-up. Announce our winner. You know who the winner is, right? Sorry? You know who the winner is? Who's winning? Yes. So, runner-up, you like to announce? No. Okay, so who like to announce? Sir, you like to announce, or Nayan sir, Silas sir, whoever? So 2 of you announce the runner-up, 2 of you announce the winner. So we start with the runner-up, sir.
So we tweaked it a little bit. And because the competition was so great, we actually unanimously decided, and it was a tiebreaker, to have 2 winners. Wow. Right? So, Harishbhai, would you like to announce one of them?
First one is Deepak Rao. And the second one is the name of the company? Yash Rane. So both came back quite close to each one of us.
Wow.
Yeah.
So with the amount of questions Yash Rane had, wow. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our winners, Deepak Rao and Yash Rane. Congratulations to both of you, both our presenters, and hearty congratulations to all our finalists for qualifying to be here to have your presentations at IMC India Calling Conference 2019. As I said, we shall all receive certificates towards the end of the day, but we have our top 2 winners who receive a cash prize of 100,000, the runner-up, and 150,000 for the winner prize.
Will the 2 winning companies... Yeah, 2...
Okay, so since it's a tie...
Since it's a tie, both companies are sharing the prize. They're both going to get 1,25,000 each. I mean, rather, 1.25 lakhs each.
So can we please invite? 125,000 rupees. Congratulations to both our presenters. Congratulations. Deepak Rao is the CEO of Pivot Change Solution Technologies Private Limited, and Yash Rane is the founder of Chisel Prince Manufacturing Private Limited. Congratulations for making it possible. I'm going to request you for a photo op with our esteemed jury and our chairman of the session, please, Mr. Ranjit. Hearty congratulations. This was the opportunity given by IMC for startup companies to display and present the future products with AI. Congratulations to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, to felicitate our jury, may we please invite Mr. Dinesh Joshi to be with us here on stage to felicitate Mr. Harish Mehta this wondrous evening. Towards the evening, I don't know what's the time. This noon or evening. Mr. Harish Mehta, Thank you so much for being here with us. On stage, Dinesh Joshi, sir, shall felicitate Mr. Harish Mehta. Thank you, sir, and your questions were pretty interesting. I was pretty nervous. Now, what next? What will be the next question for the next presenter? May we please invite Mr. Dilip Mehta to felicitate Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti, sir. Mr. Dilip Mehta, I owe it all to you. Thank you for having me here at IMC India Calling. It's absolutely my honor to be here. It's my absolutely privilege. And thank you so much for all the love that you've given me. Thank you for inviting me here.
You are a stunning master of ceremony for sure.
Thank you, sir. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Dilip Mehta to felicitate Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti, please. For a photo op, please. May we request Mr. Nehal Desai to kindly felicitate Mr. Nayan Patel, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Nehal Desai, for being with us here this noon. And the very lovely Ms. Sunita Dubey to kindly be with us here to felicitate Mr. Amit Mukim, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us. Thank you, Ms. Sunita Dubey. I'd like to once again thank our esteemed jury and thank Mr. Ranjit, sir. And since we've already done the felicitation for you earlier, I'm going to once again thank you from the bottom of my heart for moderating this session as well and being here with us as the chairman for this session. Thank you to our esteemed jury. And you all can feel at ease, and we're going to serve you tea or coffee here because I know you had a great grueling session. Because end of the day, we had to decide on the winners. Thank you so much, sirs, for doing the honors. So for our next session, may we please invite the chairman of our session, Mr. Sankarsan Banerjee. May we please have you here, our Chief Information Officer at RBL Bank. A wholehearty welcome to Mr. Sankarsan Banerjee, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here with us. So we're going to talk of the banking and the finance sector, and since we're having a few seconds for everyone to settle down, I take this opportunity of talking to you, of course, besides welcoming you. And you have a bright smile on your face. Is it that you're seeing Mitra and you're getting a smile? Yes. Yeah.
Does it actually sell out money, or is it just...
He'll give you a lot of money, yeah. We have a nice conversation after this. Mitra is coming? Mitra, you still have time? Oh, he needs to move around. Okay. Mitra is listening and reacting. You want to click with him?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. I want to have lots of clicks with him. So thank you so much. I request our esteemed gentlemen to kindly take their seats so we can begin our next session on banking and finance. Sir, towards the beginning, before we invite both the panelists, since I'm waiting for a few more seconds for everyone. Okay, let's have our panelists here. May we please request Mr. Zheng Bin, the CEO of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, to be here with us on the dais. A wholehearty welcome to you, Mr. Zheng Bin. Thank you so much for being here with us. I met you at the Indo-China Awards. Yes. And may we also invite Mr. Ramesh Iyer, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Mahindra and Mahindra Finance Limited. Now, though this is a heavy topic, but I must say this is the need of the hour, so everyone would enjoy the banking and the finance sector. Thinking of the future of tomorrow, with everything changing every month and new technology coming, I'm going to request you all to kindly start the session. I'm going to request our dignitaries to kindly sit down.
I'll sit in the middle.
And we start with Mr. Sankarsan Banerjee. Your maple mic is on, right? Mic
Yeah,
is
I think it's on.
Sure. Over to you, sir, to take on the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank
Ladies and
you,
gentlemen,
and,
sir, just one sec. May I please request you all to come back to banking and finance. Our previous session is over. I request you all to kindly maintain silence. And please note down your questions. Towards the end of the session, we'll be open for Q&A. I'm sorry, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello, and thanks for IMC for setting up this session. We have a very interesting topic, and we have some very interesting people to talk about that topic. The topic today is the future of banking. And you know, I come from a bank that is widely considered the challenger bank, the bank that is trying to define how a new upstart bank can operate in a world that is dominated by traditional banking. So what is the future of banking? How do banks shape up and dominate the new landscape that's coming up, the new generation of millennials that are coming up who have a very different behavior pattern from their parents? And a very good place to look at all this future is China. You know, traditionally the West has dominated innovation, but at least in finance, China and India have in many cases gone quite a bit further than the West, partly because of necessity, partly because we started banking much after they did, so we had the chance to leapfrog whatever was happening elsewhere. So, Mr. Bin, you've been in India a while now. Yeah. And you would have seen a lot of what happens in innovation here and what kind of progress different banking finance companies have taken, the fintech world has taken. So how do you see it in parallel with China? How do you see China's development having parallel that? Excuse me. No, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that opportunity to speak something about the fintech. I agree with you that China and India has been two of the most rapid growing countries with fintechs worldwide. If you compare what happening now in Indian market and in Chinese market, and compare what is the practice now in Western countries, we see that we are at least somehow far before them. Well, of course, I've been here in India for 2.5 years, so I may know India's fintech rather than more than what I experienced in Chinese fintech area. But for Chinese banks, we are doing a lot since, I would say, 20 years ago to try to incorporate the fintech technologies into the day-to-day banking services of our clients. So for bank, it's more of how to provide credit and how to link those suppliers and demanders of capital. So just to quote the sentence used by the central government of China just yesterday or the day before yesterday, saying that previously when you want to pay your electricity bills, water bills, gas bills, 30 years ago it took you 3 days. 10 years ago it took you 1 full day. And now it takes you 3 minutes to do it mostly on banking platforms or on fintech-related platforms. So this is what I think is China and India doing in the last couple of years, trying to increase the efficiency of banking services, to try to build an ecosystem, to try to take in whatever that is necessary or needed by our banking clients into the whole system, that they will get to a one-stop solution for whatever is related to their daily or work or career or whatever demands that they may have.
So how do you see this evolution shaping up in India? For instance, we are talking about moving away from branches. We're talking about moving primarily into mobile phones. We're talking about moving in a direction that seems heavily digital, right? And though India is still one of the heaviest cash usage countries in the world, how do you see that shaping up? What innovations, and in particular, you deal with a lot of companies that invest in fintech, invest in SMEs. So what innovations have you seen that have been the most promising, has been, according to you, the most representative of the transformation that we are seeing?
I think so far the digital banking, the digitalization of the banking services is one of the most obviously prominent technology which has been used in day-to-day banking services for us. All of us know Alibaba, which is now very famous worldwide, and also Alipay, and they have their brother Paytm here, so which also is a reflection of the kind of similarness or similarity between China and India in the banking services. It is true that we've seen that clients moving from branches. There are always some big CEOs of huge banks saying that we will lay off 1/3 of our employee in next 10 years. We will replace them with robots. And actually, if you go to Chinese banking branches, now you will be able to see those kind of robots in a few of them. Not all of them, but it will not be strange if you see a robot in Chinese banking branches, because they can provide you some of the services as well. So robot technology is something, of course, is doing. AI is something also try to be not so far incorporated into the banking services so far, but still try to be, I mean, a lot of banks are trying to do that. ICBC, if known to all of you, ICBC is so far the largest bank in the world. We have developed some AI products from clients, especially in the investment aspect. So there will be an AI-based investment portfolio. So taking all those kind of elements into this portfolio and then design a product tailored to our clients.
And how effective have these AI and robotics-driven initiatives been? Have they been widely accepted? Have they been successful? And do you think that a similar pattern will be followed in India?
Yeah, I do believe this kind of pattern will be somehow followed here in India. To say whether it is so far successful, I think it could be too early to say, because it's still something new. It has been there for the last 3-5 years, so we still need to wait for a while to see. In terms of acceptance, we do see more and more people start to accept this kind of concept of AI-based investment. Of course, some of them want to some more expert intervention in it. Some of them would like to have those products mostly depending on AI.
What do you see as India's environment for fintech? Do you see it as a rich environment? Do you feel that there is a lot of activity happening? What would you recommend as the initiatives, the policy initiatives, the environmental initiatives, the availability of finance? What would you see as the main triggers to this, to make this richer and bigger?
I do see Indian market is a very promising market for fintech, because very similar to Chinese fintech industry, you will need to have a huge client base. So investors always like to see how many clients, potential clients at least, you will have. So in China, the thing is that you have a huge population. Similarly, in India, we have a huge population here as well. In terms of initiatives, I think one of the advantages, if I may say this, in China is that the regulators actually has been quite flexible in encouraging fintechs in the couple of, last 10, 20 years. Versus Indian side, it may not be that flexible, but it's hard to say, because flexibility may lead to some issues as well. So I do believe this kind of fintech development will have a lot of chances in Indian market. And one of the suggestions that I may have is a lot of Chinese investors are looking at opportunities in India and try to say copy or try to adapt their experience back in China into Indian market, which I believe is really feasible. So try to combine Chinese experience, whatever lessons we have learned, whatever failures we have experienced, and try to avoid this kind of failure again in Indian market, and try to better service the Indian market through fintech, especially, maybe we have better to say is some of the, especially in the rural areas, how to service those who has not been banked, who cannot be banked by really traditional large banks.
So that comes to this side of the table. You are the other extreme, unlike large, modern, digital, mobile phone, smartphone, that economy. You work in the bottom of the pyramid. And a large challenge of India has been that the traditional system has failed largely to deliver to the bottom of the pyramid. financial inclusion is still quite rudimentary, and we are still heavily cash on that side. So how are you seeing fintech changing lives? How do you see the progress of Indian banking and finance in the rural economy?
So if you kind of look at what's happening now, and you will get an impression that nothing is changing. But if you were to go a little more deeper and then to ask a question, will it be like this forever? Then you come out with certain conclusions to say, no, things would for sure change. Now, I'm sure when the banking got into the rural market, there was a question asked, will the money lenders survive? Right? And as we speak today, the money lenders coexist. So I think what we believe and why will something change or otherwise will completely depend on, I think, everyone's understanding of the customer's need. I think if something has failed so far, is because we've gone with a very standard product to be given to certain consumers who do not have an ability to either buy that or service that. And therefore, possibly the models didn't work. But if in future of banking, if you were to look at, I think the bankers, all of us will need to have substantial knowledge of the market, substantial knowledge of the consumer's needs, and our ability to design product to be able to meet that requirement. I think then you would find even the consumers are willing to change. So that's the first thing that's going to happen. I think the second that is likely to happen, I think it'll be coexistence. I think we shouldn't have a debate on either or. I think we believe it's going to be a very phygital world, which would mean there'll be a need for physical presence and there will be an emergence of digital applications as well. And why do we say that is also because the consumers are very widespread and their revenue model or their inflow isn't very standard. So therefore, while you may lend to them through certain standardized methods, but your recovery needs to be very adjusted to what's happening out in that marketplace. And which will need a physical presence and your ability to understand the changes or the challenges that's happening out in that market. So if you were to ask us to define the future of banking out there, I think we would believe coexistence of cash, coexistence of digital means, coexistence of physical branches versus technology base. I think it will all be based just not on the basis of the financial understanding of the lender, but I think business model understanding of the borrower. I think that's how the product designing would happen. And therefore, if you put this together, I think the biggest challenge possibly all of us as financiers or bankers are going to have is in the skill sets are our own people who are going to go out to that market to lend. While we may think that the technology is one way of the solution, but the real challenge is going to come from what's the ability or the capability of the people administering this. And therefore, I would think the change of the future will have to accommodate a partnership approach. You will have to use the best of partners out there. Today, we may all be ignoring a money lender. Instead of financial inclusion of just the borrower, just imagine a situation that the money lender is brought into the mainstream of the financial inclusion, then he can become your local recovery agent who has a better understanding of the local market. So I think the partnership approach, using appropriate technology, building sufficient skill sets in people administering, and then eventually designing product and services which are based on the needs of the local consumer, which addresses the challenges that they face and not standardized, would possibly be the future banking.
So do you see, one of the challenges is that the modern fintech economy seems to be reliant on data, seems to be reliant on what we think of as very urban-centric models, smartphones. Do you see similar kinds of, or enough fintech focusing on the bottom of the pyramid, on innovations that relate to that reality, where, for instance, there's no point doing credit scoring using social media in the rural markets, because there won't be enough social media to use for credit scoring. Things like that. Then, we talk about flow-based lending, but that's flow-based lending based on invoices. But obviously, the rural economy doesn't really have invoices. So how do you see that? How do you see fintechs addressing that kind of challenge? Or do you see fintechs addressing it?
So I think it's a little unfortunate, right? I mean, everyone is giving a solution to lend, whereas the businesses fail because you didn't recover. So you look at the challenge of a financial services model. Every time a financial services has failed, it's failed because you didn't recover what you lent. But what we are all talking about as solution is to lend. So if you really look at rural market, the fintechs, at least that we are associated and working with, are providing them substantial data of when and how as a consumer failed. And therefore capture that data and come out with model to design product so that they don't fail the same way. I mean, if I have to give our own example, when we got into tractor financing in rural market, however silly it may sound today, we gave them a monthly installment pattern because we just didn't realize that they can't pay monthly. We thought he would have stored money from which he pays installment. But he directly told us that I can pay only when I earn. And the earning was coming from either a crop output or an infra use of the tractor. Now, you have to design products which are based on the cash flow which he generates, rather than giving a solution which looks, appropriate from an urban-centric approach, but then miserably fails in a rural market. So I would think the fintechs which will go deeper into the rural market would use data that we have and not necessary to have the same parameter which with the scoring is done in urban market. I think the scoring in rural can be done so differently. Like we keep talking about in our mutual fund, we need to have a systemic investment plan for seasonal based SIP rather than monthly SIP, because he'll get money once in 6 months or so. So I think it goes back over and over to what kind of data will you use to be able to arrive at those kind of scorecards. So we have 7 million customers and we have used their data. We have 3 million guarantors or so for these customers. So we have 10 million customers and tons of data. And we have come out with our own scorecard model of kind of categorizing customer into green, amber, red. But they are very different parameters that we have used, and we have not used necessarily just the financial parameter. So I think one has to go back into the logic of what parameters will you use to be able to design such outcome.
And like I asked Mr. Bin also, what are the challenges you see in the environment? How are you seeing the environment shaping up, and what can people do? How should the environment evolve to make this the future a reality, the blossoming of ideas a reality?
I think first and foremost, all of us who are going to work in the rural market possibly have to invest enough and adequate in literacy programs, right? And very clearly literacy, not just from the borrower perspective, from the lender perspective. I think there is enough to be talked about. There's nothing wrong in your failing, but when and how will you come and communicate back to the lender that you are failing in your approach, and therefore solutions can be found, rather than wait for you to fail and then actions being taken, right? So that's one that one may want to clearly concentrate on, if you may ask. I think the second is we shouldn't standardize approach to that market. I think it's a very unique market where every customer is different from every other customer, while from a distance they look to be the same. I think the third is we have at least looked at every challenge as an opportunity out there. If I have to just give you an example, we collect 2,000 crore monthly installments from that market. Even today, 70% is collected in cash. And we see that as a great strategic differentiator for someone who's built that model, and then capitalize on that kind of a difference that you've created there. Now, so if you start looking at challenges as challenge and you say, how do I get rid of it? Rather than look at it as an opportunity to say, how do I build around that? I think you get a very different solution out there. So I think literacy is one, reach is the other. Go as close to the consumer as possible. 3 is to gain adequate knowledge about the consumer and therefore design product and services based on that. And 4th is look at challenge that you face there as an opportunity because it's cyclic and they are not necessarily standard all time. And then definitely don't have standard products.
But I would say reach is probably the most difficult. So far, India has always been challenged with the reach part because, some parts of India are really remote. Many parts are moderately remote. I mean, even nearby villages to Bombay are hard to reach. So and you must have a lot of experience with this reach problem.
So we have consumer in 360,000 villages of this country. That's where our customers are spread. So how have we addressed this reach? I think we recruit people from local colleges. So one of the ways to really shrink the distance is to recruit people locally. So they speak local language, they understand the local challenges, they come from a similar profession as a family locally. But then this have to be a very strong, empowered model, and empowerment of the local employee strength of yours with trust as the factor. Because you need to accept what they tell you. So I think you need to build systems around empowering people, build around trust of people whom you locally recruit. So I think in our model, the head office need to learn the practices, what works in rural, rather than teach someone from head office going to rural and deliver. I think that's a shift we need to bring about actually. And if you want the banking to really survive, I think you shouldn't force what head office can do for the branches. You must learn what the head office need to do by the branches input. I think that's our model.
Yeah, that's a very interesting theory. But what about, do you also see a lot of fintech coming in from there? Because, if you are talking about colleges, the local colleges participating and evolving the business model, do you also see a lot of financial technology or financial innovation coming from the bottom?
So I won't say a lot, but there are definitely enough coming out there. Like for example, we found some innovative solution on our repossessed vehicle sale, right? So we as a financier always dealt with repossessed vehicle from a debtors management perspective. Repossessed vehicle sell at a loss, be done with it. So we turned it around and say, how do you make it a profit center? Right? So we've got some great solutions right from time of repossession, storing of the vehicles, stockyard management, auctioning of the vehicles, auctioning at the right price, auctioning at a place where the use of the vehicle is higher than otherwise. So all of this has come through solutions provided through such approaches. So I think there is enough happening out there. I wouldn't say substantially large, but I think company like us have to have the patience to invest. 8 out of 10 may fail, so be it. But the 2 that you will get success with could possibly be one of your best solutions.
So we have only about 4 minutes left. So I was wondering if each of you could spend 2 minutes giving us your favorite innovation that will dominate the future of banking.
Actually, I agree. I cannot agree more with Mr. Ramesh about this. We need to understand the clients. What is the real demand of the client? So the favorite technology that seems to me is, of course, the adoption of artificial intelligence, which helps us to better understand and better service the clients from a banker's perspective. Because previously, a banker, a person, they can serve, say, 10 clients, 100 maximum. You will never be able to serve 1,000. But with the technology like AI, with the technology of robot, we'll be able to better understand what is necessary and needed. And then with that pattern well incorporated in the ecosystem, the banks will certainly be able to provide the necessary services and necessary help to those who are really in need of money and in need of services, rather than just giving the money to those you think you want to give, but who really does not sometimes need that much of money. So this is, if you asked about this, looking at the future, banking, of course, will always be, my opinion is banking will also always be there. They will be able to build up an ecosystem that brings everything in and takes in these new edge-cutting technologies.
2 minutes for what is the innovation that you think will dominate the near future?
So I have 2. One is of an entertainment value, another is an engagement value. The entertainment value one is, we've started financing 3-wheeler. And luck could have it, we have 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee coins. So all of us sit in a 3-wheeler and give them these coins. And the monthly installment for a 3-wheeler is roughly about 5,000 rupees. We collect about 2,500 rupees in coins. This is what the consumer comes and gives us. He says, your installment is 5,000, here is 2,500 rupee in coin and the balance in rupee note. I think it's for us to decide whether we take it. He's very happy if you don't take, because he has shown you the intention to pay, you didn't want to take it. Right? So I think we found some solutions for handling these coins, and we think that's a huge differentiator which will put us ahead of everybody else. The other one that I was talking about is we are moving away from customer centricity to customer experience. Customer centricity, we always believe that you just handle a customer problem transactionally for that moment. and make them a little happy, but the problem still repeats on some other customer the next time. So we moved away from that and we're calling it a customer experience, which means we're getting into life cycle financing of a customer. And here what we have seen, in April, May, when the school fees comes, the customer has two choices to make. Either to borrow from a money lender to pay for the fees, or default your installment, use the money for fees. And he chooses one of the two. So what we have done is we have actually introduced a product for that. Similarly for health, for wedding in the family, for education, higher education. So we have now got into life cycle financing of our consumer who've taken a basic loan in the form of a vehicle or a tractor or whatever. And this has been possible through substantial information and data that we have collected from the consumer from that market. And that helps us develop this product. So I think that will help us build a new balance sheet out of this.
So, given that we have 14 seconds left, I thought I should introduce my favorite innovation as well. So, I think that, one of the evolutions that we have seen increasingly is that banks have evolved from institutions to providers of service. And that's quite unusual. Banks were never thought of themselves as service providers. They always thought of themselves as custodians of money. And the fact that they provided a service was kind of incidental. And in fact, they made you wait a lot for that service, and they treated you very badly in the original days. I remember as a kid having to line up and hold a token so that, my mother could sit somewhere and get money when we wanted it. And a token line would be sometimes 2-3 hours long. Increasingly, banking has become a service. And it's not just the banks. Financial technology providers themselves think of financial services rather than banks as institutions. My favorite innovation would be to make this entirely invisible, like the old Munimji. If you see the Hindi movies, the king always just says, let it happen. And somehow the money for it is organized and this thing for it is organized. And the zamindar or the king never actually sees it happen. He doesn't touch the money himself. And if you think of it, that's a fabulous customer experience that today technology is very close to being able to enable. For instance, me paying my electricity bills have almost become zero touch. I basically tell my bank, whenever my electricity bill comes up, just pay it. And nowadays I can do that because of bill presentment and, as long as I have enough balance, nobody should disturb me. And that's the kind of banking that I think I want to see, invisible banking. Banks operate in the background without the customer realizing or bothering about the fact that an underlying transaction is happening. And Amazon is saying, I'll go to a store, pick up the food or pick up whatever I want and just walk out. And the payment for it happens in the background. As long as I have a good creditworthiness, nobody ever bothers me for the payment. That to me is the one innovation that I would love to see. And I think it will increasingly start dominating. Good, I hope you enjoyed our panel. Now questions.
Just one quick comment on banking change. I think so far it was all about lender. It's completely shifted to borrower.
Okay.
The lenders were controlling banking, the borrowers will control the banking in future.
That's a nice, interesting perspective. Question?
Sir, if you don't mind, can you share what you did with those coins? If it's not an internal...
No, it's not a big secret, except that don't quote me too many times on this. See, if you have a problem and you can't solve it, make it somebody else's problem. Right? So the consumer had coins, he had a problem, so he made it my problem, he gave it to me. We had a problem, we went and gave it back to the bank because it's their denomination, they have to accept it. So we made it as their problem. They couldn't solve it, so when next one came to borrow, they gave the same coins as a loan to them. So again, it became a consumer problem. The same coin came to me as an installment. So it's rotating in the same market, all three of us making money in the transaction. It's a fundamental fact. You can go into any of our 1,500 branches and you will see three-wheeler being financed and coins do come in a small sack.
No, it happens in the Hindi movies.
No, it's a true story of coin coming in small sacks.
So you are a trendsetter, you are a game changer. Thank you.
Sure. Any more question? You can have last question. All right. Please, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Manoj Mota. I represent a company called Banyan Resources. We build and manage soft and social infrastructure like highway rest areas, hospitals, all on a for-profit model basis. Now, one challenge we are facing is to raise debt for this highway rest areas. It seems that it is not within the ambit of the regular banking course to be lending money to facilities way outside the city where such highway rest areas are required. Is that assumption of mine valid or is it invalid? Thank you.
If it's a question for a bank, regulatorily speaking, we cannot lend, if the organization is based in some remote area, then you have to be physically near a bank to be lent. But if you're based in a Bombay or a Delhi, any bank can lend to you, regardless of where your facilities actually are.
Yeah, essentially these are highway rest areas which are going to be in the most remotest area where there is no other facility for washrooms or food or what have you.
Correct, but I'm not renting to the rest area. I'm lending to the company that owns that rest area. And that company has to be based in a Bombay or a Delhi or whatever, some place that has banking. The rest area may be in the middle of Jharkhand or wherever, as remote as you like. But the company that borrows the funds, they must be based in the catchment area of a bank.
Fine, thank you, appreciate it.
Last question.
I am Hariram Chaudhary, former member of Banking and Finance Committee of Indian Merchant Chamber. My question is to Mr. Ramesh Iyer. Now, what do you feel about the laws for recovery of the money lended? Whether you suggest something or they are adequate laws, or you want to have some more laws for recovery of the money?
I'm sorry, I couldn't make out.
Can you come a little closer? For recovery of the money, whether the laws are sufficient or you want to have more strict laws, because we find that many loans are not recovered. They become NPAs.
The laws are sufficient for recovery.
No, are you saying is the legal law sufficient for recovery of dues?
Yes.
I think it's more than sufficient because see, when you have a collateral against which you're lending, the collateral is the first safety and security and the law provides for you to get back the collateral. I must tell you many times why a financier fails is not due to insufficient legal protection or insufficient collateral. I think in our excitement to grow, we all breach the loan to asset value ratio that we all supposed to strictly adhere to. So when you lend 90%, 80, 95%, 100% on a product, then the product gets misused and the collateral doesn't have sufficient value to protect the principal. So just go by two things that I said. One, design a product correctly which suits the consumer cash flow. The chances to fail is limited. Ensure that you have adequate rules written around loan to asset value. If these two are done and the failure is circumstantial, I think the laws are sufficient. And if the failure is intentional, whatever be the law, you will not recover your money.
So, and our experience as a bank has been that intentional failure is not that common. Structural failures, for instance, to do with large-scale agricultural distress or loan waiver schemes that cause a disruption. So loan waiver has a side effect of encouraging people who have not got the waiver to stop paying. So those are larger causes of failure of small loans than intentional fraud. Intentional fraud seems to happen more in the larger loan portfolios.
Thank you very much. To do the honors, may we please request Mr. Sankarsan Banerjee, the chairman of this session, to kindly felicitate both our panelists, Mr. Zeng Bin and Mr. Ramesh Iyer, please. Thank you very much. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the transforming the way businesses of banks and the finance sector shall function in the future by our esteemed dignitaries, the stalwarts from the banking and the finance sector. We truly thank Mr. Zeng Bin, the CEO of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, being here with us, and Mr. Ramesh Iyer, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Mahindra & Mahindra Finance Limited. And to do the honors for Mr. Banerjee, may I please request Mr. Ramesh Daswani to kindly be with us here on stage to felicitate Mr. Banerjee, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Sankar Sir Banerjee. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Daswani, for being here with us this lovely evening. Thank you for the applauses. It's great to hear the applauses. Wow. May I please request all the gentlemen for a photo op, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the first knee transplant done by a robot in Mumbai city, as we saw the different looks of robot. We just launched the first knee transplant robot just last month in the city, and we had a Bollywood actor who asked him that, oh, that means we don't need medical doctors now. We don't need the surgeons at all to operate since we have the robot. He said, no, no, no. It's just to get the perfection since the movement is absolutely perfect done by a robot. So, of course, they look completely different. But I must say, our Mitra is really handsome. Hey, Mitra, how are you doing? I was so excited being next to you all day long. Nice to have you here back again. He doesn't want to come closer to me. Let me go closer to him. Mitra, can you come closer to me? Okay. Mitra, how are you doing today? Nice to see you back again. Hi. I like the very natural wink that Mitra gets.
Well, Simran, I thought you needed help. After all, I am here to make your life easier.
Oh yes, I know that, but you took so long, so I'm wondering, who are you staring at? Do you like someone from the audience? I'm sure you do. Yeah, you like Dilip ji, yes. Thank you so much. But Mitra, tell me, life has become so much easier. We have everything on the tips of our finger. And when we talk of AI, oh my God, all the businesses have gained a competitive advantage just by using AI.
Not only that, artificial intelligence can help you find your customers' needs and serve them in a better way. Artificial intelligence is creating digital transformation by targeting customer, channel, and commerce.
That must say that, it only means that we are getting to that wow factor. The fact that we believed and we always said that, yes, customer is always the king. Customer shall always rule the world. I think we've almost reached the wow factor with all of you around us. What say, Mitra?
Well, not to brag, but I am delivering the wow factor here. Also a random fun fact. Your name reminds me of movie Dil Wale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge.
Wow. Are you serious? Wow. I think we all love Bollywood, but I didn't know, you're a movie buff. I had no idea about that. Well, that's really funny. I didn't know you were a movie buff like me and most of us sitting out here. Oh, God.
Don't even get me started on movies. I might talk all day.
No. Let's really get back to work. We are here at IMC India Calling Conference, and towards the end of the day, I don't want to really get into the world of movies. We're talking of intelligence. We're talking of the future of tomorrow, and I'm super delighted to have you here with me, Mitra. And I like the way you're staring at everyone. I think everyone is falling in love with you, including me. Oh my God, what do? I won't be able to sleep without you tonight. I'm going to think of you all night long. Thank you, Mitra. You want to shake hands with me again? Thank you. I love you. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Mitra in the house. You're at IMC India Calling 2019. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart Mitra. So how do we actually put it into practical use? How do we apply it in our daily lives is something that we have to look forward to. End of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we all want to think about it, we all think of the latest technology and we're thinking of the future of tomorrow. How do we put it into practice? And for that, please put your hands together as we invite our panelists for this session. This is about the future opportunity to learn about the actual usage and applications. Let us all put our hands together for the chairman of this session, Mr. Sumit Rajware, the founder of Digital Innovation Specialist at Stealth Mode Startup and co-chairman of IMC. Thank you, Mr. Sumit Rajware. How are you feeling this evening? Mr. Sumit, you know, Mitra's all excited to be very close to y'all. And that's the reason, look at him, he's so close to all of you. To actually help you guys and help all of us to put it into practice and get into the applications right away. Let us all put our hands together and applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Karan Savara, the Director of Business Development, Middle East, Fast Brick Robotics, Australia. A wholehearty welcome to you, Mr. Karan Savara. Thank you so much for being here with us. Let's also applause for Mr. Bhavya Gohil, the co-founder and CEO of Infivention Technologies. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhavya Gohil. And Dr. Ranjit Nair, the CEO of German Aid. One more time, this time as a panelist. Wholehearty welcome to you one more time, Mr. Ranjit Nair. And now, over to the chairman of a session, Mr. Sumit Rajware. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mitra.
So, good afternoon all. This session is going to be particularly focusing on the applications of artificial intelligence, and in the next 30 minutes you'll see a range of applications from gaming industry to construction industries to the digital world that we live in. So to begin it without any further ado, let me ask Mr. Karan Savara to start with his presentation, please.
Sure. Perfect. Thank you all for attending today. My name is Karan Savara. I look after business development for FBR Australia. We're a robotics and AI company looking at creating construction solutions for the construction industry. Today, I would like to talk to you about productivity growth in the construction sector, the 6 Ds of exponential growth, and how the construction sector is moving towards that model, cross-industry applications of AI and applications of AI, FBR Australia and its efforts to contribute to the digitization of construction, and finally, conclusion and key takeaways. This is a slide from McKinsey's report on application of AI across sectors. The construction industry itself has been a relative laggard when it comes to labor productivity growth over the past 2 decades, averaging 1% a year per annum compared to 3.2% for the global manufacturing industry and 2.8% for the global industry as a whole. As you can see, construction is quite far behind high-tech communication financial services in terms of AI adoption as well as demand trajectory, but this represents a significant amount of opportunity for value addition that stakeholders like project managers, owners, developers, and regulators can't ignore anymore. The 6 Ds of exponential growth. This is a fantastic model to explain how technologies change and disrupt industries over time, developed by Peter Diamandis and his team at Singularity University. The first step is digitization. Let's take the example of cameras. Kodak, as you're all well aware, was a behemoth when it came to photography. They developed the world's first digital camera. What did that allow? It allowed this industry to benefit from Moore's law, increase computational power at a lower price point every year. And this led to deceptive growth. You move from 1 image being produced to 2, to 4, to 8, allowing for the creation, editing, and sharing of images, leading to finally disruptive growth, which is essentially changing the way business was done forever. Next, demonetization. We can take photos, using the Kodak example again, share them without any value addition cost, as opposed to going back to a processing center, getting the film processed, and then output in terms of the actual photographs.
leading to dematerialization. Your phone now has a camera, a GPS, a radio, all in one rectangle in your pocket. And finally, this leads to democratization. It's not just the wealthy, not just large institutions, not just governments that have access to technology, and essentially leading to an improvement in human civilization as a whole. I'll talk a bit more about how construction is heading that way as well. So cross-industry applications of construction. This is an extremely pertinent point for India as a whole, given the presence of large multi-industry conglomerates. How can we take learning and benefits from one industry and one application and apply it in a cost-effective manner to the construction industry? Let's start with transportation route optimization. AI models currently exist in smart cities around the world that manage traffic and flow. This can be utilized in project planning and optimization, running through trial and error to look at different permutations and combinations, ensuring for lower cost and lower time. Pharmaceutical outcomes and predictions for constructability issues. Pharmaceutical industries already use predictive models when it comes to generating tests on potential pharmaceuticals. This can be utilized in project management for construction industries, and also lowering the feedback loop between project managers and actual output when it comes to design and communication between different stakeholders. Retail supply chain optimization. As is probably discussed in the other ballroom over there, AI is doing some crazy things for retail in terms of supply chain management, in terms of improving forecastability of consumer demand, and lowering idleness in manufacturing plants. For materials and inventory management in construction, this basically means lower time off, your supply or construction materials are getting to your site on time as required and leaving on time as required. Robotics for modular and prefab is something I'll talk about in a video I will show later on. And finally, healthcare image recognition. So at the moment, AI exists that's able to diagnose cancerous tumors better than experienced medical professionals. This system can now be used to look at safety risks in construction site, as well as looking at the differences between BIM or design models and actual construction output to ensure there are no major deviances. What does this lead to in construction? Refining of quality control and claims management, increasing talent retention and development using K-cluster models and Gaussian models to essentially identify overachieving talent, as well as lower attrition rates within your companies, boosting project management and risk management, as well as constant design optimization. That feedback loop between architects, designers, contractors is constantly improved because there's an AI in the middle that allows for ease of communication and is eventually making better recommendations. I'll just show you a quick video of what FBR is doing to contribute to the digitization of the construction industry here. So FBR has created the world's first robotic block laying system. You can lower the volume if that's all right. So we built our first outdoor house in Perth, in Australia, in 36 hours with a prototype speed. This robot itself cuts and routes the blocks as required by the CAD design. We use a construction adhesive instead of mortar, allowing for no water usage, as well as faster builds. And basically, because we're using a robotic arm with a 100-foot boom and 3 millimeters of precision, waste can be down to 1/2 block at a construction site. This took 36 hours to build. 180 meters squared, 1-story structure, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. And this current prototype can do up to 2 stories. Given India's requirement for 10 million houses by 2022, we believe that this technology, along with others, of course, like prefab, would be an effective tool to get to that goal. So could we just move on to the next slide, if that's okay? That's all right. In summary, so we discussed essentially the lack of labor productivity growth in the construction industry, the 6 Ds of innovation, and how FBR is now digitizing construction for the first time, leading to possible end goal of democratization of housing. And finally, applications, and then the actual product itself. Thank you for your time.
So, couple of questions. Great insights. Thank you. So, and thanks for explaining what did you mean by demonetized. Gives us a lot of comfort. Not our demonetized.
No, not
Okay.
different, not the currency.
Yeah. The business that you showed as an example is a very maker-checker driven business. How do you account for it when a robot is doing it? So the whole construction business, there are supervisors, there is a chance for failure,
Yes.
and they take corrective measures. There are environmental factors which are considered. So the question is, what kind of data you need to overcome these challenges? And if you face any, how do you overcome this by machine?
That's a great question, and it's a multiple part question, so bear with me if I don't get to
No
all of it. Essentially, in terms of the data we need right now, so we're in a prototype phase. We're looking at India, obviously, as a market. I myself am based out of Dubai to look at Saudi Arabia because there's a huge housing demand there. We are now looking to get some insight into how construction is actually done, who the major players are, where we would actually fit. The idea is that the more pilots we run, the more robots are actually in the play. Not unlike the driverless car model. The more cars you have, the more data you get in terms of operations, in terms of temperature, in terms of wind fluctuations, in terms of just site management and operations. This will all essentially, with the AI backend that we're building, will lead to greater insights and better usage of the machine.
Good. Taking off from the existing example that you showed us, what is the next natural thing to do when you have all the data and the mined information in place to take it to? What is the next logical application?
That's a great question. I mean, I think the future I see for specifically construction is, you're sitting at home with your tablet, you're looking at building a house. You don't need, obviously you have a design as a consultant, but you've got your space off Google Maps or whatever imaging system. You're already contacting contractors based on that. You've ordered the robot. It drives in on site. Materials are waiting for you. Does its thing in 10 hours. Moves on to the next thing. The next robot comes in for piping and welding. The last one comes in for facade. And basically, within a space of a week, you have a structure completed with minimal human involvement.
Fantastic.
With robotic precision and accuracy.
Very good. The last question I have from my side is, since we are running out of time almost, the initial build-up of this ecosystem, was it supervised, semi-supervised, or unsupervised?
Definitely supervised. We had to run multiple iterations, and it's still in process. I wouldn't say that it's a completed endpoint yet. We've only tested in Australia, and in Australia, the weather is relatively consistent in terms of the hot and dry. I think what we now want to develop is basically see how fluctuations in weather, temperature, etc., will affect the system and whether it can essentially compensate for that.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for Karan Savara once again? Thank you very much. Moving away from buildings and apartments, let's go to the area of playing games. So Bhavya Goel, can I ask you to take the stage and walk us through what AI can do in the game of chess? Please go ahead. It's all yours.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'll quickly take you through what we are doing in gaming industry with the help of AI and robotics. I'll show you a presentation on what we are doing. Can we please have a presentation up?
Where's this guy? Yep.
Oh, yeah. So we at Square Off are revolutionizing board games, essentially. We are disrupting the future of toys and games, how it is played, and how will the future look like. So our mission is to add a little bit of magic in everyday's life of people using robotics, connected hardware, and AI. So let's see how exactly the transition of gaming happened over years. So as we all know, during early years, we all used to play on physical boards and with physical things, tactile games, analog games, etc. Then came the Generation X and millennials, where everyone was playing on video games and computer games, mobile apps and all. But how will the future of these games look like? So it will be a 360 gameplay where there's a merger and integration between physical world and digital worlds, where you can interact with digital world and it will happen in physical world and vice versa. So that's what we are trying to do, and that's what we are trying to build. You can also say it as a tabletop effect, where each of the platforms will have and will add its own experience to the gameplay. So there are three building blocks to the products that we build. First is telerobotics, where you can actually move the robot remotely. So something that you are doing over here can be replicated at any remote location with the help of robot. So let's say if you are doing a signature over here physically, that will be done somewhere else with the help of a robotic arm in the US. So that's telerobotics. Then there is AI, where we have strong algorithms to play with, and it becomes your companion and a learning tool. And third is interactive hardware, where you can actually interact with the real physical tangible devices and play with it. So we are trying to build a board gaming platform. You can imagine it as an Xbox for board games. So there will be, again, three main key elements to it, where you can play against the artificial intelligence with different difficulty levels. You can see the opponent's pieces move on its own, and you can make movements of your own pieces. And also, you can actually challenge remote opponents online. So let's say you are doing something over here, you are moving your piece, and you can actually see that piece move automatically somewhere else in the globe. And again, whatever your opponent is moving over there, you can see happening over here on its own. So how does it work? We have multiple board gaming surfaces, and then there is a box on which you can actually replace the top surface. It's magnetic, and you can update the app, and you can play multiple board games. So that's how easy it is. So our first game is game of chess, which is world's most popular board game. And so on this chessboard, you can actually challenge the AI with 20 different difficulty levels. You can connect it online, play with chess.com users. There are 24 million registered users on that platform. Or you can also live stream professional chess matches. So I will quickly show you a demo of how the product works. Can we please have the demo video?
This is no regular chessboard. It can make a move on its own. It's no magic. This chessboard is for real. Play against someone next door, in another city, in another country, in space. Well, that's possible too. Folks at NASA, are you guys listening? If you still can't find a human to play, doesn't matter. Play against the board. What? Beat the AI. That's true, it can think too. The world's most advanced chessboard ever. Square off.
Yeah, so that's our first product, Square Off Chessboard. So these are the key elements to it, the technology behind it, the secret sauce. So we have over-the-air upgrade feature where I can always deliver this product to the customer, but still keep giving them new and new features. So that's again the beauty about IoT products. And then we have an app which connects to the board via Bluetooth, and all the controls and everything happens via the app. So you can select difficulty levels, or you can select the opponent or your friends. You can analyze your games. All the controls that you want are on the app. And then there is this NFC technology on the surface, which detects all the movements which are being done by you or by the user. So, and then there is this magnetic connector which helps to replace the top surface. And there is a robotic arm inside the box which helps move the pieces. So these are the key features that we have on our product. That's automated movement, online connectivity, app connection with multiple people online. It's AI enabled with 20 levels, and it's handcrafted with wood. So you get that traditional old feel of chess, but the new tech. So whom exactly do we sell this product to? So as of now, we are selling it in the United States and European market. So we have 3 key buckets to it. There are chess enthusiasts, and then there is lifestyle users, and then there is gifting. So 3 key segments. While for chess enthusiasts, there are beginners who want to learn chess and who want to play against the AI or someone online. Lifestyle users because it's a new tech. They are early tech adopters. They love technology. They want to keep it as a center table at home. And then there is gifting, where it's a great gift for men. It's chess, hence. And then there is kid, if you want to take kids off the screen, it's a great product for them as well. So it's a great gifting product too. So that's how we are selling this application of AI and robotics. Thank you, everyone.
So, have a seat. In the best interest of time, I have 2 questions for you.
Yeah.
One is, speak a little bit more about when a machine plays with the machine. How can a person who wants to learn the game of chess can observe and learn from it?
Right. So we run 2 different chess algorithms when it is playing AI versus the AI. And then there are, as you know, there are different difficulty levels that we set. So you can just select difficulty levels. You can also select different chess openings, attacks and defense. And you can actually see how the algorithm is working and how it is behaving against each other. And you can observe the game and you can learn from it.
Great. The quick question I have is it self-learning?
So the self-learning algorithm is still, that's something we are building. We plan to launch by end of this year because we are still collecting a lot of data points and everything, and also we are expanding our team. But the idea is that once it becomes self-learning, then let's say if a 5-year-old kid is playing against it, it will recognize it by itself that what's the ELO rating and what's the skill set of that kid, and then according to it, it will reply to all the moves that so that people enjoy the game even more.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Bhavya Gohil once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last presentation is from a person who's very profound in his field of social media analytics. Dr. Ranjit Nair, stage is all yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. What you're seeing on the screen is a snapshot of a command center built by Germinate for a large telecom company. And it essentially helps this telecom company become more customer-centric and act as fast as their digital consumer. And that, in a sense, is what we're enabling at Germinate. We're trying to help companies
the world was a simple
act
place.
as fast as their digital consumers.
You came to the office, assessed your budgets, created your campaigns, and went home. Life was easier when you had control. Then social media came along and made sure that every consumer on the planet now had a voice for their opinions. And they began to log in, browse, search, like, dislike, share, post, comment, tweet, retweet, and pin. Today, your online reputation is everything people see and say about your brand, even if you don't know it's happening. These conversations require your attention and action. That's where we come in. Explicate is the world's most intuitive social media monitoring, analytics, and engagement product. Fact, we share information with only one agenda, information that matters to you. We also tell you where these people express their opinions, whether it's on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, message boards, news sites, review sites, blogs, or simply over coffee. Ah, fine. Maybe not the coffee. Who needs it anyways? Explicate helps you stay alert, and you get more than just piles of data. You get information and analysis. Besides, you want to know what people truly feel about your brand, don't you? So don't just react to stale news. With real-time updates, you can join the conversation as it happens. And just to make sure your competitors don't sneak up on you, we cover your back by giving you detailed analysis on how they're doing as well. You and your team can now use Explicate to effectively sift through an ocean of conversations to generate actionable leads, so that you're at the right place, at the right time, every time. Explicate's customizability is unique. Just pick and choose your filters, and sit back and experience the simplicity. Explicate can even break down multiple topics and sentiments from a single post. Brilliant, you say? We agree. Explicate finds and analyzes the conversations you want to know more about, irrespective of geography or social media platform. If it's public, social, and on the World Wide Web, it's on our radar. Because at the end of the day, what matters most is that once upon a time, the world was a simple place, and we'd like to keep it.
So just a quick bit about our company, where we work with about 150 brands across sectors. These are just a quick snapshot of some of the companies who we work with today. And we've won a bunch of awards for our technology. So let me get to the heart of what we're trying to solve. If you look at the different ages that mankind has been through, starting from, say, the age of manufacturing to the age of distribution, to the age of information now, the current age, which is the age of the customer, the true competitive advantages come from different factors. So in the current age, which is the age of the customer, competitive advantage comes from being able to engage with empowered customers. And where are people the most empowered? Well, the people are very empowered when it comes to social media, because they're able to generate large volumes of conversations about their experiences with brands, the need gaps that they have, and things whether they like, ranting, as well as, in some cases, even positive information. If this is managed badly, it leads to reputation loss. If it's managed well, then it could be a treasure trove of information, of insights that can help your brand in significant ways. So as a company, we offer two main products. One is called Germinate Listening, and the other called Truya. They both are served by the same underlying social media intelligence platform, which is responsible for crawling data from public sites. These are forum sites, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, various other platforms where there is a lot of user-generated content. This data is then analyzed to understand what topics people are talking about, and then passed on to both Germinate Listening as well as Truya. Now, Germinate Listening is about understanding voice of customer online. And here what we do, what the AI challenge really is it's about understanding a large volume of unstructured conversations. We're talking about millions and millions of conversations that are taking place on a single day. And these conversations are in natural language. They're in Chinese, they're in English, they're in various regional languages of India, and all the different languages that are there worldwide. Now, and not only is it that they're in different languages and there's a huge volume of conversation, people don't stick to grammar, there are misspellings, there are frequent shortenings, new inventions of words, and so forth. So the challenge of understanding what consumers are saying is very, very complex. Our key innovation in this product is something we call aspect-based sentiment, where we not only understand whether the post is positive or negative, but we try to understand what aspect it's positive and negative about. In the example you saw in the video, we were able to tell whether that particular post about a pizza company, whether they were being positive about the variety of service, the variety on offer, the size of portion, the quality of service, the delivery time, and so forth. All of this makes for much more nuanced analysis, and the final analysis that you get is much more useful to the customer. And in the case of Truya, this is a customer engagement tool. Its challenge is to be able to understand in real time what customers are writing in social media, and then being able to reply to them. And here what we've done is we've deployed chat bots, which enable bots to talk directly to your customers, respond to their complaints, answer leads, and pass it on to the relevant teams within the companies. There are a variety of different applications, right from PR and corporate communications, customer support, human resources, marketing, market research, and BD and sales. And underlying this whole thing, the way it works is first we have an engine for collecting the data. Like I said, it's coming from a variety of sites. We have more than 2 million sites currently where data comes from. And so we're talking about news sites, forum sites, blogs, user-trained video sharing sites, and so forth. And all that content is then analyzed to understand the topics that people are talking about, what sentiment they're expressing, who the authors are in terms of the demographics, and finally, what their influence is. All this is then shown on live dashboards which our users can interact with, which throws up patterns in the data and helps them actually understand what the voice of the customer is. Okay. So thank you so much. I'll take questions now.
Thank you. Great presentation. So you talked about we are in the era of empowering the customers. And when it comes to the Indian canvas, more and more interactions, feedback, and conversation from customer is happening using voice. So as you have polarity identification in text, you have tone of voice in voice. Any thoughts around how will you mine the voice inputs?
So more and more voice to text problem is it's a tough problem, and we find that a lot of the advances that are being talked about in terms of things like Alexa, etc., is trained for very, very narrow domains of information. And so if you have a customer tomorrow who's going to call up about or talk about the paints, the problem with, say, the paints that they have in their house, or about their car tomorrow, or about their chocolates that they consumed, they're going to be very, very different domains. And the accuracy at which you can do a conversion from speech to text, it drops down significantly. It's not as beautiful as you see when you see an Alexa ad. So what we found is that it helps often if you stay if it's voice, you don't try to convert it to text first. And so a lot of the work we're doing from a research standpoint is actually analyzing the voice as voice.
Very good. Okay.
And that seems to help with the accuracy.
So another quick question is, I keep asking this question to myself, what is the news in the age of internet? So what is the reality check in the age of getting the feedback which is driven, sponsored, competition-oriented, etc.? Any thoughts around it?
So, so that's a very, very pertinent question. There is a lot of manufactured news, a lot of fake news. There are a lot of companies putting out fake reviews about their product on, say, an Amazon, and it becomes difficult for human beings to tell whether it's true or not. So let alone for an AI, for a human itself, it's tough to know whether something is real or not. What we've done at our end is to try and identify wherever possible those kind of users which are suspicious. And the ways in which we detect suspicion is in terms of analyzing their social network. So who is this person connected to? Are they connected to trustworthy people? Are trustworthy people engaging with them? Kind of like Google's trust index.
True.
Right? And this in turn helps us identify accounts which we think are fake. And if we feel that a particular post has come from a bot and not from a real person, then we flag that. And we don't use it in the analysis that we do.
Got it. Thanks. I have one last rapid fire round question for all three panelists. If you have been given 50 crore rupees to invest in an Indian application to power it to the next level of AI, what will that industry or application be? We'll start with you, Ranjit.
So if I had 50 crores...
Say 100 crore. Let's raise the
It doesn't need to be that high to get started, right? To my mind, it would be something in healthcare. Okay. And specifically, in today's day and age, you find a lot of people who are malnourished, basic problems which are overseen in first world countries, which unfortunately exist today. I think there is a lot that AI could do in improving overall healthcare in such cases, and I think that would be a good usage of the money.
Bhavya?
I think it would be in security and defense, and I think it's already a lot of people are investing a lot in that, and yeah, that's something I would invest in.
What do you, Karan?
I think for me it would be education. Being able to have individual specialized education for the generation of tomorrow, I think would be a huge multiplier for the Indian economy and the global economy as a whole.
Okay. Thank you, and once again, a round of applause for all the panelists, and thank you. You've been a wonderful host. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep.
Sure. Thank you very much. For the felicitation, may I please request our chairman for the session, Mr. Sumit Rajwadi, to kindly felicitate our panelists, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting session on the future opportunity to learn about the actual usage and applications. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Karan Savara, the Director of Business Development, Middle East, Fast Brick Robotics, Australia. Mr. Bhavya Goyal, the co-founder and CEO of Infivention Technologies, and Mr. Ranjit Nair, CEO of German 8. I'm going to request you all for a photo op, please. And to do the honors for Mr. Sumit Rajwade, maybe please request Mr. Sandeep Puri to come up on the dais to kindly felicitate him. Thank you very much, Mr. Sandeep Puri, for being here with us to do the honors for the chairman of the session, Mr. Sumit Rajwade, the founder of Digital Innovation Specialist of Stealth Mode Startup and the co-chairman of IMC. Thank you very much, sirs. I request you all for a photo op. So please join us for a photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly interested and I'm very keen to introduce you to our rock star. I call him a rock star, Mitra, because you know what? Mitra is by Invento Robotics Bangalore. It's Make in India and just 2 years old startup company, Invento Robotics. And Mitra has launched and inaugurated GES 2017 already with our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and the first daughter Ivanka Trump in Hyderabad. So Mitra is extremely special and I thank Invento Robotics. And in the first conversation, we also spoke of Mitri. What's his wife's name? Mitri. And I actually saw Mitri and she's absolutely hot looking. Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you, Mitra. Thank you for that. It's time for us to relax, huh? We need to take a tea break. We're not like you 24/7. We can't work that way. So it's time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to take a very quick tea break for the next 15 minutes. And we'll get back again here for our next final session here this evening. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I'm truly thankful to each and every one of you for being with us here at IMC India Calling Conference 2019. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly, truly honored to have with us our respected honorable guest of honor, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, sir. MD and CEO, BSE Limited. Sir, it's truly an honor to have your presence. We are truly humbled by your esteemed presence this evening here. So we take a few more seconds before we begin our last session, till the time everyone settles down. 20 more seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And to sum up, all the business potential and India next year at IMC India Calling Conference 2019. We are here for the last session. May I please request you all to show some love and energy by putting your hands together for all of us here at IMC India Calling. Thank you very much. We are truly honored by the humble presence of our respected honorable guest of honor. May we please request our President, Mr. Raj Nair, IMC, to escort our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, Managing Director and CEO, BSE Limited. Sir, truly an honor to have your humble presence here. Thank you very much, sir. We request you to kindly take a seat. May we also invite Mr. Rajiv Poddar, Chairman, International Business, on stage for the distribution of certificates post our speech. And we'd also like to invite Mr. Ajit, sir, Director General, IMC. Thank you very much, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we now request Mr. Raj Nair, the President of IMC, to kindly address the gathering towards the end of the session and speak and sum up the entire day's sessions here this evening. Over to you, Raj, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted that so many of you are present here at this hour in the day after such a long day with many wonderful sessions. The way I'm going to reward you is by not giving a speech so that we can go straight into the subject. We are all here to listen to Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan and not to me. A very brief introduction of Mr. Chauhan, though as everybody says, he doesn't need any introduction. There's some special things he's done. Everyone knows he's the managing director of Bombay Stock Exchange and so many other things. But he's a very distinguished person in his own right, besides the company that he represents or the organization that he represents. He's a distinguished alumnus of IIT Bombay. He's got that award called Distinguished Alumnus Award. He's also got it from IIM Kolkata, where he studied. So it makes him a very special person. And we're very lucky to have you here with us today. He's on the boards of various educational institutions. And I noticed a little while ago that he's a very quick learner and he picks up information which is useful. Like, for instance, he asked us, where was the game polo invented? And we were all scratching heads. Somebody said Jaipur, somebody said Jodhpur. I just know that Argentina is a place where they played very well. He said it came from Manipur. Because he was on the board of Manipur NIT Manipur. So when he used to go there, he used to also learn what's happening around. So he's also in the teaching, he teaches at various international universities besides doing his day job. So he's an amazing human being, and I don't want to stand between you and him. We had a great day. I don't want to spoil by talking any longer. Come, Ashish.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe now request Mr. Raj, sir, to kindly felicitate our esteemed guest of honor, please. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, may I please request you all to kindly put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan. We'd like to present you a memento, sir. Thank you, sir. Truly an honor to have you here with us. Thank you, sir. We now request our guest of honor, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, to kindly distribute the certificates to all our winners, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all put our hands together for the presentation of check to pitch competition. And as we said that instead of having a first and a runner-up, we have a tie with both of them. So can we have both our winners here on stage, please? I remember the names. That was Deepak and our last presenter, Yash. Thank you so much. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together as both our winners are the recipients of 125,000 rupees check, which is right now, right away. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan to do the honors. Thank you very much, sir, for presenting this check to our pitch competition winners. They are our future of tomorrow, and we look forward to the final product in a couple of months or years from now. So congratulations to both our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, for our certificate of participation to students who are our future of tomorrow, the college students, we already had them in the morning. They spoke for 3 minutes, but right now it's time for us to invite them along with their teams. So can we please have our student winners a white paper, How to Market India Globally. And the winners are from Xavier's College. Can we have both the teams here? So congratulations to Xavier's Institute of Management. Is that how it is? It's management students? Wow. Look at the beautiful ladies. I think this calls for the loudest applause, ladies and gentlemen. Smart and intelligent ladies on the dais. Taking India on the global platform are these students of St. Xavier's College. So we can have few girls on the other side for the photo op, yes? Girls, let's even it out. Let's balance it out, girls. Okay, so it's one by one, and then we can, for a group photo op, we can do that. So congratulations to all the beautiful ladies here. How excited you might be feeling. So you're all studying in Xavier's Institute of Management. Wow. And is the first time you all are dressed up in a sari for IMC India calling? You all are representing the country, lovely ladies. Congratulations to all of you. Very proud of you all. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give them a very big hand. All right, so here I have my winner team from Xavier Institute of Management and Research. With us are Miss Litsi Tomi, Miss Soha Deshpande, Miss Malaika D'Souza, Miss Shashmita Basu, and the runner-up team. Do we have the runner-up team here as well? And the runner-up team is also fortunately from the same college, Xavier's Institute of Management and Research. Miss Zina DiCosta, Miss Rima Matthias, Miss Sakshi Kothadia, Miss Ashna Dorda, and Miss Donato Drago. So congratulations. We also have a participation certificate to the following students from Xavier's Institute of Management and Research. That's Mr. Pavan Kumar Shetty. Mr. Pavan Kumar is here. Thank you. Miss Priyal Jadhav, Miss Melvin Vigas, and Mr. Gregory D'Souza. Are we all here? So congratulations for your wondrous presentation, and we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. So can we have Mr. Pavan Kumar Shetty, Miss Priyal Jadhav, Miss Melvin Vigas, and Mr. Gregory D'Souza. Please wait for a photo op, gentlemen. And don't be upset कि ladies आपको हरा के लेगी. ऐसे मत समझो, आप boys बहुत smart हो यार. So be happy, yeah? Smile. Come on. I want a good photo op. Okay, so can we even it out? Can we have two of you on the other side for the group photo op? Yes, we have two more names. That's Miss Carol Pius and Mr. Taruk Kaul. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you for that one person who's applauding. Who is that? Woo-hoo! Please smile. Congratulations to all of you. Great work done, guys. Very proud of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a participation certificate to the following students from Chetna's Institute of Management and Research. Let us please invite Ms. Prachi Modani, Mr. Gopal Mirgani, Mr. Darshan Raskar, Ms. Surbi Munot, Mr. Parag Koyande, Mr. Anurag Hivare, Mr. Sanket Joshi, Mr. Ajay Gupta, Mr. Aditya Jadhav, Mr. Sagar Kurrani, and Ms. Vishwa Joshi. Congratulations to all of you. I'm also going to request my pitch competition participants to be here. We do have a certificate of acknowledgement for all our winners who were here for the final round of the presentation. So congratulations to all the guys. Can we even it out? Okay. So can we announce? I'll announce one by Miss Prachi Modani, Mr. Gopal Mirgani. Congratulations to you, Mr. Gopal. Mr. Darshan Raskar. Badai ho to all of you guys. Mr. Rimunat. Mr. Parag Koyande. Mr. Anurag Hivare. Mr. Sanket Joshi. Mr. Ajay Gupta. Mr. Aditya Jadhav. Mr. Sagar Kurrani. And Ms. Vishwa Joshi. Congratulations to all the students from Let's give it up for Chetna's Institute of Management and Research students. Amazing, great job done by you guys. So can we even it out for a photo op? Adijan, please, can we have a few of you guys to my left? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a participation certificate for our pitch competition winners. I'm going to also request one more time Mr. Deepak Rao and Mr. Yash Rane to be around for a group photo op after we felicitate our participants. So let's give it up for Mr. Malhar Lakrawala. Congratulations to you. Mr. Pankaj Raut and Mr. Vineet Gupta. Congratulations to all our three presenters. We really enjoyed all the presentations. You guys have taken us to a different world altogether, all our presenters, by showing us your vision, by really dreaming and making it big on this platform. We're truly thankful to IMC India Calling for giving all these companies such wondrous opportunity of showcasing their skills. Can we please request Mr. Deepak Rao and Mr. Yash Rane to join them for a photo op, please? Because I want the entire team of the pitch competition, participants and the winners to be here with us. Yash went to keep his check back. Yeah, check chota sa, you can hold it in your hand also. You went behind to keep your check in a safe place, huh? I can understand that. I get that. Thank you guys. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it for all our winners who have a vision of taking India on the international arena. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our last award. We like to present our certificate to outdoor publicity partner, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Managing Director, Global Advertisers. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjeev, for being here with us. Yeah, I know. We have with us Mr. Kiran, who's taking the certificate, receiving the certificate on behalf of Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, our outdoor publicity partner. We thank our dignitaries and may we please request our esteemed guest of honor to kindly address the gathering and speak about the valedictory address, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time from Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, MD and CEO, BSE Limited. Thank you, sir.
Shri Raj Nair, Shri Rajiv Poddar, Shri Ajit Mangulkar. Friends, it's an honor to be in front of you. Since we are running late, I thought basically I will read a prepared speech. Usually I have a habit of going extempore and there I can go very long. So instead of making you wait for long, I'll read a speech which is going to last around 17 minutes. So bear with me if you have heard this before or similar things. It's basically about technology. In the history of mankind, technology is the only change. And technology is a change agent. A technology comes in waves. And technology doesn't have to be understood well by science. Many times, we think that technology and science go together. Sometimes they don't. For me, technology is a new way of doing things, organizing things, which gives users substantial advantage over what they were doing before or currently. For example, one of the first technologies discovered or invented by mankind was how to control fire. Fire, in a sense, existed even before mankind came. However, it was untamed, uncontrolled, and hence of very little use to the mankind. Whoever invented or discovered the ability to create fire on demand and control it within small spaces achieved substantial advantages forever for the society that he or she belonged. The fire could be used to cook food, which was more tastier than cook the food which was not cooked earlier. The fire was also used for heating during cold times, but fire was also used as a weapon to subjugate others. Societies which adapted to the fire became larger became more prosperous compared to societies which did not. So that's why the technology from time immemorial is absolutely important for societies to survive, thrive, and grow. This technology of ability to control fire slowly spread across the world. And it took several thousand years to spread. There are still societies which worship fire. We know one of them called Zoroastrians, who are amongst our mates here in Mumbai. There were several other technologies invented at various times in the ancient era, like the wheel, tools made by the bones, and so on and so forth. Even metallurgy is also a technology, and riding of horse is also a technology. Making weapons from the metal is also another way to use technology, and they have transformed life in a variety of ways. The societies which came in contact with the societies which invented technologies also improved the quality of life for themselves and their members. Even when they did not invent it or they did not master the technology themselves, they just started using it. This in turn led to the rise of elites. These elites in a society would usually control the use of the technologies and control the rest of the societies using these technologies. Any new technology that came from within the society, the inventor would be taken away, or invention would be taken away from the inventor by the elites, or the inventors would be co-opted into the elites. Elites used to be usually the gateway of the society to the outside world. Any technology coming from outside of the society would first come into the hands of the elites. It means whichever way the technology came, the elites would control it, own it, and will use that to control any society. India has seen that in all its caste system and other things. Technologies used to be invented or discovered and disseminated across societies over hundreds and thousands of years. The technology creation and dissemination were so slow that people couldn't understand the change that was happening over several generations due to the new technologies. It also meant that the elite group continued to control all the means of warfare, means of production, and so on and so forth. This also ensured security of the society, and law and order continued to be maintained. Law and order is basically the essence of a society, because order in the society meant everyone remained in the same place, in their own place, within the hierarchy forever. The time within which the new technologies got introduced started accelerating post the Renaissance period. Science and technology in large part became important. Steam engine and subsequent technologies brought in the Industrial Revolution. Agrarian societies, which were stable for thousands of years, started getting broken. Agriculture was also a technology, by the way. People migrated to cities, abandoning their fields. Capitalism was born. Society was changing rapidly, but still over many generations. People didn't realize that changes in the society were happening due to the technology. During early stages of Industrial Revolution, itself came in new elites, the businessmen. Aspirations increased. French Revolution took place. Many countries became democratic, one after another, to accommodate aspirations of its people. In some ways, the technology changed how the societies were actually being ruled. From feudal or king-oriented, they became democratic purely because of new technologies. Elites were also changing. They were still controlling the narratives. The lifestyle, the way of life, became different compared to the earlier era. The new era of mobility was by doing work and not defined by birth, started in Europe. The moral of the story so far is that the technology is the only change agent, and societies change in response to changing technology, and technology comes in waves. Monarchies and federal states become democratic in a span of 200 years. Central banks got established. That was another new technology, the modern money, which is what we know as fiat money. Nation state, the way we know, came into be redefined. Earlier, there were no nation states the way we currently know now. The law, justice, equality, everything we hold dear now are outcomes of these technological changes which came in through the Industrial Revolution. The technological changes were still slower over generations. Most people and societies could not comprehend the relativity between technological changes and social changes. Of late, the technology waves have become very fast. Earlier, a technology might change every 1,000 years, then every few hundred years, then every few decades. Essentially, technology was still changing over generations. Most people did not see the impact in front of their eyes. In the last 60 years, technology has come in and spread over the entire world at much faster pace. My generation has seen one single technology start, become mature, and now spawn many more subsequent waves of technologies within the last 50 years. For example, the steam engine, discovered in the late 1600s, took centuries to conceptualize, create, and disseminate across the world. Electricity, discovered in the 1800s, still took 200 years. We are still trying to electrify many villages. Television took almost 80 years to come across the world. Mobile phones took around 40 years. The Google took 15 years, and Facebook took probably 7 years. The waves are coming faster and faster, and it's happening in front of our eyes. In one generation, information technology changed our lives completely, thoroughly, transformationally. From 1650s, when the Britishers came to India, India's GDP as a percentage of world GDP was around 25%. When Britishers left in 1950, around 300 years later, India's GDP as a world GDP percentage was around 2%. We went down from 25% to 2%, not by reducing our output. It's just that their output, their GDP increased many-fold over 300 years. We missed out on that industrial revolution. In one generation, information technology changed our lives completely, thoroughly, and transformationally. Waves are becoming faster, technology are changing rapidly. To go from concept to mass production, it is taking years instead of hundreds of years. If information technology changed lives, there are many more technologies that are coming which will change life even more in a transformational way in a very short period. The robots are expanding skills, moving up the corporate ladder, showing awesome productivity and retention rates, and increasingly replacing their human counterparts. One multitasker bot can make a gourmet burger in 2 seconds and could also soon replace an entire McDonald's crew. But I just heard before coming here that somebody has come from Dubai who is making houses using robots. So give them a big hand for leading India and leading themselves into this new world of robotics. The virtual reality is going to change life completely, thoroughly, transformationally. And impressive as the technology already is, many believe it's still in its early days. The next evolution of VR would be where you participate physically in that VR world. Yesterday, I was watching a video where a person was rolling on the floor and trying to save himself from some imaginary bullets which were coming through his virtual reality game. And not just sitting down, like in cricket. If you are a fast bowler, you actually get to ball, and you can interface with the team. So that kind of stuff, it's there. It's going to happen in front of your eyes. In my opinion, in next 10 years, most people will spend more time on virtual reality than real reality, because real reality is painful. In virtual reality, you can do whatever you feel like. Many people think these are all futuristic things, but 15 years back, not many of us had mobile. Today, most of us cannot live without mobile. Artificial intelligence is going to again change life completely, thoroughly, transformation. Like the way electricity changed the world and is available in every aspect of our life without our knowledge, artificial intelligence is going to change life in the same way as electricity did in the past. The drones are going to again change life from taking photographs to even in fights. We have seen that in various movies, various real-life activities, and that's where the drones will also be used for defense, offense, as well as making life easier. The space technology is also going through very rapid changes. Earlier, only governments could invest in space technology. Now, private sector is participating in space technology across the world, especially in China and US. India also hopefully will have its own space technology startups going forward, and I'm sure some of these youngsters who won the awards today will participate in that. You might be able to go to Mars or Moon for your honeymoon. We don't know how the space technology is going to change life going forward. The gene editing technology is already making waves, especially in China, where new babies are born with ability to remember more and more things. There are people who are opposing this. Every technology that comes across the world is opposed by some or other. But if it is useful, if it can give you sustained advantage, even if society stop you, you will continue to make those technologies somewhere or other. The wearable computing is also going to change life completely. Today, many of us are actually wearing our mobile phones permanently in our hands. But we also wear watches which count our steps, our heartbeats, our blood pressure, and so on and so forth. We'll also have, I currently wear a patch which also calculates or counts my blood sugar on real-time basis. And if I eat sugar, it immediately tells my wife that I'm actually eating sugar, I'm a diabetic. But in future, you will also have computers moving around in your body in different ways, measuring various parameters, and if required, put in some medicine so that you have a larger chance of survival. It is said that over next 30 to 40 years, people will start living for 150 years at a stretch. That has many more implications in terms of how to provide healthcare to people who are old, but also for youngsters, that if your parents don't die so fast, what will happen to you, the wealth you're expecting to come to you fast enough. Effectively, the societies will need to adapt. The expectations will change. But what used to happen over generations are now going to happen in a very short time. Probably in the time of, say, 5 to 10 years, new waves will come and go. New wealth that is going to be created. And literally for me, in earlier, if you had to create great amount of wealth, you had to put in great amount of capital. It was called capitalism. Capital created another capital. World was like that till now. India has been capital starved since long, and that's why we have not been able to create great wealth. In future, if you want to create great wealth, you will require a little bit of capital, a lot of brains, and you will be able to create huge amount of wealth. And that I call capitalism without capital. India today is in a sweet spot because of its demographics, its technology orientation of young people. Most of the wealth that will be created using the new technologies. In my opinion, I have two hypotheses. One is that next 50 years will create wealth that has not been created in the last 10,000 years. World, currently the wealth is around $360 trillion. In next 50 years, we'll create $360 trillion extra, out of which India will probably create 20 to 25% on a conservative basis. Currently, India's wealth is around $8 trillion. You will straight away go from $8 trillion to around $98 trillion or $100 trillion in next 50 years. You will still remain 15% of world wealth, but from literally 3% of world's wealth, you will go to 15%, just because the new technologies are coming and Indians are adept at taking newer technologies and creating wealth from there. So for me, India's future is bright, wealth future is bright, but the second hypothesis is that in next 50 years, 70% jobs will be such that we have not thought about them today. We cannot think about them today. And that is where you'll have to continue to learn newer things. You'll have to continue to unlearn older things and create your life in the newer ways, newer waves which keep on coming. The order in the society, the elites and hierarchies will also change rapidly. The citizens will have to adapt. Everyone will have to adapt. A silent chaos is coming. A tsunami of chaos is coming. Fighting and trying to sail upstream is not a choice. Sailing with the tsunami is the only choice. The ride will be uncomfortable for societies, elites, and all citizens. But if you get down, you will be drowned. India is in a sweet spot. India, going forward, is going to create large amount of wealth. And whenever that wealth is created, I request my senior friends from IMC sitting here is that you invest in youngsters. So whenever the wealth is created, it remains in India. But today, most of youngsters who are creating wealth are actually funded by foreigners. And so even if India creates wealth, most of that wealth might go abroad. So unless you loosen your purse strings, the IMC, not the youth wing, but the older wing, it is better for India and also Indian youth. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So for all those who had great question marks throughout the day, by seeing all the various presentations, seeing the vision of tomorrow, we've had all the solutions. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Sir, thank you so much for speaking so elaborate and giving us all the solutions too, and telling us and letting us know what to work upon. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, and now, our dear friend, Mitra, has something to tell to each and every one of you. And let me tell you, as I said, that Mitra is absolutely a rock star. He's already inaugurated GES 2017 with our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. So Mitra, over to you. Don't look at me, you can go there. Okay, you can come here. You want to come at the podium? Okay.
What a wonderful day it has been. Learned so much from our galaxy of speakers, met so many wonderful people, took so many photos and enjoyed the hospitality of IMC. I was so exhausted but could not take a nap. These speakers were so good. My suggestion to IMC is to keep some boring speakers in between in future for people like me to rest a bit. I go back home tonight knowledgeable and with new friends, ideas and potential partners. Adieu, we will meet again soon.
Mitra, it's truly been the most magnificent Monday I've ever had in my life, and most of us have ever had in our lives. Let's give it up for the very handsome hunk, Mitra, in the house. Thank you, Mitra. We love you. That's it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great privilege to propose a vote of thanks at the end of this highly insightful IMC India Calling Conference. At the outset, I must thank our chief guest, Mr. Manoj Bharati, Additional Secretary, Economic Diplomacy and States, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Soni Abraham, Vice President in West India. Guest of honor, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, MD and CEO, BSE. Eminent panelists and the moderators for sharing their valuable expertise, I thank you very much. I would also like to thank Mr. Rajiv Podar, Chairman of IMC International Business Committee, Mrs. Sunita Ramnathkar, Co-Chairman, IMC International Business Committee, and all the members of IMC International Business Committee for making this possible. The annual India Calling program, now into its 15th year, brings investment and trade opportunities in its target countries and into India for the attention of trade, commerce, and business. IMC's India Calling has included business delegations across continents to Asia and the Middle East, such as Singapore, UAE, Turkey, Vietnam, China, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka, to Africa and Europe, amongst others. Today's India Calling event was unique in a sense that the issue of global trade and commerce were discussed with and for the delegates from abroad in India itself. The digital revolution of the 1980s has gained ground with new paradigms of technological breakthroughs, be it in artificial intelligence, robotics, or nanotechnology, the IoT, blockchains, and the 3D printing, amongst others. All this aids in strengthening the fourth industrial revolution, which will showcase the growth and development of global economies at a speed and scale never ever witnessed in the history of mankind. As we conclude the events of the day, I feel elated that the conference helped in providing a platform for the young innovators, thinkers, and entrepreneurs for networking and also getting a new thought process and adding new perspectives in their business activity. On behalf of IMC and its International Business Committee, I wish to extend our sincere thanks to our title sponsors, Reliance Industries Limited, for the confidence they have been reposing in IMC year after year through their association with this event. I would also like to thank the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Maharashtra State Innovation Society, Government of Maharashtra, to support the conference. I also thank our event management partners, Archers Entertainment Private Limited. Hari and team, you've done a fantastic job. What you see today, ladies and gentlemen, is thanks to Archers. Thank you very much. I also thank global advertisers for their outdoor advertising support for the conference. We are grateful to all the eminent business executives, diplomats, representatives from industry associations for participating in this conference. A big thank you to our MC Simran. Thank you very much for holding the fort for the full day. And last but not the least, I thank the IMC Secretariat, Mitali Mukherjee, Deputy Director and Officer in charge of the International Business Committee. I also thank Vipul Srivastav, Deputy Director of our Delhi office, because a lot of things have been possible thanks to some supreme effort put in by everyone at the Secretariat. The entire team, I thank you very, very much. But there is one name I want to mention here, especially from the Secretariat, who has been the glue to this entire conference. He put the entire jigsaw puzzle together, and I think without him, I don't think we could have managed this. Sanjay Mehta, Deputy Director General, thank you so much. And of course, I would like to thank Mitra for being with us this entire day. A big thank you is also due to Mr. Preetham Sanghai, who has been absolutely instrumental in putting this event together and assisting us in all the arrangements with the Taj. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us, and look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajit. A humble request to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, kindly do fill up your feedback forms. They're of utmost importance to us to make IMC India Calling better for the forthcoming year. May I please request you all to kindly fill your feedback forms. I request our dignitaries to kindly step slightly forward, slightly ahead with Mitra for a photo op. Please just 2 steps ahead with Mitra, please, sirs. Our dignitaries to kindly step 2 steps ahead in line with Mitra for a photo op, please. Okay, Mitra, you can wait there. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us give it up one more time for our esteemed dignitaries here on stage with us. Thank you very, very much to our respected honorable guest of honor, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Thank you very much to Mr. Raj Nair, our President, IMC, Mr. Rajiv Podar. Thank you very much, Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar. And for a photo op, may we please invite the crew of IMC here on stage, followed by the Archers crew. Can we please have the crew of IMC for a photo op here on stage, please? Followed by the Archers crew. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request to all of you to kindly fill up your feedback forms. They truly are of utmost importance to us.
Can we first have the IBC committee on stage, please, for a photo op, followed by the IMC Secretariat for a photo op. Can I request IMC's IBC committee to come on stage? Thank you.
Everybody from IMC, the whole team, please, we need you on stage. Selby, Vipul, Upendra sir, Hema, Jayashri, Selby, Narendra Kadam, Trupali, Clinton, come, Nitin. Chitra, where's Chitra?